So, don't know if we really want to try and make this dive work any further, FPX. They're just going to take their place and leave.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think that this is worth for FPX. Like, yes, they got something, but the first dragon, a mountain dragon, is going over to Weibo in a game where you have Lethality Varus, and we're saying you run out of time and damage later on. I think that's a really worrying sign. And getting a singular kill onto the Gwen, while it's always good to take economy off the Gwen, I don't really think that's worth it moving forward. This Sivir is still going to exist in the backline, and that Gwen's going to be big later on. So I very much prefer the state of the game that Weibo have so far.
Well, let's see if Breathe wants his revenge on the Care here in the 1v1.
It's
both leaderworks being traded, and I don't think that Chris is even going to be needed here.
Oh, no.
Breathe, one more snip with the scissors, should pick up the bolo, and he does. Feats of Warfare, the revenge of Breathe coming expedited.
I mean, that just completely neutralizes the dive, too. And that bot turret pretty low for Weibo. I know it's 3 grubs for FPX when we look at threatening first brick. But that's a big pickup for Breathe, because, again, he was the play for FPX and giving up that dragon. He comes back, gets that gold right back for himself, gets to farm the last few seconds of plates, too. As just an overstay from Kara, didn't have the help, wasn't able to play that extra wave, and Breathe knew it. All in, really no real threat to Breathe going down here. So just a great take from him, and a big mistake from Kara being on that wave.
And what really compounds the issues here is knowing that Weibo, I mean, they could have already coasted, giving away a lot of assets to get to the points they want to be at with this composition, but now with a bit of a lead, getting some really valuable solo gold on you mentioned Breathe on the top side, but Xiaohu gets, I believe, 3 of the 4 plates they took on that bot tier 1 turret solo by this point. He gets a ton of gold, and you're buying all this time to put this Sivir now in the mid lane who could just delete waves over and over again and be that scaling insurance policy. It is, we are there, Cubby. We talked about the pre-show. Weibo in winning spots for their composition.
And time is only their friend. I mean, it only gets better from here. That's the thing. Like, this isn't the timer where if I'm Weibo, I'm thrilled to fight. What I am thrilled about is that I'm up 1k gold and 1 dragon, because I think this is a game where at this point, FPX needs to be looking at like a 1 to 2 dragon advantage and a 2k gold lead plus. So by those metrics, I find Weibo to be way far ahead in this game. I think that the outs for FPX are to try and make plays around this poke Varus. Just so that you can use his strength right now to set folks behind. It's probably weak side Rumble, take advantage of the equalizer timers, and just hope that he can eat those bonus waves and then be effective later on. And props to Sheer, he's picked up a lot of CS this game, so opportunity for Rumble to be big later is on the table. And I think that Sheer has done very well in what we've seen so far. We know that he plays this pick well for the team, but FPX need to make some things happen, or else, again, time is just going to be so grim for them. And so far, the pace of the game has just been entirely dictated by Chris and the few good plays he's made early on.
Well, here's FPX's turn to dictate that pace, as you were calling out to. They are going to pick up this Rift Herald despite being on vision for virtually free. I like that timer a lot. They don't drop any waves. They're able to match Xiaohu on the bot side, but Jiaqi takes the path away from his frontline tanks, and it costs him his barrier for no reason, really.
Yeah, like, I mean, didn't even hit the wave. Just a really greedy walk. I know that this FPX team, you know, sometimes young, but that's one of the little things. They weren't even able to defend that control ward. Good chunk there from Light, who, I will say, going way back in time, Light was a decent AD in the Sivir Zeri. Yeah. That was actually a decent time for Light. That I thought he played that one decently well.
It's, you know, it was an easier time for AD carry players in general. Whenever
Sivir's in the meta, the clock's back here.
Yeah. I mean, whenever Sivir's in the meta, like, you have like 2 jobs the entire game. It's don't die early and delete waves mid game. That's about it.
How quick is your auto W reset, and how accurate is your Q? You know.
Hey, Breathe
nice
lost
use
his
the Herald there.
Yeah. Now they're running right at Breathe. So Breathe has constantly been the target for FPX. But they actually don't want the fight any further. I think they sensed Chris was roaming over, and right when I thought Kara was using the Herald aggressively, he actually uses it defensively to make sure nobody gets collapsed upon for that first brick.
Yeah, I think that Kara using the Herald there at least escaped Gwen R3, which is not bad, but still just a straight dip was, I'd say, not the best use of Herald. Oh, actually, you know what? They got first brick off that.
Yeah, that's what they. So, that was the main goal.
That's okay. That's okay. They denied feats. They actually can really contest feats at the Dragon here. Spawns in 10 seconds. The resets are very late for both teams in terms of this setup. TPs are up, not for Xiaohu though. So he's going to have to walk back. We'll see where he goes. That's going to kind of dictate through which way Weibo wants to play for this Drake. I don't think that this is even a necessity for Weibo. Like, they scale so hard. I really don't feel like feats matter, but would be a nice denier pickup, obviously, if they want to fight it. And they are strong enough where, I mean, they might be able to. Look at Light's items. A BF sword and a pickaxe at this point. If Sivir's able to auto, she's going to be really threatening in this next fight.
Here's the thing, though. I know Breeze's TP is up. I think it's just so valuable here. Drop this dragon. Breeze picks up a couple waves.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Take this top tier one, maybe, or at least force Sheer to come up. Nope. Nope. He's TPing for a monster flank, I will say it. Watch Breeze come in from the bottom of your screen. Chris going to go in first, get the knock up on the Jachi, who's trying to kite back, but he's running right into Gwen. He's running right at the big bad Gwen for Weibo, who knocks him down. Needlework coming out as well. Dway is the next one to fall. Crisp and Light pushing through the front line. 2 victory here for Weibo as they mop the floor 3-0.
I just find it, it's the biggest crime that this is Poke Ferris, man. I cannot. This game's very over now. That was a really beautiful flank from Weibo Gaming, and props to Weibo. Something that we did set up for them coming in is, are they a bottom 3 team or, you know, just above the bottom 2? Because they have only beaten one team above them in the standings in AL, and that was AL coming off of the international tournaments. So far in Game 1, they are really taking care of business against FPX, and I do think this game is decent evidence for why you cannot Silas through into Alistar. Especially if you're going to play Alistar the way that Chris has played it so far this game. Because it's pog-worthy of what we've seen from Chris so far. Always good in the Alistar, and has been very on point this game 1.
I just love how Breeze completely warped his fight. Yes, the flank is one thing, but you talked about how Sheer is the only member that's really getting ahead for FPX. The exhaust, he immediately drops that over top as the the magic carpet comes down. So all of that big damage that the Rumble skilled up just kind of gets cut down. Amazing flank there from Breeze. One that we were not calling for, and that's why Breeze is playing. And we are talking over his gameplay, folks.
It's also kind of nice when your support sets it up like that.
Yeah, true.
But
that's
fight,
the cohesion.
Wow.
That's the cohesion
nice.
that Weibo were missing so often against those better opponents like you were talking about, Debbie.
Yeah, it is. And that's kind of what we wanted to see out of them today against FPX. I mean, can this be a tune-up match for Weibo, who do have a pretty tough schedule looking at the rest of the LPL? They have IG and JDG twice. Okay, maybe it's not that tough. But we need to build up some hope for playoffs for Weibo, right?
Here's the thing, right, too. Those are, especially the JDG series, like, if you want to move yourself around in those standings,
that's an opportunity for sure.
That's an opportunity. It's not like you're just playing top esports and BLG, who are mathematically nowhere near you in the standings for the rest of the Group Ascend split, right? It's you can move up. Your power is in your own hands. Weibo.
I mean, that's always the case in sports, but yes, at least they're making the most of it today, Slayer.
But there's no committee to suck up to get a better spot in the playoffs. There's no bracketology.
You're right.
It's just you. It's your team win the games.
I watched SEC's Any Given Saturday, the Netflix documentary, this past week, and I actually forgot about what happened to South Carolina. For context, they beat Clemson in the last week, and then Clemson got in the college football playoffs over them, and the committee said that whatever happened in the last week had no standing on their playoff selection, which is the craziest thing I've ever heard of. They beat them at Clemson, too. Anyway, Chris making another play.
Yep, Chris making another play, another headbutt back into his team. This time, Dwayne gonna cast the back of the storm, but it's just too little too late. Chris was able to get back out. Shades of Corruption not gonna hold anybody at bay. Light trying to kite back that lethal tempo, procking. Weibo get away with another great high start out here from Chris, as he's strongly making a case for player of the game, the way this one's going for Weibo.
There have been a lot of games where I've talked about Sivir and her inability to really auto-attack. I actually really like her into the Skarner game. I feel like it's kind of a thematic counter. Because one of the big advantages of Skarner is his E and his ability to impact terrain. That R actually really works it for Sivir.
Oh boy, Chris going in again.
That's another great play. Wow.
Chris wants seconds, thirds, and fourths the way he keeps returning to the buffet that is FPX. my lord, cut down 2 more members, and Weibo can go right back to that Otacon, and I see no way for IYY to ever get near this thing. It's another buff over to Weibo as they continue to keep this train rolling.
Give Chris the Pog, man. I've been really impressed with Chris this game. His Alistar usually one that can be a spectacle, but every play that Chris has attempted has just, I think, been executed in a really solid manner. Really the support that people were hoping for when Chris joined the team, of course, reuniting with Tien. That bringing some experience, some that Erha lacked, some that I don't think this team exactly needs. But frankly, there were some fans I saw of late kind of calling for Erha to return for the team. But Crisp has put up a very solid Game 1 performance here.
It's what Erha, yeah, it's an interesting conversation because what I felt like Erha brought was a sense of urgency in starting some of these fights, and that was what Weibo lacked at points with the rest of their squad. So, hey, you know, everybody calling for Erha, this is exactly what he was doing at points, and Crisp is showing up and doing now. As we get it's a replay highlight of Crisp. Like both these 2 plays, let's start with Crisp.
Yeah, I again, like the Alistar has been so on point. They have a few tools or a few ways to set things up. I mean, it could be set up by the Wukong, but it has been Crisp at the forefront.
Then we get the heal out of Jway. Also holds on to his ult. Not afraid to take a little bit extra damage before he casts that one. There's a Cyclone down on top of Care. Must burn Rocket Belt and Dash get towards the back of the pit, but he's out of dashes now to get over the wall. He has to burn the flash. Try desperately hold on to it as the hero's entrance going to come down from Xiao, who just to protect his jungler a bit too early. Chris now has to back up carefully as he takes a big chunk of damage. Arrow comes through from Jachi. Dragon down below, steal angle. IOI does not get it despite flashing over the wall here, so that is sole point for Weibo and no reason to fight further.
Okay, Weibo, I would have dragged that one a little bit out of the pit. You scared me a bit with that, but it's okay. There are no pictures on a scorecard, as we like to say. 3rd dragon secured. Not exactly the cleanest fight there. I think that we could have held our Galio ult until we saw Equalizer. Because when that tool's down, there was really no option to fight over the wall. Of course, Weibo, they're still the team that we said scales harder going into this game to begin with, and they are sitting with a 6k gold lead and 3 dragons, which speaks to how uncompetitive this game has been.
Yeah, it is.
Not to mention Otacon. Yeah.
It's really disappointing for FPX. Not only because we called out their draft needs to be the more proactive one, but we haven't seen Jway really unlocking these fights for FPX or IYY and come away with any sort of MPL. Maybe they'll look for it now as WBG are trying to set up camp in their own jungle, but Jway gets sectioned off pretty well by Chris, and now the taunts and the CC chains start to land. Jway doesn't even get a cast Magnet Storm. There's no crash downs coming across. It's crashing out away from your jungle if you are FPX. As they lose their blue buff, they lose their support, and if they're not careful, Care might be next here. Cyclone gonna knock him up. Joshing forward is Tien. IOI and the Chains of Corruption gonna do a good job to stop them, but here comes a big taunt from Xiaohu. Not gonna find anybody. And that will slow things down to a crawl once more.
Oh, I mean, IYY is holding the door. I think that Weibo just don't have the conditions yet to hit Baron, which is why they're kind of playing with their food here. So I'm okay with it. I don't think they really lost anything. And there's no timer. Again, for FPX, like, I really have to question their draft in this. I don't really feel that there is a plan that exists that can get them a good game state outside of, like, very much flipping bot early on. Yeah. And the Skarner got double crabbed, and, like, from there, I mean, Gwen was attacked a little bit, but look at where Breed's at now. Keep in mind, Sheer had so much CS early on in the game, and then just what's happened in the last few minutes and being pulled around for these fights and conditions and falling has been trouble. Speaking of trouble.
Okay, he's going to TP out. Tien does not have Cyclone, and he recognized, hey, no way I can cancel that one. So he just lets Care. Yeah. Do they pull the Baron? Do they pull the Baron card now, though?
Oh, yeah. They want Sheer's TP, too.
Yeah. Curious to see if they'll back up if they get that sheer TP out now. Or they might just keep on hitting it. There's no vision on the Baron. There's the TP coming out from Sheer and the engage from Chris. They're going after Joy once again. Double knockup finds Jachi. He has to flash back out. The Impale is going to hold TM, but using the Trickster to get back out to safety. And now the knockups start to stack. Care is down. Taunt lands. IYY down next. Flashing forward from Chris was a bit audacious, but that's what you can do when you're rolling a game as bad as Weibo are.
Well, excuse it. I think that Sheer's TP It's really aggressive in terms of posturing for Baron, and it's kind of on him, kind of not, because the way that FPX split around that, like, why not retreat as a team? I think that Jue playing on that corner was way too far up, and then, like, look at this retreat. I know that Baron's a thing. I didn't exactly see the trinket scenario. I think that's what's more telling. Good take here by Tian, but this fight's just ruined from the start. Look at how split FPX are with Sheer TPing to that top ward, and then 2 people on the mid and banquet rush, and like 2 people flying around the mid outer turret. There's just never a chance for them to even look for a coherent fight. And it doesn't even matter, because, I mean, let's be honest, this game's over anyway.
Hey, Gubby, remember the Galio damage conversation we had? Picture,
yeah.
Give you a visual representation while we were in replay.
If only there was a unhit Varus to actually, like, threaten this Forsaken thing, but no, that's too much to ask for.
At this point, I don't think any form of Varus would have saved it. Would have saved this, because I'm just really disappointed on how lackluster all these movements have been from FPX. Like, what is the what is
they
the
don't have
real
options though? Like that's the thing.
Earlier, not now. That I mean, they haven't had options for a while. I don't know.
Well,
I think.
Yeah, that's fair, because like we're giving up first Drake to dive Gwen, and then Gwen just like TP's back and kills us. So like, why?
Yeah.
Oh,
LPL gets the Trickster and the real one, but Tian just flashes after Jachi and executes him. And guess what?
Yeah.
Big Bad Xiao, who comes over through with the hero's entrance. There's nothing for FPX to do. They're just too far behind and too outclassed in this game. And outside of just hunt them down one by one if you're Weibo, diving through inhibitor turret. Sheer barely going to be able to survive. But the base is now under threat, and we may be heading towards a very quick end for Weibo in game 1.
All right, folks, this is why you take on-head Ferris in this game, and honestly, a great use case for why you can let Silas through when you have Alistar, even though it should have been on-head Ferris. We made the game a lot easier for everyone. That Silas got melted through Alistar ult in the last fight. My lord, Weibo, we were asking for dominance, asking for a statement, asking for something that, you know, can fundamentally give us more confidence going into bigger matches as we get into playoffs. But that was exactly what we got from them in game 1.
They were playing that game 1 like they felt disrespected. They even had to play FPX. That was, I mean, Cubby, what did they not get away with on the map in this game? Like, they didn't get to take grubs. That's like the only thing that I think didn't.
That's understandable, you know. If the rest of the game looks how it is, you win 19-1. I think you could have done whatever the hell you wanted on the map, for that logic. Yeah, for whatever that means, man. That again, I'm so tilted because like one of the biggest thing. I mean, if you're a coach, you know, what are the highest odds of success that I can give my guys going into the game? I just think that is such a game where it's just so obvious. Like. Even, okay, we've seen a lot of Kai'Sa in the Sivir, right? Why is that matchup good? You can dive the Sivir and out-DPS her. What does on-hit Varus do? You have 50 range advantage with Bork and early Greaves if you can get there and you have early lane advantage. Like, between the slow, the range advantage, and, like, the auto attack, I mean, you can really melt and fight Sivir. You can afford to eat some of those early autos. I said Greaves, you steal cap. Sometimes you got to go for that, but it was a double AP game, so we would have seen. But, man, like... I just don't understand not signing up for that. You have no damage with the Silas going Rocket Belt and the Rumble later on into a Galio comp. You have to go on hit Varus this game. And literally, like, that hopped on our screen. We're both like, oh, that's game. Like, that's game over, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't look competitive.
Hey, you know what? They also helped give the AI tracker the win. I had never seen it that audaciously repping one side. And, yeah.
Dude,
they calculated correctly this time.
That's why you can give Silas up, by the way. Playing Silas, we set it into the Gwen, Wukong, Sivir. Like, hey, that's kind of hard, right? Even with the Alistar showing. And then you throw the Galio in, it gives you that control against the melees. Just get to buy space for Sivir. That was a really nice Sivir comp. So I know that we're harping on FPX and the non-on-hit Varus. I do really like the draft that Weibo had. I think that... Especially
the second half, right?
Yeah, again, I think that this is good logic for why you can leave Silas up when Alistar is in the game. So, yeah, I do like what we saw from Weibo and some of the decisions that game. And, man, we can't take away from what Chris did on the map, too. He's going to be our Pog as we wait for highlights to roll and to honor the Pog. But I will be frustrated if Chris was not on my screen because every play was made by him in that game. And what was a very strong performance from Weibo.
It's so interesting as we do start to go through those post-game graphics. Because if you went, across the board, lane v lane matchups, right? A lot of these matchups you're going to obviously give over towards Weibo. Like Xiaohu over Care right now, Light over Jachi, Tien over IYY. But the one thing I would have said is, Jue is in a better spot right now than Crisp. And part of it was because of how constantly proactive Jue is, looking for pretty good fight angles. It felt like, I guess I can't say Freaky Friday. I could say Freakier Friday right now with the way that Crisp and Jue, like, body swapped. No, okay, this guy doesn't watch movies.
I will say, the craziest thing about Freakier Friday is that it spawned in with the same Rotten Tomato scores as the first film. So, like, they actually, like, Freaky Friday their own Rotten Tomato scores by that logic.
That's respect to playing towards the joke. The question now becomes but the movie can't be as good as the original one. Has there ever?
I mean,
well, that's a big question. I don't want.
There have been few greater comedy sequels, but that's okay.
Okay, that's a glowing review.
Yeah, I mean well, no, I meant like there are a few comedy sequels where the second's better than the first. That's probably. I feel like the original Naked Gun series might be one of the few series where that's actually the case.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a good shit. That's actually great. I need respect for that. Actually, you know what aged me the most this week? Superbad yesterday turned 18, which means that Superbad was old enough to do what they did in the Superbad movie, and I felt really old knowing that.
Yeah, sorry, Unc. Yeah, sorry about that. By the way, I know it's Monday. The joke was that they made a new Freaky Friday movie, so it's Freakier Friday. That was the entire point of the joke. I'm not.
Well, you're talking to ghosts. That's at least for the viewers at home. That's
Listen,
fine,
there's some people that got paid a lot of money on TLC and other random cable channels to talk to ghosts that weren't really there. So yeah, that's
man.
That's all I have to say. I can pretty. This is what happens when a team, by the way, wins 19-1 on the Rift and does this the entire time. We already picked player of the game. Like we could have revealed this earlier. That's just the decimation we saw start this series out from Weibo that we're talking about.
Yeah.
God,
we love the broadcast so much, Slayer, that instead of just like skipping to a 15-minute break and playing a Q game behind the scenes, we stuck and gave our thoughts about comedy sequels. But what would be another good comedy sequel?
I think they've used up all the good ones. Here's
the... No, I got American Pie sequels. The first is a classic. I think that later ones, though, are actually better movies.
Okay, that's good. You're saying which ones were good sequels? I was like,
were the sequels better than... Oh, wait. Austin Powers. Rush Hour 2. Rush Hour 2 is the best one. I cheated now. 22 Jump Street might have been better than the first, but both bang.
No.
I think that making a good comedy sequel is just very difficult. Like, it's Anchorman impossible. 2 could not have been better than Anchorman 1. You cannot convince me.
I also just believe that, like, in this day and age, I think we should just stop touching franchises that made single movies and just leave them alone. Like,
that's true.
Like, even the Happy Gilmore, like, sequel, it was fine. It was good, but, like, I don't think we needed it.
You know what? You went in knowing that it had 80-plus cameos, and you got what you asked for with that.
Yeah, it's true. We got what we asked for with our votes here, by the way, as well. Shout out to Crisp, third MVP of the split here. Masterful All-Star performance.
Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay. Better sequel.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
You've taken all of mine. I can't think of Austin Powers.
Well, I cheated after the second one, but that's fine. We needed to.
Oh, you're cheating.
We needed to really liven up this conversation here. We did not want to talk about the game at all. Let's be honest.
You know what I want to talk about, though, Cubby? I want to talk about all of the people watching at home that help make this show run, and specifically thank you out to some coffee supporters. So I want to make that deal available to anybody out there if you're not familiar. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in chat for you to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. I know some of the coffee plans have switched up a bit, so definitely make sure, even if you've looked before, to go peruse the selection we have there, as our coffee supporters are some of our most vital supporters. Cubby.
Yeah, we appreciate all the support you guys give, whether it's our elite coffee supporters or you guys just hit follow or like on the stream. So I appreciate everyone tuning into LPL English, and excited to dive into Game 2 and especially getting the rest of the night here, Slayer.
Yep, we're going to get into Game 2 here to see if Fun plus Phoenix can put together some sort of semblance of a fight back. But until then, we're going to an intermission where I hope everyone's talking about comedy movies that don't need sequels. We'll see you guys on the other side of our break. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we have started our night out. Usually I like to say bombastically with a banger of a series. No, we got what I'll label as a palate cleanser for maybe what the future of this series looks like, with Weibo taking care of business against FPX to the tune of 19-1 in the kill count. That's all you need to remember.
Yeah, it was definitely a confidence builder for Weibo, which we said they needed going in. I'd say I'd put it in terms of that. This really felt like FPX didn't help themselves a lot in the draft. We thought that the lack of on-hit Varus, it was the poke Varus, was not the right choice for that game. Really meant that they had to play quickly. They fell behind, and that game ended up being extremely one-sided for a Weibo comp to scale very nicely into the game.
Yeah, so, again, it's the sort of double-edged sword of talking about expectations for two teams going into a series, right? Is ultimately one of those teams is not really going to meet the burden required by this point, but FPX, I just hope that however they come out of this draft, this Game 2 draft, wherever they're positioned, they're able to try and kind of execute on what they want to do. Because you mentioned, like, the on-hit Varus thing is a whole other thing, but they just really never put themselves with their comp in position to do a lot in that last game or find any resemblance of an identity besides diving breathe. I need to see something like some forms of life for a team that is, if they lose this next game, locked into play-ins and basically locked into playing, you know, out of the 7th or 8th spot. They're just fighting with WE for it. So.
Yeah, and I mean, let's be honest, the difference between the 7 and 8 spots and everything else is actually very real, with EDG and NIP being far greater threats out of Group Nirvana than likely the other two teams that we're going to see sent out. So I do think that's at least the stakes that it's worth noting. Also, though, if I'm in the FPX camp, I mean, based on what we've seen so far, this is really no surprise. We just thought that this was a foregone conclusion at some point, as it would require IG losing out and FPX winning out for that not to be the case. So, yeah. But hey, any hopes of getting out of there, it would have to really start with beating Weibo, coming back into this series. They can still try and find the 2-1. So I think this is a pretty big game for FPX because it pretty much solidifies, as you highlighted, that you face EDG or NIP, which is a lot stronger than the other competition that's possible to face.
A lot stronger than Group Nirvana has ever been in this calendar year so far, but
yeah,
we've seen FPX and, you know, W, like we were talking about before, go on serious hot streaks. And how do you start one like that? One game at a time as we get into this Game 2 draft with FPX back on that blue side once more. Looks like they're going to try and single out a similar champion pool. No, this time they're going to forego that Trundle ban for the Ambessa ban, which has been one of Breeze's most comfortable top lane carry champions. So wiping out just some pretty big comfort picks for all the Weibo top side here.
Yeah, expecting to see a Azir Taliyah trade of some sorts. Both teams do have a pretty high priority on Taliyah. So curious to see where that lands, actually. As, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was expecting a Trundle ban there for Weibo. So I think it's probably going to be Azir Taliyah opener here. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised. Usually we'd see, I think, a Azir slam, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being that Taliyah.
The classic trade that will come out. I will not fall for any of these hovers. We're going to switch over to Taliyah or Azir.
Oh, first pick Sion?
So
okay.
They're going to first pick Sion. That's a curveball.
Yeah, it is. I think that's somewhat okay. So we're going to have to see what the option is now on the other side. As Yorick is up for Breathe, but with Gwen off the table, that definitely does free up one of the bad matchups for Sion. They were able to throw out an Ambessa ban, too.
Yeah, they covered for the Sion pick well, so...
Yeah.
Do Weibo... they're going to pick for Breathe here at some point in this early turn, but they're prioritizing the Rakan already as an engaged tool. How likely does that make potentially, you know, a Xayah turn coming out here for Weibo? Do you feel like? How much do you wager the strength of the Lovers duo right now?
Oh, man. Frankly, we'll see, because I think that Xayah is still very vulnerable to range. So if, you know, you are able to lock in like a Ezreal here, I'd say that that's something that could really threaten a Xayah. Nico as well, like that. I think the other thing is a lot of different things that can force out that R from Xayah. Because, again, if she doesn't, like, a lot of her power comes from the dive and the rip, which if you are diving in, that gives a lot of power. But if you find ways to play around it, then that's not. Okay. Well, I mean,
Kaisa,
if it's just going to be
Nico,
that, then it might as well be... You're kind of asking to get Zayed now if you're just going to play Kaisa like that.
Without a doubt.
Yeah,
So you just coast over the Pop Blossom.
Kaisa's really strong, and I think it is worth noting that, like, it feels like every AD carry that we have in the LPL has a good Kaisa. Jackie is definitely one of them, as this is a champion that has actually, you know, been denied a bit against FPX too. So I think that's important to note, but the Xayah Rakan matchup, like, you can be dangerous early, even with the Nico support. They have removed some of the laning power there. So I think that Weibo actually have some ways to play into it. And I think that Kaisa is sometimes really hard to execute in Xin. That 3-talent strike, just to be able to EQ or, like, flash EQ Kaisa mid-fight and execute from there can be really nice, just to have that guaranteed lockdown against a champion that is so mobile.
I mean, we put it in layman's terms, right? Kaisa's one of the hardest to execute AD carries there is on the Rift. It's just a gift that we've had so many.
It depends. Some fights you just are in and, like, get a triple kill. Other fights, yeah, you have to. You know, it definitely helps to have the hands as always on that champion. You can do some freaky stuff.
You need them. It is definitely the point that we want to get across.
Well, we didn't see mid laners picked, Slayer.
Yeah, so Talia's out of here. See you later. I assume Azir will be as well, coming up soon.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you ban Talia, you're pretty much signing up to ban Azir now, too. Means that you're giving up any and all matchups into the Scion. I think this is a champ, again, that Sheer plays really well. He's only gotten his hands on it once, but this was a really big champion for FPX when they were having success in Split 2.
There we go.
Okay, Xiao doesn't want to play Azir. I mean, that's typical. I will also say that Kara hasn't played Azir all Split. So, you know.
Interesting. You think they're gonna leave up counter again here for Xiaohu, I assume?
I'm in the camp. I think Orianna's, like, really high value this game, because you either get to play it with Xayah, where I think the speed up buffs can be really powerful. Okay, Annie is somewhat similar too. But for me, it's like you can use the ball to really zone and threaten Xayah during a lot of the fights, talking about how you can outrange and out-interact her. So I think that there is actually a real case to blind the Orianna and deny that here. If you do that, you might get Victor, but there's, like, no priority if it's a Victor for FPX. We kind of expected the Yorick and Scion with no bans thrown at it.
I think, yeah, that's because you ban 2 Xiaohu mid lane picks that you'd be comfortable on, but you don't take away the Yorick, which is a really fun matchup you mentioned earlier, into the Scion, getting coast through that early game, and then become a split push menace on. Now you start thinking about the 4v5 aspect for Weibo here. I think Victor works, creating a lot of space with the Graviton Well, with the Feather Storm, right? You have a lot of inherent protections for your carries. What's the answer for that? Well, a dive buddy. So Nocturne, Kaisa, Nico, no matter how you slice it, whatever Xiaohu picks and this light Xayah are going to have a lot of bodies on top of them quickly.
I didn't even think of Knock Ori as a reason to blind the Ori there for Xiaohu. Oh, it's... Okay, maybe not Orianna. Okay.
So
well, Ari can threaten and pull out R's at different points, but I thought it should be the Orianna. Again, I really like the value you get of just having the ball and zoning Xayah.
It's Nocturne Ori. Like I don't think we have to advertise this. One of the worst design champions in the game.
I do love Malzahar. I really do.
Worst design champion ever.
Okay.
Most boring design champion. Listen,
his Q is so OP, man. Just play it and enjoy.
It is.
Orianna locked in for Xiaohu.
That was a
Orianna's, or I will say Scion's gonna be really big this game because you get the bonus W scaling off the Yorick Gremlins, and also the Xayah doesn't want to go LDR, like usually is delayed in her build because she likes Essence Reaver and Flicker Blades. I think Orianna is very much forced to go Leandries, but her AP scalings are nice. Like, that's not a lot of AP stacking. It's kind of her responsibility to deal with Scion. So yeah, the Scion can be really big, and then the Kaisa late game damage is very real if Kaisa's not dealt with, but Jackie's going to have to be very careful this game. It's going to have to be sheer peeling for that Kaisa, and there are a lot of early threats that Kaisa has to dodge out on in the fight. On the flip side, FPX, they're able to throw out the Nocturne Ari dive, get their setup. A lot of tools they can use to take that R away from Xayah early, and when the R is down, when the Rip's down, that's when Kaisa likes to get in the back line of the fight, take care of the Xayah, and then play fights from there.
Going back to what we talked about with, Weibo identity, especially going into Split 2 as well, I'm excited to see them playing this sort of put Breathe on an island, and then we operate as 4. Some of the biggest wins that they had, you know, up against, you talked about IG, is one of those teams that, you know, Weibo was able to find wins against in Split 2, was playing the sort of play away from Breathe and stretch the map thin into an FPX team where Weibo were able to do whatever they wanted in Game 1. I like them leaning into that sort of style, and we are looking, as we talked about from the pre-show, to see Weibo Gaming, the Xiaohu-led squad, showing that they can be a contender in the playoffs, that they can compete for one of those 4 world spots, like a lot of fans across the LPL were hoping they could do in January. And well, in this game too, it starts with hopefully their fans bringing the energy. Or have we like lost
I heard
stadium
a few. I heard a few.
mics? Oh, you
I heard a few.
Okay.
I heard a few.
I just feel like I'm getting thrown off. But, you know, nonetheless, we're on to the Rift here. Getting into some hijinks with some potential anti-invade tech coming out here from Weibo. Just trying to see if anybody moseys their way up on towards this blue side. And we get to see that, as expected, FPX, with their playmaking of the Nocturne, the Nico, these big teamfight ultimates at level 6, playing a pretty big role. The AI tracker feels like they're favored going into that mid-game, but kind of like last game, if they don't bring momentum there and carry it home, a Xayah, a Yorick, an Orianna level 16 Shockwave is a lot to deal with.
That could be. So, am interested, should say, to see what Jachi can do on the Kai'Sa, as it's been a big pick for him in the past, and definitely a lot of priority. I mean, you knew you were signing up to get Xayah Rakan. So we'll see if FPX can play out this lane, because I do think after the Nico nerf, this lane's a lot harder to be able to execute. And Xayah Rakan, you know, can always find sneaky landing prowess into a lot of matchups if it's played correctly.
For now, though, gonna have to give away control of level 2 here. That's a pretty big wave stacking up, so we're gonna play a bit slower. Luckily, they do have Tien pathing down towards them if that is needed. Again, another game where IYY and Tien are going to basically follow each other along the path, which is always fun to see how these clears do come across. I'm interested, Cubby, though, to see if hopefully FPX get into some sort of quick bot lane swap, because that's always the power you bring with Sion on your team as one of the best weak-siding 1v2 champions.
A good call. I had a lot of CS tonight early on for Light. As well played so far by Jachi and Jue. It'd be likely Nocturne clearing up this jungle first. So curious what happens with that bot crab, because do you think that Orianna on the bounce, like early on, you can see Xiaohu using his pots? Oh, actually, good trade there from Kara, who does have second wind. And of course, Ahri passive. We'll see if Xiaohu can move. He might have to TP for this. And yeah, we have some movement here from Jue.
Yeah, trying to show mid lane, use that power of the Nico as early and often as possible. So Xiaohu will have to collect this wave at the turret. Do see the swap already coming through, though, as well, Cubby. That's good to see. Sheer automatically in that 1 versus 2. And they try to buy more space for Jachi.
See how bad this gets for Breathe? I think that if he deletes this wave, it's not bad. Okay, he can't delete this wave.
Nope.
This is a dangerous fight, though. I gotta say, like, I think he kind of wins out on this trade. I didn't love this one from FPX. Like, he loses out some gold in the wave, but I think that HP they dropped was actually pretty expensive. Like, this kind of enables Breathe to stick around without burning that TP. Oh, okay, he's out of mana. I wide. He's gonna TP back.
Ghouls picked up a good bit of those creeps for him to get in position for. Yeah, so okay. I was curious. I was gonna ask you, do you think they just full swap bottom lanes Weibo? But no, they're gonna bring Breathe back and have the coverage of Tien and Chris nearby, so they should be able to break whatever makeshift freeze is trying to come here for Fun plus Phoenix.
Yeah, don't mind the move from Crisp here, actually. As Xayah gets accelerated in that early to mid-game, like up levels on Kai'Sa, that could be really big. Of course, that York matchup versus Sion, like you're hoping to starve out the Sion here in this 1v1, which Xayah is somewhat too. That W attack speed steroid, always quite nice in these trades, and Light managing it well so far. I actually kind of like the scenario, prefer it, in fact, for Weibo. Because I think a lot of this Kai'Sa tech that teams figured out was, when we had the lane swaps of earlier on in the year, it was how early can we get Kai'Sa in that 1v2 scenario to get that solo XP, because the levels are actually really big in terms of hitting her evolve breakpoints as well, and if you get Kai'Sa accelerated in the game, well, 3-item Kai'Sa is a very common win con that is thrown around for very good reason.
So, you know, knowing that, how much value do you really see Light gaining already? The fact that, he's going to go through another big cycle of waves, picking up this solo XP where you can see that Jue is finally now going to give Jiachi that solo time, but how much has Light really gained by this point?
Well, he's up a full level right now.
It's
If
big.
you look at the purple bars between the two. So we'll see if 6 might be enough to look at the dragon, because Tien, his second clear has been completed, and he's down by this objective, so Xiaohu gonna actually halt the wave, and
yeah, I like it.
We'll see if that ends up being enough to actually think about the objective. They're waiting for the crab to spawn at least.
Good on Jue to hold this wave. A lot of talk about, power spikes for Kai'Sa and playing towards certain objectives on your jungle clears. As IOI gets spotted out by here by Chris, so Tien's gonna get that dragon. A lot of these are big terms that come out in pro play, but a lot of this stuff can be utilized when it comes to even your own solo queue games at home. And if you want to learn from some of the best, it's got to be pros, and that's why we have to bring up our awesome sponsor here, Pro Diff. If you want to improve your game, you can use the code LPL10 to save 10% off a Pro Diff subscription. Learn from the best in the NACL, the ERLs, and even the LTA to improve your own solo queue games.
Having fun to have them on board, as a lot of those players on the NA server have been competing in NACL that you can find on ProDiff, so definitely go check them out, and shout out to them for supporting LPL English as well, so happy to support them too. As are returning to yet another map. No early Dragon's threat in here, Slayer, and looking like a grub fight. I think this is where the 6 advantage is nice for Light, but you see that Jiachi is about to hit it too. I'm really looking at Jue's 6. I think his 6 might really determine that grub fight, because yeah, like Nocturne Ahri fight here is good, but if we can throw a Pop Blossom in there too, that's a very FPX favored fight on screen for me if executed correctly.
I was trying to get sneaky up towards this top side, maybe looking for a 3v2, but he will be spotted. Tien not far away, trying to really cover for this gank. IYY standing on a ward. Tien eyeing, just looking to potentially spring into action here as those grubs spawn. They were such a pivotal piece in game 1. The real only thing that FunPlus Phoenix were able to garner up that time round. Still just a lot of posturing, both top laners with TPs, with ults, but actually mid lane where the play gets made. The shockwave onto Care. Good charm mid-dash though on Tien. He does have to burn the flash on his own, but that gives IYY time to start up these grubs. And
yeah, I like the flash burn there. I'm curious if Care, he doesn't really have time to wait for that TP, because he has ult up. If he's able to, like, TP back would be big, but okay, here we go. Here comes the trigger.
Pop Blossom, flash forward from Jue, is only able to grab onto the support. A good feather and blade color pullback from Light to create space, but they knock down Chris with 2 key ultimates. Siendo looking to re-engage. Spirit Rush out of Care, another good charm comes across. Kresigar gonna go down. IOI has to flash. Stairs gonna land, but Jiachi can't get close to doing any damage. He's gonna get knocked up. He has to flash back, but Xiaohu just doesn't have enough damage to really make sure that one hurts. Care gonna land another nice charm here onto Xiaohu. Now he has to burn his flash. Everybody walking away wincing.
Okay, I like how FPX executed that fight. Again, we're talking about Nico 6. They had the 6 advantage there between the supports and used it quite well. Oh, that's very critical, though. Jiachi's base stopped, and I think he's headed for the gray screen.
Yep, a gift to Tien. Good call there by Chris to cancel those backs, and another plate gained as well. That is a huge saving grace.
Yeah, I love Weibo and Tien there walking up, pressuring. He did the crab instead of taking that last Gromp. I think that a lot of junglers would just stick and maybe finish off the objective. Really like how he walked up, pressured with Chris, found a canceled recall, and that's the best kill you can find on the back half, slowing down Jotchi on the Kaisa. So I like the play from FPX. I thought they executed that fight well. They layered their ultimates so that Light's Featherstorm didn't get max value. They attacked afterwards. I know Light got out, but they still took away his conditions with the cleanse and the flash. So again, see a replay. I mean, going on to Rakan, maybe not the call there if we want to really get picky. But again, we took everything away from Light. Like, that was executed nicely. And then props to Tien here with this skirmish. Xin with a red buff, very powerful at this point of the game. And Jotchi, this chunk ends up being really expensive if they find him in the end.
I just think Care, starting to see why maybe the Ahri was the priority here. He's hit a lot of really clutch charms. This one on the South, another big one.
He can definitely pressure, like, not a lot of things can stop him from just Ahring in and throwing an E out. He can kind of sneak out of Orianna shockwaves. It's not like, you know, he's got Syndra with a scatter coming for his face if he doesn't make any mistakes, so. But his pick, like, the damage, it does fall off later on compared to the Orianna. So gonna need to have Jotchi carry that late game, so I think it's why it's really important they slowed him down. As Weibo will return to the map. They've gotten back on. They get a dragon for themselves.
They do indeed, and that's, you know, something we talked about earlier that I want to revisit with you, Cubby, is by getting that dragon. We talked about this Breathe Yorick pick. You think, how well positioned do you feel like this Yorick is picking up that dragon and the slower nature of this early game once again?
Ooh, I mean, I think the biggest part about Yorick is that if they want to attack him in this mid game, they have to bring the Kaisa. Ahri's, I don't think is not enough damage to get through a Yorick or Ahri Nocturne. There's going to be a pretty early break point in the game where Yorick's going to be able to survive that. And it's probably going to be second item if you know, everyone's kind of on even footing.
Right.
So I think that's the big thing for Breathe, is that as long as he has the Maiden up, if he gets 3 to go towards him, that's the winner-winner chicken dinner scenario. So what they can do with that time bot's good. And I mean, if he's drawing Paranoias in the first play, I think it's a win. So I think that he's going to go pretty undeterred this game. And honestly, the goal for FPX is to kind of play the rest of the map, let Yorick function, but hope that their comp is solid enough in the 5v5 and Kaisa's big enough in the 5v5 to just carry through.
I'm really interested to see what way they go about this mid-game with all that agency you're talking about, though, because if you let Yorick do his thing for too long, Shear's going to constantly have to be an answer, and I wonder how important Shear really becomes for later team fights, like you talk about, with how squishy the rest of FPX are, if fights can go any faster than just those initial bursts. I think it's really important to free Shear from that top lane Yorick play. You see a play in the mid lane with the Paranoia, but a really good charm comes across here from Chris, and that nullifies the entirety of that engage from IYY.
Yeah, I really like the sidestep there from Xiaohu, as that is a combo gone wide, and that's also, you know, you don't have the snap engage and the guarantee of a well-executed Paranoia Shockwave. Well, that charms a skill shot, and Xiaohu used the Command Dissonance to end the move speed there quite well. Sneak out of that one, so opportunity lost, and those Nocturne ults, like, you missed out early on. That's a lot of tempo lost. It's a big cooldown and definitely a big playmaking tool. So this have the Hexblade to try and get more Rs off in this early game, but overall, I kind of like where Weibo's sitting right now. It's going to be a little bit until I think Jotchi really has the gas in the tank to take over this game later, and even then, I think that he has difficult fights. I mean, there are a lot of zoning tools he has to deal with.
Ton. I think every single time as Weibo, you can stall out or avoid having to walk into big neutral objective plays, you know, dragon stack counts you have to worry about. It is just a larger win. And the slower the pace goes this game, it's just going to buy more space for them to really play the map and play towards this Yorick. But for now, Tien going a bit fishing here in the enemy jungle. Is Weibo are really making it a point to try and get that first brick off the board. I mean, the top lane pretty weak, the mid lane tier 1 as well. Hurting so far.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Snap engage on his way.
That's a big flash taken away. That's Nico flash. Yeah, that's always a big flash deny, so I think that's a really good find by Chris. as they will protect the turret, but they have no real threats for first brick themselves. So FPX likely going to lose out on that element of feats. And we'll see. I mean, we kind of have to wait for the next dragon to spawn, I guess, here for FPX, and then go from there. But interested just to see what the target is for the next Nocturne or Ahri combo, because they don't have anyone that is missing conditions to make them an easy target going into this next setup.
Yeah, he's still got flashes on both the Orianna and the Xayah Featherstorm. It's just such a nullifier of this comp. I think it's another game where Weibo have done a really good job letting the draft come to them and shutting down obvious win conditions here for FPX, but gotta commend them for still playing up tempo with the pace, knowing they've got the paranoia, they've got all their ultimates back online, so they're forcing down this Rift Herald. TP is coming across from a mid laner and a top laner. It's Xiaohu and Sheer joining up here as finally they get the Scion involved as that tanky front line. Keep in mind, every second that ticks by, Cubby, you're leaving the Yorick alone on the side lane.
Okay, here we go. The conditions are bad.
They went after Tien. The shockwave hits absolutely nobody. Xiaohu casts it way too early. And now he's got to deal with Sheer right on top of his. Chris was going to charm up a bunch of FPX members, but Xiaohu was dead. There was no way to save him. Killer instinct forward. Good dash back towards Chris, but Light cannot save him. Jhachi flashes back forward, and now Light is cut out of position. Does have his flash available, and the Featherstorm. He'll have to drop the ult just to get himself back out. That's exactly what FPX needed. Kills on the board.
It was a bit of a botched fight there from Weibo as Tiana and Xiaohu did not sync up there, but Tian's looking to steal this. If he finds the eye, it's his. I ward.
Yeah, IYY's going to flash, hit the eye, and then smite it to secure it. Now Tien has got to be back on the back foot here. Breeze can use the playplace trying to protect him, but Tien is on a one-way mission, and he's going to give another kill over to Jhachi, who's now 3-1 on this Kai'Sa.
All right, well, I saw the vision there. Unfortunately, the eye did not look your way, Tien. But the initial fight, Tien flashed out, and Xiaohu had the ball on the Xin Zhao, so the shockwave just went completely wide. I think it was a miscom between the two of them if we end up getting a replay, and from there, again, that shockwave is a huge tool, even just to threaten that you cannot walk through the Orianna ball. So I think that spell being down really opened things up for FPX. They were able to find something. Yorick did get a ton in response, and he's going to get even more turrets for himself. So Breathe is going to be a massive problem in this game. Talked about the break point of him not being able to be attacked by just 2. I think that after this next base, we might have already hit that. But yeah, keep your eyes on Tien here, because we're going to E the Xin Zhao, and then I think he thinks the Tien's going in. Yeah, there's a big shockwave, but he flashes out, and the shockwave only hits Shelly, and then the fight is really hard because Xiaohu caught a Scion, and now he's catching, well, 4 members in the bot lane. That Orianna got executed, and more objectives going over to FPX.
This is what we wanted to see, though, that we were kind of missing from Jouet in that first game, where everyone was just looking a bit stunned, maybe sleepy, coming into that first game of the series. Jouet's playmaking, just punishing these side lanes. That's what FPX has to do, going forward, is, you know, overload onto a side, find kills, find pressure, because you need to drag Breathe to fights. You need to drag him out of these side lanes going forward if you're FPX. And that's really the biggest win con for Weibo available right now.
Yeah, I mean, besides that, like on the flip side.
Great Yorick cage right there. They don't put the Shelly crash in.
That is really cute.
Oh.
The way it still went through. On the flip side, it's worth noting that Jhachi did hit the Rage Blade, so 2 parts of the 2 parts of the 3-item Kai'Sa in line, and Rage Blade definitely a big power spike for Jhachi. So I mean, we kind of set up that the unique parts of the comp, right? The Kai'Sa can get to 3 items. That's the way it came damaged. They need Kai'Sa to have good conditions. That's set up for FPX. Breathe has that split pushing power versus the Scion that, you know, more effective in the 5v5. So Yorick is set up. Not being used right now by Weibo, but it seems like both teams have their alternative win cons.
They're going all after Sheer. Want to get rid of the Scion. Supple onslaught. Going to use just get a bit of space. Good charm there from Care, though. Get Sheer out. Breathe wants to still go forward here. Chris going to force a flash out of Care as well with that Grand Entrance knockup. Weibo really wanting to force some sort of fight here, but they just take away some pretty key summoners and knock down the last tier 1 turret.
Honestly, nice by Weibo in the long haul. I liked how Sheer played his way out of that one, though.
Oh boy, Breathe. I don't think he was wanting to deal with the jungler over the wall here. Paranoia back forward. Otherwise going to go on in. Mealy gets charmed up with a Pot Blossom. Hits onto all three members. Shockwave comes back down. And Xiao, who is still finding a way to turn this fight. And with the healing of the Sundered Skies, he nearly fights Jachi as well. Care gets away with a double kill. FPX still winning out in these skirmishes.
I mean, 2 for 2, though, at this point. At least Jachi was able to survive. I think more gold going over the Kais is good. It would have been really bad, though, if Jachi went down. So the fact that he lives is pretty big. And this from Weibo, I mean, Lights, he's slamming the recall, man. Like, it's a Xayah Rakan recall. Blast Cone to put Breathe in a tough spot. Yeah, okay, Chris canceled. Light did not. He needed the second item and created the numbers advantage. But even with the numbers advantage, like, that's a lot burned. I think, again, Nico Flash, very significant. That being burned for a 2 for 2, I don't think is really a big win for FPX, especially when they don't get any neutral objective in the back half. We're going to have to keep our eyes on this Nico, on Jue. A champ that I think Jue plays very well. It's a great champ for him in FPX and Split 2. He's one of the early supports to really adopt this pick before it became dominant in the LPL, as it really hit the LCK first. I do think that missing that flash now for bigger fights that are coming up as these monster objectives are about to spawn is very significant. And honestly, kind of a win for Weibo, considering they got a 2 for 2 in an even game state.
But what will drag them back towards another 5v5? Good old Otacon. And FPX leaning up towards that side of the map here. A fun game to play now going forward. W, you talked about it earlier, you know, 2 people to match Breathe, but I'm curious who FPX feel more comfortable catching sideways and just, you know, keeping this York at bay. Because right now they've made the switch there. They're sending Care down to clear out these waves instead of Sheer right now.
Well, Ari is pretty big and at least can clear the waves. Definitely can't attack the Yorick, but can at least slow down the push. But will be fog advantage always for Breathe. And yeah, I guess TP up for both the Ari. It's no TP on the Scion, so kind of forced, just given that Otacon's the only objective up. We'll see if that, I think it's a good highlight though, Slayer. We'll see if it changes when the Dragon spawns here in a minute, because it could be very telling what the priority is. I do think that Sheer is likely stuck on the top side. So
should be. Waiting to see when, I think Breathe has second item. He's trying to get this reset through. He wants this Shojin really bad. Get that one down. And he is clear and far ahead in the gold, right? Over 1,000 over Sheer by this point. A lot of the power for Weibo right now and items is in their top jungle. I like this.
Okay,
FPX.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Ari's going to proactively TP. They're going to go to rip it. Weibo was stuck mid. They were catching it high, and this is already at half. I mean, this is going to be dead.
It's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
love
gone.
This. Turn the lights out.
Okay,
There's no way
call.
in. Octagon to FPX.
Damn.
And
all right. Honestly, LPL teams, take notes. I cannot emphasize how many games I've seen thrown around Otacon with starting it and like finding fights where your team gets shredded. That was really well done. They really called their bluff, relied on the Kai'Sa DPS to get that objective down. Took what I think is the most OP objective in the game right now. Like, Otacon's worth so much.
Here's the thing, though. Weibo, I love this immediate call, though. They go down mid lane. They see they were trying to force some top lane turrets out, so they take mid tier 2. They get 2 inners here for Jachi.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, okay, the Soul Point is probably the biggest game changer for me, right?
Okay.
But, like, it's 1 inner on the Kai'Sa and an Otacon. You're getting Soul Point, and Kai'Sa 3 items is a really good breakpoint for you if you can manage that fight. So, in a way, I think FPX did kind of hit everything on their bingo card there. Even if they did give away the Soul Point. And, I mean, is Chemtech Soul, like, really going to change this game for them? When I think Kai'Sa should melt everyone later on. And Chem Soul, it's not... It's decently high value this game, but it's not, like... There's not anyone that, like, absurdly abuses it like what a Scion could do if FPX manages to pick up 4 Chemtechs. So, you know. Who knows?
You talked about it earlier, though, the 3-item Kai'Sa win con. I want to talk a bit more about it because Kai'Sa is a champion. So many ways you could build out. So many ways you could go about, you know, a game from hybrid to AP to on hit. how are you feeling about this full-on hit AD turn here from Jachi being this far accelerated?
Great. He's got to do all the deeps on the planet, and let's just hope that he picks the right spot to go in. I think he really needs to wait on the Crisp combo, and then needs to be very careful of just a TN, you know, flash knockup or flashy knockup or flash combo from the Xin Zhao, because that will have a Rakan piggybacking behind it if Weibo's playing it well. And of course Jachi didn't elect for the cleanse this game, so can't get out of a Rakan combo. So I think that's, he's got to wait for a few things to be thrown out in the fight before he can choose to enter. But how we've seen them play out the fight so far, like the idea, you layer your spells to get that Featherstorm out early, and then once that and the rip is gone, you send the Kai'Sa over the top and play from there. As okay, they're going to threaten with Kai'Sa DPS, hitting this Baron. It's already at half. Nocturne's very low, though.
They're walking Breathe all the way over here. No TP. Chris was going to go in with the Shockwave into the knockup. They're going after the Nocturne, and Tian picks up the kill. Great marking of the jungler, and now Baron is basically leashed here for Weibo. FPX, what can you do? Do you have to fight? Do you have to leave? They're going to go forward with a Pop Blossom on to 4 members, and the Scion steals away the Baron for FPX. Sure, they're going to lose 2 members, but Sheer just got away with a heist. Now Jachi's got to find a way to get out on the wrong side of the map here with his own Baron. Jachi's dead, but at least FPX don't leash Baron over to Weibo thanks to Sheer's heroics.
That was a heroic. I do like how Weibo played it. My biggest beef with FPX, why was the Nocturne tanking this when you have a full health Scion? That Nocturne, like the FPX just hitting the Baron, it should always be Scion tanking it if you're going to burst it like that. I need to get a replay because I wonder where Sheer was standing. Like, was it actually a threatening position? Because I love the call from Weibo, but that's made way too easy when the Nocturne's at half health just from pulling the Baron. I mean, Sheer hitting this control war, that's not as important as tanking the Baron beforehand. We didn't really see how Nocturne got to half, but that Scion just doesn't take any Baron damage. Why are we getting Nocturne down to half? And you get a front to back for the Xayah. You don't pressure the Xayah at all, so you can't go over the top as Kai'Sa, which is the fight you want. Until now, where we really see Jachi get stymied.
Oh, it's
stopped in her tracks. Just a miss smite by Tian, who, okay, he's dead when we get back, and Crisp is also on the wrong side of the map. Okay, well, that's not great. Good
how we got
by
to this spot. All right, Crisp, how long can you delay? Oh, they're going to give this kill over. All right, they're going to give it to Care. He's using the redemption. Guys, Crisp is still alive, and we're taking inhibitor turrets. Is that worth for Chris? That took 20 seconds.
I mean, they don't lose any major monster objectives for it. They kind of stall at the Baron. It's whatever. I don't know how Weibo got there because we were in the replay. It was kind of weird. But, yeah, I think that it needs to be a world where... I mean... Yeah, FPX shouldn't be here. Like, let's be honest. That Baron should have went over to Weibo. If they get that Baron, like, it's game. We're talking about this like it's a really clean 2-0.
All right, here we go. They're trying to take Care's Baron off the board.
I mean, Lights in base again, man. I don't think this play exists. As Tian, okay, yeah, he R's, and I guess that's just an unconnected play because Crisp and Xiaohu didn't go to help. But again, Lights in base, so and they had Baron. Just don't think that's there. That said, we can play for Dragon conditions now, and of course, this is Soul for Weibo. So, the Otacon play, I like the boldness from FPX. I thought the Otacon take was actually a decent idea. They got an inner on Kai'Sa just to give away 2. But now, this is the gambit that you play. They at least have Baron to help, and okay, fast play. Tien, no flash.
They're going after Tien without flash. Crescent Guard doesn't mean squad because FPX drop all the damage on top of him. Good double snare also comes across as Jachi goes in the backline, flashes away for the grand entrance. Jachi is just turning, burning through Weibo, but the Shockwave will tag him. It looks like he's done enough, though. It's Xiaohu and Breathe are the only 2 left to try and deal with the rest of FPX. Care gets caught in the play place, though, and now they've lost all their damage, and Breathe is starting to free roam on to this fight, trying to use the Matum and his spacing as best as possible. As once again, we get 2 teams caught on the wrong side of the rift. Xiaohu is going to TP back in. And IYY is going after his Raptors camps, and we get a wacky end of that fight.
I mean, he has the jungle privilege because I like the fight from FPX. I like the idea. Tien was dead right when he looks at mid-wave, and they execute, but he tried the jungle privilege back, which delayed his recall. Now he recalled. Dragon might be ripped, and there couldn't be a smite. Keep in mind, this is Soul available for Weibo. Orianna has a lot of DPS. Paranoia is up, but he's gonna have to Paranoia for the steal, and Weibo's here first as a group. So I thought, like, FPX, the way they played that fight out, wasn't good enough. They still lose out on the soul, so they win the fight but lose the soul. And that kind of makes the Otacon Gambit null.
Gotta think how much impact.
Yeah.
How much impact did Care dying there in that fight without TB being able to come back?
This is good. I'd like to take on the Tian. This is a great ult from Sheer. The setup on the white too. They get the flash. His conditions are bad. Jachi's entrance. This is the big one. I guess go and execute Rakan plus Xayah, but you could just ignore the Rakan, start hitting the Xayah early on. I mean, maybe it kills Xayah like that much faster where you dodge out on one auto and then have better conditions for the fight to live. Xiaohu did have a wonderful fight there. The fact that he played out, was able to TP back, is the reason they were able to pick up the Chemtech Soul. So I know that Kara's had, you know, the big numbers on the screen. I do think that Xiaohu has navigated his way out of some of these plays quite well. Keep in mind, this is a matchup where we said he scales really nicely and can threaten that Kai'Sa. We'll have to see if he's able to do so later on, as the Chemtech Soul is inbound for Weibo, and, well, that's a little bit of, like, the two dragons are a buff to the healing, the shielding, and the tenacity, and then the soul means that they're harder to kill getting low, which, that's going to mess with Jiachi's game a little bit, because keep in mind, he's shooting into that backline to find those executes.
I think, yeah, that last fight, Care flashing to get that extra Q off on the Xiaohu, who doesn't get the kill with the Seraphs, and gets caught in that play in the, I always like to call it the play, but the Yorick trap set was really big. It's just the small things at the end of some of these plays for FPX that are head scratching. This game in general has been really topsy-turvy with some of the mistakes made, and now we settle into a spot where Baron hits in about 15 seconds, and Cubby, we get to test it. How much do you value this Chemtech Soul you're talking about? Might not be that much of a difference maker.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. Like, again, the scaling of the Kai'Sa, you see the DPS, and of course the Scion. Like, Sheer is so big right now. And he's holding the door, so we'll see if Weibo can get in.
All right, let's see if FPX can secure this Baron on their own. IOI is definitely healthy enough. They're going to go after the Scion. The lights go out just so FPX can secure this Baron. Sheer is going to die for the Baron that FPX are going to get. Now they've got to get out with these 4 members sporting the purple banner. It's kind of a hide-and-seek game for Weibo. They're not going to catch Jachi. He gets his back off. They instead go after Care, who does manage to kill off Chris and gets another stack of his dash back up, but he is surrounded. Xiaohu has to be careful not to die next. Here's the Shockwave. Once again, hits no one, and it forces a cleanse out from Light just to make sure they kill off Care.
Okay. I think that's okay for FPX. I mean, at least they get the Baron. It's, this game is a bit of a tester now. And again, I just really want to see if Jiachi can carry this through. He's going for kind of a drain tanky build between the Terminus, the Bloodthirster, and what looks to be a GA last.
Yep.
So, and he has to be very wary if this is the build. Keep in mind, there's no magic resist in that build. He has ways to play around the Shockwave, but that's going to be a really threatening spell to look out for, too, now. We teased earlier that he has to be, you know, you're waiting for Xayah to burn her skills to go in, and then hoping that Rakan Zen are down, like, spells, you're going to track that. You really need to track ball placement and Shockwave now. Because at any point, Xiaohu, I think, can make a really proactive play, and if a Shockwave catches that Kai'Sa, that is a game-changing moment in favor of Weibo Gaming. So, Jiachi's going to have to be careful, but, again, definitely has the power in the items now to see if this guy can carry lane.
I wonder how much value you would have gotten out of being able to upgrade that W Void Seeker, build a bit more hybrid.
Yeah,
I know you like the Drain Tank, and you know the Crescent Guard can nullify a lot of this AP threat, but you are leaning so much onto that, like you called it, the really critical positioning, building this AD.
Yeah.
Whereas you have a little bit more space bot with the hybrid.
Honestly, I can see it with like setting up Nocturne.
Yeah.
But I think it makes it harder to break the base, which is already very difficult.
That's true.
For FPX, because like when the map narrows up enough, then the poke doesn't matter quite as much. So that said, Elder is going to be up here in almost $120, and Baron won't be on the map, so I'll focus on that.
I'll focus on Sheer to see how much damage Light can bring to get rid of this tank. Sheer chunked down to about 60%. They have a TP coming on the back end. The Lights are going to go out. They need to make sure they mark Care. TPing on the backside as the Paranoia is going to go down on its end with that GA. But Xiao, who is charmed up, and the Pop Blossom hits onto 4 members of Weibo. It has to be Light trying to go back to front on the wrong side of mid lane. As Chachi gets trapped in that place, able to get back out. Sheer zombified Mummy goes back out, but the charm hits onto Crisp, forces the cleanse out of Crisp as well. And now FPX have first track on the mid lane with that Baron still alive for a couple more seconds.
Looks like Chris caught that on purpose to protect his teammates. I know it got him low, but yeah, that fight, I mean, that was a really nice execution on the Xiaohu. I'm surprised that he lived as long as he did, frankly. Because I really like the angles that we saw there from Kara and Jue. That was a good start to the fight. Yes, Light got some work done. But again, this is nice. We're hiding the TP with the Paranoia. Weibo have no idea this is coming, and I think that going for Xiaohu is warranted after the impact we've seen if he's able to function in the last couple of fights. Really nice charm thrown towards both the carries. Xiaohu chained up. Again, surprised that he lived as long as he did. On the flip side of the fight, Jachi had flash, had ult, so I was looking at him to see if he went deep within the last half, but just wasn't the case. Sheer's ulting back to this, won't have ult now for the fight. It's getting very low.
Yeah,
we're flipping.
FPX, they have to go forward now. It's going to have to be a hero steal from Iowa White. He doesn't get it. Tien secures the Elder, and that's just going to ruin the entire game plan for FPX. He goes down valiantly. But now the big bad Greybeard Dragon buff is onto Weibo, and with that, they feel like the most confident players on the Rift right now, and they're going to walk and march their way towards the base of FPX.
Yeah, it's kind of just a death timer diff. As the Scion wasn't up, Sheer did his best to get back, get involved, but with no Scion, they couldn't walk in to take any space. So Elder up, the 2 open inhibitors immediately get deleted, and we'll see how aggressively Weibo want to play this out. They have no waves, so they got to fix that.
Yeah.
But after they fix that, they have another minute 50 of the Elders, so can they find a window where they can try and siege with Elder up for the double Nexus turrets? Because we've seen a lot of teams try and hit the double Nexus turrets, and that maybe be the wrong decision. It's led to some Nexus to Nexus moments in the last couple of days of LPL, but I think if you have an Elder, that's a very warranted time to at least try it.
Well, Cubby, you know what can help you avoid the... I think it's a curse, by the way, now. If you hit Nexus turrets and don't finish, it's like an LPL curse.
Oh, for sure.
You can use this Elder to go right into this Baron. Why not just take the safer approach now, especially with a fully scaled up Xayah, a GA back on
That's a good call.
Your Xin, and Orianna with all this damage. Take the safer route. We don't need to go for the... I think
you're right. Yeah, I think you're right here, Solaire. And it looks like the call that Weibo's going to make. Double control ward here. And... mid embankment and in the topside jungle. Going to be very much a tough uphill battle for FPX, one that they look like they are seeding, given the power of the Elders. So we'll see. I mean, there's a choice. They're going to at least get the top outer turret. I think they have time to do so before that Baron spawns. Real decision comes afterwards. Do they continue the siege with Elder, or do they look Baron? Honestly, at this point, I'd continue it. You're stacked up as 5. You can maybe take Baron still on exit, given that you have double super waves, and it's a double uncontested so far for FPX. So I like this from Weibo.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take third inhibitor. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You're just signing a death warrant now. Triple inhibitors down, and if you give Baron... Weibo going to be careful, though, overstaying here. I think Baron's just the call. You're going to lose Elder in 15, and they're going to shift on up there.
Yeah, you got to fix the double... inhibitors that were already lost, and it's just Weibo between sleep of the map. There is a sneaky ward here, and Sheer's TPing. Do we see a desperate steal? Elder's expired. Elder's expired.
They're too late. Baron's gone. I can't get close enough, even with that paranoia angle.
Okay.
Now it's full turtle time for FPX. Yeah,
now it's kind of sad.
What an anti... We're going to go 40 minutes here, Cubby. We had a Scion steal Baron. We had back and forth fights galore. And the thing that might have ended this game was Scion's death timer. I think that was a great call by you. The Cheer died too late in that last fight, and that's what gave it all away.
Maybe. I mean, look, like, also, I think this is, we talked about FPX's struggles. We just didn't see them make a call or, like, pull the trigger. I do think that Scion's death timer affected the Elder, but I don't know if there's, like, a real way to play it out, but I think this team is missing some of Shadow in his direction. Again, a younger team for sure. especially when they added Jhachi. I don't think the plan was to lose Shadow for this split. A lot of those things, he's bringing the BOG. We do know that he's talking a lot in that team and doing a decent job. We'll see how he does later on today, which might be happening here soon, because it seems like FPX in the last breath.
Another good charm there, though, from Kerrigan. CN very, very low. They're going to get the knockup. Redemptions are coming over. And there goes IOI going up the backline, but he flashes out just as quickly as he goes in. The charm knockup is going to land. Light, though, not able to get that blade color down. But Weibo, they can play this patiently. They can just wait to bring unfiltered levels of super minions up towards these Nexus turrets. It's all on FPX to try and clear these waves out. Joy's going to go for the Pop Blossom again. Hits onto multiple members, but you can't get Jhachi in. Jhachi is your win condition, and he's got Tien flashing up on top of him. Tien maybe went a little bit too far forward. The Shockwave is going to find IYY, but Jhachi needs to survive, but he doesn't have any time. His health bar disintegrates. FPX's chances in this game disintegrate. Their chances in this series gone. Their chances in play-ins locked in thanks to the Weibo 2-0 sweep.
Look, it was a better game too, but it's still a confidence builder for Weibo. Man, FPX, I thought that game was competitive. I liked some of the trades we saw and their ability that we think about playing towards the win cons that we had, but Weibo, the better team on the day, as they find the 2-0, pound FPX, and then beat them in a closely contested game with just better late neutral setups, and made that closely contested game look pretty not close with the control they had of the neutral objectives later on.
And while, you know, we don't have access to their comms, we don't know what the voices are like in those FPX's, you know, stressful spots. I think you made such a good point, Cubby, that the consistent direction or just consistent initiative for FPX is it's just not always there right now with this current composition of a very youthful team. And we saw it really show in this game too.
Yeah, I think that FPX, I mean, it really has felt like they're a bit of a shell of their former selves, and now with a loss here, it locks them into facing either EDG or NIP from Group Nirvana, and those are the two matchups that we were saying you probably want to avoid. Those teams have definitely deserved that moniker from the play that we've seen in Group Nirvana, even if it's Group Nirvana, and I think it'll give FPX a real challenge if we don't see some improvements there. And yeah, I know IYY, a newer player, like the Shadow's going to be the leader of a young squad, but man, I mean, at least we saw, I thought some positives from Sheer. Like, frankly, I actually thought Sheer had a pretty decent day today. But yeah, it just feels like, you know, whatever it is isn't enough in the FPX camp. And I'm kind of lost on, like, what realistic way they can actually start to compete in this group, because they just haven't been able to prove it, and we're almost done with the second round robin now.
It's always, it feels like with FPX, they have a sound identity. We can use this, this last game as an obvious, you know, tie into it. They have a good identity from Draft. They start to execute things in the early game, you know, into the mid game. We saw some really good IYY paranoias. Joy's hitting all these really big pop blossoms. They create enough chaos for this Kai'Sa to really start ripping, but it's in those later stages where you've got to make these really tough decisions. You have to be really careful about how far you chase in some of these fights, that those small little miscues blow up in major proportion.
Yeah, and again, like, even with Weibo, I know it hasn't been the group ascend that they've wanted, but it's so funny, like, seeing these glass ceilings that we have in the league, because it really feels like Weibo, again, they haven't been able to beat the teams above them, but they have been able to definitely take care of business against FPX and Team WE, who are clear bottom two, with Weibo, of course, being 1-5 against the teams above them in the standings. So, and then also with IG going into their next series, they're 3-10 against the teams above them in the standings, looking at the year 2. So we have a lot of glass ceilings right now in the league, which it's interesting because I really felt like Split 2, because of how well Team WE and FPX played, we had so many surprises at Group Ascension. And with the glass ceilings that we have this split, it really feels like, honestly, I don't want to say closer to expectation, but the disparity that we've historically seen between these players and the players that are in the top teams definitely showing more.
That's what made Split 2 so fun, is it felt like anybody could win any series on a given day.
It was crazy.
It's a lot more return to what I would deem as normalcy a bit here with the way that these groups have played out. Glass ceilings. Here's the thing, though, about those glass ceilings, right? One-time strike can shatter it, and for Weibo and IG, like you're talking about, we'll see later, it's one best of 5 in the playoffs, right? Or that could really shatter those expectations.
Yeah.
And that's why this format is so fun with how much homework we get from the Group Ascend games into those playoffs that so far I would say, Cubby, I'm curious if you agree, have shattered the expectations that the regular seasons prior provided.
Oh yeah, it's been a little bit crazy over there. That damage chart, like one thing thinking about, like looking back, Yorick against Kaisa like late is actually not bad. Like you have to be really careful about diving into the meta and all the ghouls, and I'm kind of curious as we go through the replays. Yeah, this last fight, what ended up happening with Jachi, as we just saw Jachi not have enough gas in the tank. But a lot of this game, I mean, you're gonna see a lot of like decent executions from FPX. I thought this was the real bummer. Like probably Shear's biggest muck up this game, or FPX's worst call, was just not having the Scion tank that Baron earlier on. There was no reason to put that Nocturne at half health, and I think I like the fact that they stole this Baron. It did make this game pretty close, but you're looking at a scenario where you were not getting Baron in 90%, like 90+% of the time there.
Yeah,
and that's a really bad scenario for FPX.
You run that simulation 100 times, you steal that Baron, maybe only that one time, maybe another couple of times. Yeah, that was a funny scenario though. It's like the hold my drink meme. It's like, hold on, wait. You guys let IYY die before the Baron? All right, watch what Tien's about to do. You'll be shocked.
Yeah, for sure. Man, for FPX, it really feels like, I mean, I'm kind of curious about confidence levels, because obviously you have the experience of playing in Group Ascend. Getting to play against these good teams on stage twice is big going into playoffs. Definitely a big advantage you have over the Group Nirvana teams. But confidence level, I mean, the Group Nirvana teams have been winning. FPX have just not. I'm wondering how much of a factor that's going to be. And I do hope that, in those playing games, we see more moments like this from FPX, because Joue's Nico is good. I really like this setup. I know this fight didn't go exactly how they wanted to, but I thought this was a really nice moment from FPX in this game. As Breathe there, flash down Jachi, and this Yorick is just doing work. So I think I might have slept on some of the Yorick impact or value that it has this game versus the Kai'Sa. Let's see if it happens again here.
I think this last fight is just the problem you have with Kai'Sa, right?
The flash out's bad from Jachi. That's a huge mistake, because you're out of the Xin damage. Like the knockup was already used. You just have to stay in the arena and kill the Xin and then play from there.
Yeah.
Because he kind of flashed air, so that is a really big late game mistake. But yeah.
The point I'm trying to say here is, like, he doesn't ult in that entire fight, right? Because there's no spot for him to. He gets popped by the GA. He flashed out of the cage. It's that difficult thing you have to do on Kai'Sa. Is it's almost you see so many Kaisas like fly across the screen, die in backlines, but I really feel like it's a disservice if there's a fight and you're playing Kai'Sa where you never see an angle to go for that. That's when I feel like a fight is already pretty doomed. I'm glad that Breathe earns this MVP. You're starting to get behind this the more and more you watch the replays, Gubby.
Yeah, he didn't die. He was gifted the 2 inner, or a lot of turrets early on. He got the first 2 outer turrets of the game, and he did work. So props to Breathe. That KP for Yorick actually really good. I thought that those fights, you get really big when you get this many items, and it was definitely giving that Kai'Sa a headache. I don't think that, again, that Kai'Sa build, like when you go when you don't go Nashor's Tooth, it enables you to go for stuff like the Randuins and the Jack Show and just be such a pain in the ass, because a lot of your late game scaling comes from those passive procs, which do scale off of AP. So maybe that drain tank, the drain tank build looking back, I don't think it was it either. I think you had to be a little bit more bursty. Well,
they'll have more than enough time to hit the film room and try and study that one. Last takeaway before we move into our next series here, Cubby. One of the things you said earlier that stuck with me, as much as we talk about Xiaohu and Weibo, it's the supporting cast that we really like to ask a lot more of to kind of prop up Xiaohu. In these 2 games, it's a crisp MVP Alistair, and now it's a Deathless Breathe performance. That also just boding well for these Weibo stocks rolling into the play-ins.
I think that's a really good point. I was really happy with how Chris played specifically in that series. I thought it was quite nice. So definitely hopeful for Weibo moving forward that they can at least take... I think it's important for them to, beat JDG in those last 2 series they have. They play JDG on back-to-back days, and I think it's going to be an important confidence builder that they play well in those matches going in, or their one other match, they do go up against IG on Saturdays, so they have a few days to prep before playoffs. Again, I think that any wins going in can just help build some confidence because they haven't been able to punch up and break that glass ceiling in the split, and they're going to be asked to do that when playoffs come. So it'd be good to prove as a team that you can do it before you're playing with either your first or second life in the playoffs.
And hey, like we talked about, JDG and IG, two of the teams very close to Weibo in those standings. But it's time to talk more about Invictus Gaming as they try and conquer their own glass ceiling that the proverbial Cubby has given them by taking down BLG on a bit of a slide. IG swinging up, BLG swinging down. Somebody's got to come away with this next series, and we'll see you guys on the other side of a break to go into our final matchup of the night. Hope everybody enjoyed their appetizer, courtesy of Weibo taking a 2-0 over FPX, but it is now time to move into our second series, and what it normally ends up being, I would say, our more impactful series. It's Invictus Gaming taking on BLG. And Cubby, you kind of outlined the stakes a bit before we got into our break to get to this point, but talk to me again about the glass ceiling paradox that IG have been sitting in for a while now when it comes to the LPL.
Yeah, so IG as a team, we ran a graphic before the top esports match about their record, about facing the teams above them in the standings. So it would be AL, BLG, and top esports. Now, they did win that series, but their record, they have a series score. They're 3-10, which is not great. And the game score is 11-24. So that's versus the 3 teams above them in the standings. And look, this is a real chance to take down, I think, a BLG team who have dropped 2 out of their last 3 series. Do look like they're showing some holes. And this is a team that, keep in mind that with Beishuan, they beat IG in playoffs twice. They were responsible for both lives that IG lost, going back to Split 2. So I think this would be a really big win for IG, who have legitimately looked good.
Yeah, it looked very good. And, you know, the BLG jungler honeymoon thing is always a funny joke to talk about as we're kind of out of that honeymoon. But I want to remind everybody that this match was actually supposed to take place during that BLG honeymoon. This is actually the first time we're going to get to see BLG versus IG, because this matchup was postponed due to a typhoon before. So we haven't actually seen these two teams face off in quite a while since that playoff matchup you talked about, Cubby.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy to think, because you know what that means, Slayer, if I'm not mistaken. It means this is the first time we've seen Wei go up against BLG here on the IG side as well. Isn't that right?
That is very true. Let's introduce Invictus Gaming, and we can get into more conversations about Wei like you're talking about. And we'll take a look at the IG roster that has been touted as a super team no matter who the jungler really has been, and that's partly because of their top laner, the Shy, who's been one of the most consistently well-performing top laners in the LPL. Wei in the jungle, like we already talked about. Rookie in the mid lane, Gala and Mako. Still, very much so, I feel like the question mark on the real potential of this team, Cubby.
Yeah, a little bit. And you know what? I think a lot of people, they think of the Shy, they think of laning, like his laning stats. Like, oh boy, you know, like the Shy, he's got to be leading in laning. You know what I think of when I think of the Shy? Well, he's leading in 2 stats right now in the LPL, and that is average deaths in top lane, but also DPM. And his gap in DPM, 696 DPM a game. The next best top laner, 627 at Flandre. That's a really big gap. I think that's the Shy stat for me. And he's looked really good this split. I think that the Shy has been very on point. He feels a lot more willing to play the tanks. I think his Ornn is to be feared. It's fun to see him take the mechanics and bring him to these tanks that I think that he's played really well and has been a good fit for IG to help enable Rookie, enable especially Gala, who's been having a great split with Mako in the bot lane.
I'm glad you brought up that tank point, because I've been campaigning, especially in this meta, for those really mechanically gifted top laners to lean into those tanks and just the playmaking side. So yeah, I hope we see that coming out from the Shy. We kind of alluded to it a bit earlier, Cubby, talking about the top 4 statistics here for IG. If you're more of a visual learner, I believe we do have. Oh, we don't. Never mind. You're gonna have to hit the books. So you, remember those stats that Cubby gave out to you. Let's introduce.
Yeah, hopefully you were an auditory learner. You know. Yeah.
Definitely wasn't me. I hate to say it, but hey, you know what?
Let's introduce. On, you're good. You're good.
Let's introduce one of those teams that they are not very good against, and that is Billy Gaming. Been in the top side. Shadow, the latest jungler, maybe out of the honeymoon phase, like we've talked about. Knight in the mid lane. Elk in on to round out the team that was looking like, you know, power ranking wise, the best team in the LPL for a majority of this split 3 until, well, just a couple days ago, it feels like, Cubby.
Yeah, they dropped in what was one of the stupidest games I've ever casted in my life, in that Game 3 versus AL, and then also managed to drop the series versus Top Esports, and it was pretty convincing fashion. I did like Top Esports draft quite a bit by the back half of that. But yeah, this BOG squad, like, we saw them dominating the league early on, and it's like, okay, this is good, but we have seen holes, right? Like, we don't think that this team is playing perfect, and it's good to see some of our LPL teams, frankly, exploit some of those holes. Something that BLG has to worry about, and something that IG could take advantage of today.
And they're going to look to try and do that as they shatter that proverbial glass ceiling. Here's what we want to talk about, though, with Wei, and is a really fun little graphic that our team cooked up here. When it comes to Wei and the Revenge, Cubby up against the team that, he knows pretty fondly.
Yeah, of course, BLG, they had a lot of success with Wei. Throughout most of the domestic split last year, he was the starting jungler. Shooting just kind of came back into the fold because they realized at Worlds they needed him and his style, his mechanics to win. But Wei feels like a laner's jungler. And Bin and Knight, it sounds like a good fit with them. Also sounds like it could be a good fit with the Shy and Rookie, who, they won a world championship with Ning, who was playing Camille and ganking level 2s. So it has been a good fit. I think that Wei has really helped this team just kind of have that cohesive identity. I think that hasn't been the biggest change for me. I felt like JJ at times threw some randomness or chaos in there that the team didn't need, because this is a rather chaotic team. I mean, you have the Shy and Rookie as your solo laners. For me, a lot of the stability, though, coming with how he's playing with Mako. Mako's played a lot better for me this split, and I think that's been a big positive for IG. But, Wei definitely looking to get the grudge match in. And the grudge match, we have a bit of a score to settle when it comes to Wei.
Yeah. So the thing I want to ask you about, and it's a hard question to answer with how much jungle changes there's been, Cubby, but what does Wei bring in for IG that you've seen is most impactful to turning this team around? Again, hoping to be, a world's placed team for the LPL when it comes to the fall.
Honestly, in a way, I just feel like it's been consistency. I really feel like IG is in the spot they're in because their bot lane's just playing much better. The Shy's having another great split, and they're more consistent as a team because of those things. I do think that JJ at times had hit or miss games. It feels like Wei is a little bit more steady, closer to the mean, which is good for a team that has a lot of chaos around it. I think that that's always been where Wei has fit into rosters, and that it sounds like, oh, that's almost insulting. No, I mean, I think it's great to have consistent role players. You need that.
Yes.
I mean, think of basketball. Think of other sports. Think of League of Legends in the past.
Don't get me started.
Faker needed his Bengi, man. The game changes a lot, but Wei has just been what the team needs. That's been great for IG to let some of their main characters really take over.
Hey, Cubby, listen. All alien death rays pointed at the earth, memes aside, Steph Curry ain't getting a lot done without Andre Iguodala some of those years.
Oh my God!
Right?
Okay,
so.
You're not wrong. Also, the roster before KD, how stupid gross was it? They were 8 or 9 deep with Sean Livingston coming off the bench. If you just want to go further. Anyway, we gotta dive into this game. Looks like Mako fixing the hair as he's got to look good coming out. Take down BLG.
I think that's such an important thing, though. Is I want to get rid of this bad sort of connotation that floor raiser players have when it comes to competitive League of Legends, right? Is you need somebody on your team that's not going to do a lot of flashy things. You can't lean on them to solo carry a lot of games, but they perpetually raise up your other players. And I think Wei embodies that so well. And I think on a majority of stages, including the LPL, that's really all this IG team needs.
Yeah, I mean, that's not.
That is very.
That's very true.
That's very true.
Like a true Canadian. You also would not have won without the Kawhi 1-year rental, and that's fair. I'm glad that Kawhi won another. He definitely deserves it.
We don't bring up the bouncing. We don't bring up the bounces. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
A very loose rim. A very loose rim is what gave Kawhi his championship with the Raptors. Yeah.
But hey, I mean, you ask any of the players, you play with someone that makes everyone better. Everyone's gonna say yes to that. I mean, that's why lay GM's a thing. So, yeah, that's again. We've been memeing a little bit going into this. I think this is a really fun match. BLG have dropped 2 out of the last 3 series, the first 2 losses they've experienced in the LPL. And IG, this is a team that knocked them again into the lower bracket in Split 2 playoffs and knocked them out of Split 2 playoffs, deny their entry in the finals. So for IG to, with Wei, beat BLG, I think that'd be a huge statement for him and BLG to be able to do something that this team with JJ wasn't able to accomplish in Split 2, really conquer a demon and show that, time is only what it is for the Shy and Rookie going up against Bin and Knight, who, in a way, kind of took the roles that these players used to have in the LPL with the dominant solo laners that they are.
I'm enjoying the imagery, Cubby, but we've got to focus in on this Game 1 draft now. BLG on the blue side, IG on the red side here. No Talia Azir handshakes coming across here. No Shadow, or no Trundle for Wei to lean on. The Gwen also getting taken away. What is coming through here that BLG can capitalize on so far?
I mean, Bin's Rumble really warrants, I think, a lot of respect from what we've seen. It's a champ that he's been public about. Like, hey, a couple years ago, I didn't feel like I played this that well. He's put a ton of time, I think, in the past year and a half. I almost feel bad bringing it up now because his Rumble's just been that good for that long. So we'll see if that ends up being the play. Of course, Vera's still very powerful and definitely has been a pick that, you know, Gala has also abused. So
yes,
my eyes go towards that at the moment.
Yunara ban. It's been a must mostly for teams that aren't necessarily comfortable yet running Yunara comps on their own. I know Elk is yet to win a Yunara game, but also Gala has a pentakill on Yunara. I got the first Yunara pentakill in pro play, so I like to say it's a bit of a respect ban. As the Varus does also. So is this just there's Pantheon? They're just gonna take Pantheon for Shadow. All right, so no run.
I think Pantheon first pick is a little overrated. I'm glad to see that teams are starting to play into this now. The reason why I think the Pantheon, like, yes, your level 4 is huge. Yes, you have global reach that's really big. But I think that you need to be able to control the front line to be as effective as a champion. If not, then you're just kind of like an alt stun and early game power bot. For me, stuff like, okay, we're probably going to see Annie Wukong come out. This can stat check Pantheon later on.
Yep.
And gives you a lot of scaling advantage. So for me, BLG already has to play early. I think other champs I'm looking out for later on in the draft, Slayer. Always got to think of Ezreal when it's Gala versus Elk. I think both these players play very well on the Ezreal, and it opens up the rest of their team. They just play full dive, not worry about the AD, which both these teams love to do. Hey,
Gubby, you know me, man. You don't have to sell me on high-level Ezreal gameplay of all the champions that are out there. So, yeah,
who's going to be Wei? Okay.
Oh.
This is playable in the Pantheon, too. So, again, you get destroyed early on in this matchup, but you're able to really cheat and play with the terrain later on in the Pantheon. So you can buffer the W with an EQ of your own. You can lock him into the Cataclysm. He stat checks you and beats you up pretty good early, but your clears a bit faster, especially after the Pantheon Q change. So we're starting to see this matchup get played a little bit more. And Wei has played it very well. It was played in the Game of 3 where they were able to topple top esports, and I felt like they had a very powerful draft. So that's going to be the choice in the Pantheon. Aurora locked in, and then looking like a Scion here for Bin.
But do you want to... Here's the thing. You talked about Bin Rumble, and you don't want to... Yes, exactly. You do not want to give Rumble over to a J4 comp. You are asking to, like, create this pot of just fire in the middle with a Tibber with an equalizer over top.
Orned. I think it's the Shy Ornn. And the Shy Ornn has been fantastic this split. Like, he has made this champion look mechanically impressive. I think his Ornn has been so oppressive for these teams to face. It doesn't mean that you're playing for a little bit later on. You're going to have to find some more damage in the bot lane, but no surprise to see the Shy bust out the Ornn yet again.
Yep.
And I will say that for the Rumble, not a lot of setup so far, so looking for IG to really attack that. They could take away some supports and then like pretty much triple ban support to give on a worse pairing. I would not give Nautilus. I would really think about giving over Rel. And, okay, they're going to take away Poppy, too, which I respect a lot, going up against Jarvan.
Yeah. I wonder if it's worth... Because you talk about a Gala, you need a lot of damage, right? So the Kai'Sa band's really big. Gala's going to want, like, a scaling AD, like a Smolder, a Zeri. He doesn't have to get onto a Yunara. I wonder if, like, an Ezreal ban is warranted here from IG, because they don't need damage out of their AD carry. I think they can get a bit more supportive for Elk. Like,
I mean, they banned the Kai'Sa themselves. Like, I don't think Xayah is good for BLG. I know that Elk's been loving the Xayah, but you're asking to emulate what happened in Game 3 at Top Esports versus IG, where you spread out your R's against Xayah, and then Xayah has trouble playing the game because you actually are getting outranged, and then you have to, you know, choose R against, like, one of 4 or 5 things you have to get out of with Featherstorm. So I would like an Ezreal ban here. Looks like they're waving the supports up. I will say that Nautilus, I think, really deprioritized for On, because... Into Ornn Jarvan, you have funky interactions with Cataclysm. And then into Ornn, like, you just get Omega stat checked. Like, he just doesn't care about Nautilus.
Right.
So it's good setup for Rumble, but I'd kind of like giving the Nautilus over. Like, I think taking Rel here, or Ezreal, I think that's the real choice for IG.
I want to see Elk on the flip side over BLG. I feel like this is a comp where
Jhin
can provide a lot of...
I
think Jhin provides a lot of value. Sivir, so you're just really leaning into front to
there's not a
backing
lot of
later.
CC.
and
There's not a
stat
lot of
checking.
CC.
Okay,
You just
there's
run
not.
out of Rumble ult. I think that's a decent thought, honestly. Does empower and enable Annie or Jarvan too? But the issue with Sivir sometimes is that you get games where you can't really auto-attack.
Yes.
So
yep.
I like this for Elk in the sense that we're looking at kind of a brute force game now for BLG. You have to be kind of careful approaching into Xayah. Like, if you overextend the Sivir, can be dangerous. But I don't agree with Xayah at all in the Annie, Jarvan, Ornn. I don't think this is good. Because, again, if you're IG, Cataclysm puts you in a really tough spot as Xayah. You can go up in the air, but you come down in the pit. And we saw, I think, Hwei executed this really well against top esports and Jaculov. And yeah, just take something else that Elk has to get out of with Featherstorm. And it sets up, like, we're already looking at if they deal with Ornn, J4R, Annie stuns that are sometimes hard to react to. Like, those are already 3 things. Now a 4th thing locked in that you have to R. You also have Nico E2. So, like, yeah, Xayah can have a nice fight, but you're out-interacted by so many things that if they're split up by IG and you can split up the Featherstorm, there's not a lot of CC in this comp, and I feel like if you can navigate that, like, attacking the Xayah is pretty easy for IG. So I don't agree with the Xayah Rakan for BLG to round out this draft. I think it makes a really tough game for them because I just don't see enough CC to set up for the Rumble. So I think it's really important that they brute force this game early, win their lanes, and push from there because they are showing a ton of priority. So there is a real chance for BLG to blitz the game, but if they don't blitz the game, I think it's hard for them to win.
What's fun, though, about these 2 drafts next to each other, Cubby, going back again to the fact that, yes, we are 9 and 10 series deep, respectively, for IG and BLG. But the last time they faced off was all the way back to that playoff series. And what was the difference back then for me? BLG playing that aggressive, proactive, early to mid-game style comp and just smashing IG before they could get their comps online. Because when IG can get a team fight comp online later, they're one of the best teams in the league. So the fact that we have, you called it, the Pantheon, the Aurora, the Rumble, winning lanes topside, the proactivity there versus this super scaling big team fight comp from IG. It's those 2 ideals once again going head to head, just like they did in that lower bracket series banger from Split 2 playoffs.
Excited for this one. And honestly, like, IG, we talked about going into that top esports series, how they were 2 and 10 against teams above them in the standings. They won that to move to 3 and 10. And it was playing this Annie Jarvan combo into a Xayah. Or it was Jarvan. No, it was Ornn, Jarvan, Galio into Xayah. And it was the same game plan of, like, let's split things up, really pressure the Featherstorm, and try and execute on the Xayah afterwards. I want to see if they can do it again. They proved they could do it against Jaculov and top esports. See if they can do it against BLG.
Let's see if we get our Gyos back loud and ready for our squads as well. Yeah, that's what we want to hear. You know, the stadium microphones may be a bit lower, but I could hear the passion. I could hear it coming through for this series, Gubby.
I'm excited about the series. We'll put it that way, Slayer. I do think that there's a world where we could see IG really take down what has been a demon for them throughout this year so far against BLG. So, yeah, I mean, I think, BLG have played one more series. But I think it speaks to how clean some of the series have been for IG and why we are excited about this team. Because clean is not usually a word that we associate with IG, but it is one that they have earned in terms of the moniker as Elk.
Gala
made a mistake level
all
1.
Of that lethal tempo, yeah.
Yep.
So many valuable autos down. Also, shout out to Gala for the skin choice as well. I want to get that out of the way early.
I mean, that's always a sick one if you are Sivir. That was a poor choice from Elk.
How much does that ruin this bottom lane already, Gubby? I mean, take
very
that
much.
reset.
Your down experience, you're really setting up for good conditions for Sivir, who can delete waves against the Xayah like it's no one's business if you get ahead. I mean, that's the concern about Sivir, is that once you get wave access, your ability to delete these waves, it can make for a very annoying game if you are BLG. A lot of pressure on Shadow to use that global to stop that later on in this one, but gonna have to see. I will say that, you know, we talked about some of the history between these two teams. We did kind of talk behind the scenes, Slayer, coming into this one about how the Shy feels like one of the best top laners we have in the LPL, but hasn't really been able to topple Bin. And how this split might be the first split where, like, we're having real conversations about, is the Shy the best top laner in the league right now? Because I'm in the camp where he is. I think the Shy has had a brilliant split here in the LPL.
It's so hard. It's for me, I feel like it comes down to really splitting hairs.
Yeah.
And, you know, the
but
difference...
it's a conversation. It was in the past.
It is 100% a conversation. And what, for me, I think sways me a bit more towards the Shy's camp versus, you know, Bin and 369, right? That I would consider as the only other two that you can really have a convo with about right now compared to the Shy is... Now, earlier on, it was like everyone's talking about his niddly top picks where he's, like, slamming these lanes, but... The effectiveness of his leads out of lane really came into question constantly. But now, ever since we're getting like this Horn game we're seeing now, or, you know, him leaning into more of those tanks, his ability to impact the rest of IG's game plan later on is what I think clears him right now compared to the rest of the top lane camp. But right now, it's Rookie who is forced off of his turret by Shadow trying to lurk for a first blood. Blastcone is Rookie's best friend because he is dead if that thing is not spawned.
Yeah. Shadow doesn't have a ward. Okay, yeah, we're going to see. I mean, he did just walk. Is he spotted there? Because Wei might find him. It's going to really mess with his tempo. Wei has a buy, so he might be able to fight this.
Wei's
Pantheon's
strong.
Very strong at this point, but Wei's rotating.
Mako's coming
Mako.
first. They're also TPing behind. They are looking to punish Shadow early on here to slow down BLG's tempo. Knockup gonna land. Shadow's gonna flash away from everybody else, but Rookie follows with the stun. He throws up the E, but it drops very quickly. Shadow should fall, pushes out a ton of damage. Knight can't find the train kill. He flashes forward. He's gonna get it with one last auto to knock down Rookie, but now he's used everything to fall way too far forward without the flag and drag knockup though. IG can't punish the flashless Aurora. And now On may look to turn it as well. Big amount of damage comes back out from Knight, but it's all onto the clone. Just gonna end with a 1-for-1 trade.
Wei missed the second EQ on the Knight. I actually think if that hits, it's a play. I like that take for IG. Like, that's a good punish into Shadow. He did not have a buy. But that fight, I kind of want a second look. I'm wondering if Rookie could have played it a wee bit better. I think that Shadow, when he realized he was dead, he turned at the right time. The other consequence, I will say, you can see Gawa has much better conditions than Elk on the bot side. Okay, this is what it is. I think Wei is just playing to stop it. I mean, he maybe... Yeah, the EQ miss there, I think it's fine because you're stopping the recall. This is where...
I'm waiting to see where this miss.
Okay. Yeah, the second EQ miss was the tough one because you know that Knight's going to hop. Like, he's invisible right now. I guess that was well-timed by Knight.
Yeah.
But you know that he gets it on the reset. So... I guess you kind of like for me it's a wait and see game. I guess not the case against Knight. He played that one out very, very well. And that early haunting guys, yeah, could really warp this mid matchup.
But here's the thing.
We aren't questioning if Rookie's better than Knight. Knight's been fantastic all year. He really has.
Yeah. Knight is in his own tier. With that entire play though, and both the supports coming over, something you kind of point out before we got into that replay is how much for Gala this benefits. Like, he gets the CS lead. Now you get the swap coming out a bit late as well, and you can see Elk in the 2v1 on trying to come over here just to provide some cushion to be able to farm safely. This is a big pain point that BLG are going to have to address going forward is how much more positioned Gala is to move smoothly into that later game stage we always need to see with Sivir, right? 3 items plus before this champion really starts to roar.
Well, a BF sword start is certainly going to help with that, because, again, your ability to throw your weight around with this BF sword is going to create, I think, some nice conditions early on here for IG. And again, Gawa, I mean, I think that Gawa's been really good with Mako this split. Like, this has, IG, like, in the standings. Oh, wait, okay, hold on, mid, Rookie, no flash.
Nope.
Oh, goodbye.
And between worlds into the stun, that is just so tasty to see come across, and Shadow's going to walk away with a 1 HP. Wei has flash, though. Yeah, so I think Wei doesn't want to burn the flash, right? He is going to trade Shadow out here, though. But here's the thing, Guppy. That's a 2-0 Knight Aurora. Yep, and Gala now on his own little pedestal is going to flash away from Blade Caller and the knockup. Elk's going to try and chase him down with the goes. Here goes that 80 carry lead evaporating for IG, but Gala luckily just going to trade his 2 summoners for his life.
Elk with, I mean, just an ounce of an XP advantage and turns it into something very nice. Very nice by BLG. And yeah, I like your point there, Slayer, because yes, it's a trade of kills, but a 2-0 Aurora is something that BLG can hopefully build off of. Meanwhile, neutral objective is secured by the Jarvan. You can see BLG playing quick towards this top side to try and respond with the grubs. Curious if this is given away for free as support spellbook TP comes out. Very prominent standard now that spellbook, you just pick up TP around this time so you can play grubs. Shadow's going to get one.
To a pretty big wraparound. Knight does not have a Twin Worlds back up. Wade's going to have to flash over the first knockup as Rookie stuns Knight up to hold him in place. I love that route, though, from On to get a critical summoner out there. But they do have Elk resetting now.
Yeah, they can't do it. I love this from IG. Like, yes, that trade in Nagala, it was bad for him, but the timing of it. He was able to reset, so because he doesn't go down, he gets better conditions. Yes, he loses out a little bit, but the timing of it, he comes back. Elk has to respond to that reset, and it's while the grubs are up and spawned. So IG end up with the first 2 neutral objectives of the game. And yes, there's a bit of gold in the hands of Knight, but 2 neutrals early. This is a lot of scaling for IG, a lot of ability to pressure. We said that BOG, they have a full-court press, and I think the game is hard for them to execute as it goes later. There's not enough CC in the comp, and the damage is kind of tough into all the tankiness and the execution we feel like IG has. This is, I think, a very good game state for IG. I'd be very happy if I'm in their camp.
I'm glad you used the full court press analogy because it's actually
3 winning lanes, winning jungle, you know?
Yeah. Well, hold on. I can't even bring up my point here. Gala is going to have to burn heal and the spell shield, but they're going to drop the Cataclysm on top of Elk, who does have the Feather Storm. He's going to hang on to it and use the Blade Caller to get rid of Wei, who is just not expecting Shadow to be hovering towards this top side.
Yeah, Wei missed the EQ out. Again, I like the play. You want to attack Xayah with the Cataclysm. You can see how you're still stuck in the terrain there.
Oh no, Mako! Those are the issues that had us so down on Mako in Split 2 there.
Yeah, that was an oops. We don't like seeing that. A couple oopsies there from IG, and again, a lot of gold given over to BLG.
Damn, Tibbers.
A comp where they need to be off to the races. Oh, wait, have I educated you about Summoner Bear?
Oh, no, yeah, Summoner Bear, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, we like the Summoner
Bear builds. Of course the Cubster is going to educate me on Bear law.
It was a Miko original. I got to give him some credit. But that's a nice Cataclysm. Look at the EQ out, though. It just doesn't connect. He misses it.
Oh.
Yeah, it feels bad, man. Because I think that if he gets out, he sneaks out of there. Elk level up, making sure that he lives. Dawa doesn't want to step up. No sums to try and clean up the kill. And that's a win for Elk.
Oh, here we go. Another Grand Starfall play. This time it's on the Gala. The stun lands. The Blade Caller doesn't get the pull back, and all gets the kill. It's the piercing spear of Shadow to find the trade. But a trade still for Gala.
Yeah, it's a trade up, though. You remove Sivir from the map, and we're attacking Sivir with no conditions. So 1-for-1, not as good as it could be, but still a win for BOG. I like the play from Shadow. Mako did his best there, but you can see the idea, some of the direction for BLG. Elk has to be careful, though. He's still no flash, no Feather Storm. I think he's dead.
Yeah, especially with that cleanse already coming out here.
On base early.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a sloppy game one from both of our squads here. A couple mispositioned and aggressive back timers. This time it's Elk to fall next.
Was a bit surprised we didn't see Xayah Rakan use the recall there. I think On should hover Xayah and then, hide the recall. Rookie has flash up.
He still gets stunned, but yeah, gets over the knockup.
Yeah, you can't get out of the stun. I think that doing that, he actually lives because Knight didn't use his R. I think if Knight R's, Rookie goes down. The Merc Tread's rush was nice. Definitely helped him out a little bit there. There's Aurora damage,
You know what's interesting, though? You know what's interesting about this game plan for BLG right now, which is clearly, I think, to make Rookie sweat and get behind on this Annie. I actually remember a tweet from you yesterday, or a couple days ago, talking about the problems with a malnourished Annie towards a team fighting comp.
Oh, dear Lord, yes. Well, Shanks,
it was the Cream Annie, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it was Cream, Yeah, Cream's Annie in that game they played against IG. Or no, it was yeah, it was against BLG, that's it. Yeah, Cream's Annie didn't have a third item until the 47-minute mark, and I was just so thoroughly disgusted. We sold Blasting Wand for Seekers at one point. There was a Blasting Wand, and then the Oblivion Orb. It just, any wave after like the 15-minute mark was just like, no, we're going to fight instead. It was bad. It was fun. It was bad.
All right, on the night. We're looking to tussle a little bit. I figured that bringing that up was going to be very interesting because the way this game is going, and while the Mercs Rush is good early, this is definitely not a lot of damage that's going to come from this Annie. I think the Summoner Bear is what you're definitely going to be leaning on a lot for IG unless they can find some critical kills here through for Rookie. So right now,
like that is, you know, you're not wrong, but also you're playing Annie in the mostly squishies. We got pause though, yeah, Drake take.
Summoner Bear, yeah, and Shadow's wrangled hold of this dragon. The Pop Blossom, those are grab 3, but it's too late because they've already lost Rookie, and then they see Mako fall next, and Gala's all alone, desperately trying to run away, but the Ghost and the ult will not save him from Knight's triple kill rampage.
So, I'm in the camp where for IG, you probably, like, this isn't the time of game for you to be fighting this. Because 1 items, that's the BLG sweet spot here. And we've talked about, you know, as this game gets to 2-3 items, how we really like your draft with the Sivir and the Ornn. That was a bit bold, and a good execution from BLG. I think IG playing this one a little bit too quickly. Like, you're up a dragon, you have 3 grubs, you can trade this out. Bin ulted away. He's here without it. Rookie, though, with no flash from the mid dive, just goes down. Bin TP definitely put him in a heck of a trap, but IG were really split in the approach with Wei being in the back of the pit. The Shy not being able to join as he burned his TP for lane. And that, like, when you're down a TP top with those conditions, just give. Like, you have a Sivir, you have an Ornn. It's okay to give and play for gold elsewhere. I think IG, you know, like, hindsight, that was a nice play by BLG, but probably should not have given them that angle. Didn't need to in this game.
It's almost like they were really trying to get that dragon stacking win con and just indexing way too much into it. And now you can start to see the desperation kind of set in. They're looking for these dive plays on Tonight, who does not have flash or ultimate. Has a redemption coming through. The wave is far too low. Gala taking up 2 of those turret shots, just not the priority for aggro.
I mean, in a way, I think that was their only play because now the game is, the conditions are so much worse for them coming out of that dragon fight. They have to get the Rift Herald. So I think that's why, like, part of why they're looking for it. And it looks silly. I think that they rushed that one a little bit, but also that's what Aurora forces when you delete waves like that. So, yeah, just the Clamp's kind of closing in for IG. Again, we set up this comp for BLG. They needed to really play the early game, get a lead, and drive it home because as the game goes on, Ornn Sivir can get scary. And I don't know if they have the CC to, like, set up and guarantee big Rumble fights.
I just right now don't think IG have enough.
Yeah, BLG's game state, they're on pace. Like, 3K gold is above pace, honestly. And I think IG forced that with a second Drake, which was the oopsie.
I think the fact that this Rumble from Bin, he's going to get TP back online before any real play starts back out, right? We don't have Ontacon, we don't have a Drake coming up anytime soon. It's just so, you really want to move the Shy out of this wave state, right? You need to get him out of the sides, you want to be proactive and making plays. Kind of like Ornn and Shadow are doing right now. This is just an alley-oop dunk down from Shadow. Love how they used the ultimates together to make sure Gala had no shot.
Yeah, I mean, no summoners on Gala. You can only spell shield one thing, so Sivir is vulnerable. This is part of why we were talking about the Ezreal, right, in draft or the Jhin, because you could play further away from stuff like this, but Sivir, you got to play into it. When your conditions are not as good, it can get hard. So we're going to see at least one crash go down. Shadow gets access to some camps, and the lead for BLG grows to 4K.
They're just going at a breakneck pace, and this is what I think has been BLG's greatest strength all year long, even through a lot of these roster swaps, is that specifically Knight, as we talk about all the time, when he gets these leads, he just has that, like, killer instinct in him to always be constantly forcing the issue, looking for flashes, getting exhausts out, looking to be a threat. And that's why I think Shadow has been such a great help compared to all the other junglers. I think Shadow understands best how Knight likes to approach a game, and really just lay waste to his opponents as quickly as possible.
So what you're saying is that Shadow is the most okay with being on the tightest leash.
Yeah, as long as you're pointing him as close as you can to the enemies, that he can bite.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's like, okay, we're gonna dive mid, guys. I'm up. It's fine. This game, I mean, Knight is so
It's
big
working.
This game.
I mean, like, this Annie's been non-existent because they've just been doing that the whole early game.
Yeah, and also, like, the Pantheon. I know I set up controlling frontline being important about the Pantheon, too. This is where a champion like a Rel can be nice, because Nico... Pantheon's very, very good against Nico. You can get one shot. Whereas Rel, kind of tanky, can really might make life hard on the front line for Pantheon, just with your QW and even your R works. So I know that it was kind of for lane, like getting Sivir out later on, but I think these are other options that IG could have looked at, where they might have given themselves better conditions for drafts. Because you give yourself more squishies for Pantheon, and we have seen Shadow really cash in on that.
We talked a lot about, in this game one, understanding draft conditions and power spikes and executing on those right timers. It's been right now through this 5K gold lead, BLG, understanding that assignment, and IG playing a bit above their pace. And that's something that you can even recognize in your solo queue games. And I want to shout out our awesome sponsor here. Hopefully before this top, or ProDiff. I'm going to do it now. Yep, all right, been ult to the way. ProDiff.gg. LPL 10. You could get 10% off a ProDiff subscription. Immaculate insight from NACL, ERL, and even LTA pros to get you gain an LP in your solo games as soon as possible by learning from the pros themselves.
All right, while that ad read was going down, Free Dragon was taken by BLG. I will say, I think that Ocean Soul is like the worst draw soul that BLG could have ever had. So there's just not poke on IG, and they do not want to play a long fight at all. And this gives IG, like, any dragons for IG. I think that, I mean, it's definitely just, I think, higher value for them than what it would be for BLG. So.
Yeah, I think BLG also don't want to get to a point where Dragon Soul's ever an issue in this game, the way they're playing, the pace they're playing.
They want to end it faster. They are up 5K gold. And, yeah, again, a lot of that lead is in Knight's hands. Up 2K on his own, Riftmaker completed. I have to imagine that any fight, IG's going to have a game plan for Knight. So far, it really feels like the game plan's been attacking Elk, but BLG has done a pretty decent job of making sure that the Xayah can play.
The question I begin to ask now is, as you talk about the items, when is IG going to have a reliable damage source for any of these fights that they kind of have to make to come back out, right?
They're so far behind. Yeah.
Annie has only a Malignance. You're getting like a Phantom Dancer or Flicker Blades out of Gala. There's no damage in this Sivir until the IE comes through. It's such a like catch-22 scenario, and now you've got Ben even beaten on the Shy here.
This is okay.
These two tank items.
So,
okay.
like, why this is okay is that they're going to play for the Shy's TP on Otacon, and now you have ult advantage if you're IG. But you got to know this is going on, because the Shy's got to complete the base and TP in. If it's just gone before that, then okay. This, the second dragon contest from IG is, I guess, just game losing.
But that's the thing,
again,
Cubby.
Yeah, the game was good, and then they hit the second Drake, and now this game is just super doomed.
But that's the thing. If you're IG and you want to be getting over the hump of going out of the loser's bracket right at the end, get over the hump of solidifying yourself as a world's team for the LPL, you have to be able to beat opponents that will only allow you to make one little mistake like this. Now you can see IG, they're trying to dive Bin with no wave. They're going to get the anti-stun into the pop loss, so Bin is living forever, so that when Knight comes around, he forces double flashes out immediately. He hasn't found any of these kills yet, but the way he's going, yeah, 3 flashes out. Now Rookie is caught trying to find a stun back on Knight. They're sending everybody after Knight. How many of these kills did he gobble up? He flashes forward to get the first one. Drops into the invis. Can't land any more of these snares, though, and Gala should be able to finally clean up. And 1,000 gold shutdown.
Okay. Honestly, I was a bit questioning when I saw Gala playing behind the turret, but 1,000 gold shutdown on the Gala, like, who really cares about bot inner turret for that? I guess that's the best case scenario after the Otacon went over for free, so that's a pretty big win now for IG. Did say that 3 items was what they were looking for to like even think about a fight again, and Well, that really accelerated Sivir towards that third item with the BF sword now in inventory. So Sivir is kind of on par now with Elk. That is a pretty big win, looking back. That's undeniable. So we got to give IG a little bit of credit. Like, yes, this looked a little bit desperate, but I think it paid off. Again, the gold going on the Sivir is huge.
I was wary. I was very wary once the wave
I was
thinned
wary
out.
too, but they played it. Curious how Knight could have played this one better. I think the preemptive flash is, like, maybe looking back wasn't the call.
Maybe just letting them all leave with three. Like they burned 3 flashes.
I think you gotta value your shutdown a little bit more. Like, there's a world where he walks out of that. There was no wave, and if you walk out of that, like, we're looking at this like, oh my god, the game's over, right? But
yeah.
no, I think that was a mistake from Knight. Like, the flash for that rookie kill was not worth. Now, did it send a message? Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe that was calculation.
You had 3 guys flash away from you within 15 seconds. That's what's going to make up for that play, right, Cubby? Is if you can punish Rookie not having a flash right now. Wei doesn't have a flash. There's no flash pop blossom available for Mako. And you look at what's going to be up on the map while those flash timers are down.
Okay.
Baron coming up in a minute 20 and Soul Point Ocean Drake even shorter time.
I mean, again, I think if you're IG, you probably have to give this again. Like, I don't see a world where they win this fight unless they get a pick. At least the Shy's here early, because, he can just walk in, and this definitely helps their setup a lot. They should be a lot more grouped up now, because they can play off the Shy. He can take some damage, and that's a nice little chunk.
Okay, Knight's going to eat the Cataclysm. He's going to use Between Worlds as in a response, so you trade ult for ult. Cataclysm, I feel like, brings a lot more value. They at least get Bin to TP back in. He was threatening a tier 2 turret on the top side.
I mean, Aurora's the fed one. Like, it brings value into Elk, but you did just take away the most fed member's ult. And I think they're gonna hit this. Let's see what's up. Rookie's holding that side.
Dropping a
the
mid
Shy
wave and top wave for this.
Yeah.
They're walking their way in a bit late. There's the Grand Starfall. Shadow just going to try and steal it. No, he's going for the backline. He wants to go after Galu. Immediately drops a spell shield. Now he's going to go back into the pit. Not going to be able to steal it. Wei does secure the Dragon. Shadow has to flash back out. Equalizer not going to hold anyone at bay. Temperance comes down as well from Rookie.
Play out.
Gets a good amount of damage down onto On. But Shy, he feels that killer instinct in him. He flashes right after Bin. Forces a flash from Bin himself.
That's good. That's very good for IG.
Major bloodshed. Yep.
I do like how IG played that. Shadow made a mistake on the execute of the Dragon. Wei just sat in the back of the pit, used that. Oh, no. Okay. We didn't commit. Wei used that special Ocean Soul Brush. Little object permanence there. Just stuck back in there after the Pantheon ult was forgotten about. And, well, smite miss for the Pantheon. Wei secures it. And that's big. I mean, IG have stabilized here. They picked up a Dragon. It's still a 5k gold deficit. But again, conditions of that, we're closing in on IE for Sivir, and that is significant. Like, I think that the item deficiencies that we're going to see for IG are starting to be made up for just by the champions they have, the ornaments that will be coming through. And, like, life is okay for them right now. They just need to make sure that Sivir can function in these fights, and we've seen that happen the last couple of occasions.
I think you called it out. The Shy being there is the real big X factor. I know he's sitting here zeros, like zeros across the board, but his presence is what buys Sivir that space.
No, that's a good shout, and this is like where Orin scales so well into this game, is that Aurora and Rumble just cannot move him. But he's got to fix these waves, so get them to neutral, and then he can start fogging, joining the team, and actually, helping out with some of these warning missions. Okay. Eye test wise, we talk about how the Shy Orin does look different. I'm glad that the stats back it up too. As I don't know about Ramstein though. We might have to talk to Rare Adam about that one.
It's always fun though when the eye test and stats line up, because those are the two greatest battles no matter what competitive sport you're talking about, is eye test versus stats. What the stats say on this engage from home, we'll have to see. That's the quickness down pretty quickly, pun intended. Mako's going to have to reset, but I don't think BLG can pounce the Baron off of that play alone.
I thought there was a world where Mako could have buffered his Pop Blossom and actually picked up on, because I didn't see Elk able to, like, insta-E back. That said, the shield from the passive support item working overtime, as I'm going to see a second item, Frozen Heart from Mako, in a double magic damage game.
Ooh.
I don't like it.
I wonder why.
I will say, Frozen Heart and support, it has some value. Ability haste is good. The unique passive is good. I don't like it this game. I don't. There's an Ornn. Like,
There's also an Elk already done with LDR.
there's also a 6-1 Aurora that's just deleting me.
Yeah, very quickly at a torrential pace. We'll have to track how that one plays out. Right now, though, BLG are trying to use those long waves to their advantage, and I'm really liking that aspect. In fact, they have tier 1 down in top and mid lane right now. They're able to take all the space up in the jungle, and it's forcing IG to constantly be looking to check it, but the Shy just hand stiffs on, catches him in the middle of his dash, and, well, the Shy's on the board finally, his first assist of the game.
That sadly for On, that reaction time was a little off as he gets taken out. That was a.
I'm gonna let your I had to let your pun marinate right there. You went for an on-off pun, all right? You had to sit in it for a second.
I was gonna say that was a Rams bottom to the back. So I had a second one cooking, but you kind of killed the train. That said, IG forwarding with a Baron, but instead just laying a trap for Rookie. If Knight walks on that control board, it's a maybe. The Rookie's gonna seed the ground as they fix the wave, and Knight actually spots him out. So that's kind of clever by BLG. They pick up a lot of info, and they're able to reset. They know IG to hit this. Yeah, the waves have to be fixed, and because BLG are resetting early there, they actually reset and get back out on the map first. So I know that that was a mistake by On, but I actually like how BLG played that on the back half, because now Dragon can test again. Ocean Dragon was said advantage IG. There's more poke on BLG's side, and I think the Ocean Dragon is a little bit of a better draw for IG. I think giving them 2 is that makes the game more difficult on paper. And BLG resetting first, they're able to actually play this objective first. That said, it only matters so much, and we have IG hunting.
Oh boy, we're doing this again. Yep.
This is huge. I love this. Okay.
Between worlds through first. They're covering the dash. Yeah, Knight is just cooked here. There's no way out. A rare side lane catch onto the golden left hand of BLG, and IG are once again prying that door back open, and they're hunting for more here. Send their pearly whites on the Baron.
And look, we said that this Dragon doesn't really matter for BLG. Like, Ocean just has no impact on the game. I love this from IG. They're going to insta-force out Elkar.
There's the Feather Storm, and yeah, immediately gets his flash out, still gets knocked up. Bin's desperately racing to try and cover for his AD that's now lost all of his key summoners. And Mako knows it, goes in for the Pop Blossom, does finally get towards Elk. Down goes the Xayah. Gall is able to flash himself back out, but Bin gets so much damage out of this Rumble. Instantly finds himself a triple kill, and just as quickly as the play started, it disintegrates.
Man, that setup onto Elk was so good, but they forgot about Bin and the top side. His Rumble is so farmed, and he just barbecued IG. Pretty much solo forced Gawa out of that fight, by the way, as he dings 18. And is the difference maker for BLG in that one, as they might secure the Baron now.
What a save for Bin. Everything was starting to go wrong. Knight gets picked off. Elk out of position, then gets punished. But it's Giga Bin on his Rumble that comes dashing in like a stallion to save this one. And now the uncontested Baron's going to come across here. This gold lead is going to explode.
Bin's getting Drake too. What happens with Drake? Because Bin's on it right now. Okay, he can't finish it. It's leashed for IG. So it's sole point for IG. They're going to TP back.
Is it, Guppy? Here comes...
No, IG should get it.
Okay.
Yeah, IG's going to get it. IG's going to get it.
They do get the Shy's TP out for that, though.
Yeah, the Shy should not have TP'd for that. They're going to get... I mean, this turret's going to fall to Baron anyway. So let's see what IG can do with the Silver Wave clear. Let's take another look. As... I mean, Gawa's already kind of hurt for this one. I almost would have liked it if IG just, like, would have reset and controlled the map. They forced really hard on this. Keep in mind that the Tibbers was already used by Rookie. And I think Rookie overkilled Elk. For me, Rookie overkills Elk there. The flash W onto Elk, I thought Elk was already dead. If Rookie just stuns up Bin, I think that it prevents a lot of the rest of the fight from going the way that it did. As, okay, we return alive and On's dead again.
Picked off. Yep. You know what's
so... they really... I cannot emphasize enough. I think they overkilled Elk. Elk had all of his tools missing. They threw everything at Elk. Rookie flashing in there. Again, if he just stuns Bin, I think that actually like makes it so that Gawa can kind of play out the rest of the fight. Maybe the equalizer still gets down, but like Rookie flashing in just pretty much killed himself to Bin and allowed for that Rumble to just have a massive fight.
It's always such an interesting conversation when we talk about Bin on his Rumbles. We're gonna replay. Look at On.
I mean, just wait for your AD to hit the mid wave, man. Like, all right.
Yep. So,
moving on.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to recollect this the last time because I feel like actually the last time, Cubby, you and I casted, we got to see, yeah, we did, the BLG Top Esports Series. I distinctly remember a game 1 where we talked about Bin's Rumble not having the right setup for that ult, but he's just better. And that fight you saw, that equalizer is what brought all those damage. He didn't have much setup. He just positions these equalizers so well next to these walls.
Yeah.
It's such a big difference.
No, and again,
how he plays Rumble.
And it's something that intentionally Ben has really talked about, how he wants to be, or he wanted to be better at this champ. And yeah, now, I mean, his Rumble has to be feared.
I would say best Rumble in the league.
It's up there. There are a lot of good Rumbles in this league, but it for sure has to be talked about now as being up there. And well, yeah, there's a real conversation for number 1, too. So that's a good shout. That said, even with the Baron, it's really tough to break a Sivir. And Gala doing his best to wave clear as that equalizer.
Oh, wow. All right. Yeah, that's got a lot of good damage. It's mainly trying to get the wave back up, but again, On gets popped way too quickly, and the Ornhorn's coming out from the Shies. They look to chase down the Scatter members. Watch Knight to the top of your screen. His Shadow is going to drop, but Knight, he can find a way in. The GA's pop for Shadow. Good stasis from Bin, but he's just going to get jumped on, collapsed inside the Cataclysm. The hero of last fight for BLG is limping on out, flashing and dashing to saving himself. Bin gets out. But BLG can't turn back on IG. The only kill to find once again out of the fight is On.
I think that BLG, like, it's really tough for them to break the base. I see the idea of Bin's equalizer to actually push Sivir off the wave, but again, Sivir has so much wave clear and there's so much execute here. The BLG is split. Like, for me, Shadow should be the one mid with the ultimate to be able to join, and Knight actually with the team. And then On just doesn't respect Annie over the wall. He gets
Summoner Bear.
And then, yeah, from here, like, Knight's kind of in between the fight. If Shadow's mid, he could insta-TP in, and then it would be numbers for BLG the entire time. Instead, Knight's never really able to get in. Alk's never really able to get in. And they give IG a really good fight on their conditions, like, in this pocket, where I think their comp focus is a lot better than BLG. BLG wants to use Fog and get picks, I think, at this point. Really tough to siege in the Sivir.
That's a great point to make, because when we talked about this game from draft, right, it was the mid-power spike for BLG and their global threat on the map and that pick potential. Once you get 35 minutes and you start, like, shortening the map and trying to break through a really good wave clear comp, a Pantheon comp, an Aurora comp that really needs the space the map provides to create those avenues, it's a really difficult point for BLG to be at this point. And unless they can draw IG out in an uncomfortable spot, I don't know if they're ever going to be able to really break that mold. And luckily for IG, them being at Soul Point, when's the next time we really feel like IG are going to get drawn out of this fortress they've built?
Well, maybe Soul Point. So, good chunk on the way. And BLG has to control the start. But look at Rookie. They know that Elk has conditions. Going to try and start removing them, as that's not a great start.
Yeah, Ornhorn down. Now you're really relying on Tibbers. But Elk has Featherstorm, Cleanse, and Flash. And now BLG are looking to pounce here with Shadow, cutting off escape angles into a pop loss of the Gala and Rookie will have the Flash out. Featherstorm comes across from Elk just to zone Rookie and Gala, and that means the Shy has to pay the Pied Piper. The front line down for IG. No Baron, no problem for Billy as they go after the base once more.
Okay, 5v4, they're going to take the Dragon on exit. At least mid inhibitor falls. What else can they get? As the Shy, I mean, I get trying to play to milk Elk summoners, but that was a little bit bold. Elk just kind of strolled his way casually out of that one. And then created a really good scenario for BLG. I like the take from Shadow. It really split him off. His Gala, great reaction.
That was an amazing reaction time to cleanse that stun. So it does take some of the bite out of Shadow for right now, and that's going to slow down the push. They're only getting 2 inhibitors.
Yeah, we'll say 2 big things. 1, Gala, no flash for the next fight. 2, no vamp. Like, we're seeing him eat a lot of poke damage. You're a 500 range Sivir. That's part of why I think Ocean Soul is important. So, yeah, it's only vamp from what he took in runes, if he did take it. Yeah, it looks like he took it from runes, and now that Dragon taken. Okay, double TP committed here by BLG with a Spellbook TP, just to ensure that no Baron is the response from IG, who are all back up on the map.
They recognize the timer was a little bit off, so they have to commit those TPs to get back up here. this Baron could really decide things. We've gone 38 minutes, potentially 40 between
Rookie.
IG trying to
Rookie.
break that glass ceiling.
Rookie.
He might have found a pick over the wall onto Bin, who's recalling and falling asleep. Another avenue gifted over by BLG to allow Invictus back into this.
Sometimes it's just the little things, guys. All BLG was playing in the top side towards Baron. Bin takes a pretty aggressive recall that Rookie is able to sniff out as he's trying to lie in wait on the Annie. And that's a really big pickup. As IG, Gawa still a flash, but on whips.
Out Bin, and Pop
whips.
Blossom turn from Mako, gets sniped, he has to flash back out. Redemption's drop on both sides of Shadow, stuns up the Shy, and there's more than enough damage for this Elk Zaya to push through it, but he gets caught in the Cataclysm and executed by Rookie, and down falls Shadow towards the backside. Knight and all the only ones to live, and that should secure the Baron for Invictus Gaming.
And because of the double TPs to actually get in and try and contest this, that means that they can't threaten the base. So this is just a free take for IG. They can use the Baron duration to play base defense, get all this farm on the Sivir now. And I think IG have slingshotted back into this game. With the Ornn, the Sivir, I think their comp, the Goldie doesn't matter anymore. As let's take a look at this. On just whiffed. The quickness doesn't even pick up Gawa. He didn't have flash available, but Gawa able to sneak his way out of that. The Shy gives his life, but the Ornhorn is being heard from Valhalla after that one because it means that Elk joins him there along with Shadow and ensures his team picks up the Baron. As that's what we're talking about in the Zaya with splitting up your big Rs in order to play around the Flash, the Featherstorm, Flash of which is now removed from Elk. So really tough conditions moving forward now for BLG to play out.
And look at the items by this point. We talked all game long about how IG, the longer this goes on, the sweeter that wine becomes. And it is Boar Fruit here for Gala. Gets the Bloodthirster down. That is a full build Sivir. The attention goes towards Wei, who is looking to potentially get picked off. They do force the Tippers out of Rookie just to provide Wei a bit of safety, but that is Summoner Bear, so he'll be back before you know it.
Yeah, I will say the Summoner Bear, it's not full Summoner Bear. The joke was that the Summoner Bear is like Rylai's Leandri's Morello, so that you just like shred MR and the bear is just huge and throws everyone. It's like the item is just a buff up the bear. So we like to call that the Pokemon Sabers build of Summoner Bear. It's a fun one. But Slayer, gonna have to focus up because Soul on the table.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes. Again, IG, all they could really do is play base defense with their Baron, but hey, a base defense when you're with Sivir and you have Gawa at this item breakpoint is just what the doctor ordered. As he has sold the Hex Drinker and picked up that Vamp with the BT. So now Gawa's going to have to drain tank his way through the fight a little bit. That magic damage will hit him very hard, but if he doesn't get one shot, he's able to auto. The lifesteal from Sivir this late in the game can be so critical with an item like BT. So Gawa at full build and a flash up, and Elk will not have flash up for this dragon. Going to be very critical.
And what I'm looking for here, while we still have about a minute for that Drake to come back out, is can we get Rookie over for this last damage item he's really looking for? We talked all game long about how Rookie was dove under mid-tier 1 turret constantly, put really far behind. And look at that, just as we talk about it, Rookie completes the death cap. So a lot more burst for IG's comp now that the Annie's finally all the way back.
Flank. Yeah,
Wait's not spotted.
The flag's gonna be spotted. Okay, the flag's spotted by Elk.
They know. Elk finds it. He gets caught in the Cataclysm. But Wait's gonna go back out and trap Elk within his own pit. And Elk goes down. What a find for Wei.
Jarvan into Zaya, baby. That's why we do it. That's why, part of why we didn't like the Zaya Rakan pickup. As IG, again, no flash on Elk. What an angle from Wei. Played in some old school league in the back half. Guys, if you're Jarvan, you know, cat for flash or just no flash, that's the target. Wei finds a beautiful angle onto Elk. And that certainly is going to mean the soul goes over to IG. And now, what kind of way does BLG have to get back into the game? Because if IG can just disengage any of these fights where BLG burns ours is big, but here we go.
They're just going after Gala, but that's a great pop loss from Mako to make sure Shadow cannot find that execute. GA already popped, and Gala is ready to rip, roar, and burn through the rest of BLG. Shadow's going to be the first one to go down, and that's all they need to secure Ocean Soul. IG have come all the way back.
I mean, if you're IG now, guys, like, Aurora or Rumble R's, all we have to do is walk backwards, use Ocean Soul, and sneak back up. All right, I will say, IG, we got to learn about ornaments and maybe what we put first in our inventory. Death cap first. Rookie, come on. We're better than this. It's okay. And that's about the only note, though, in the back half.
It came through pretty late, right? Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah, okay.
The
never mind.
Death cap came through really late in this game, so
yeah,
that's probably why he doesn't get that upgrade.
I thought I saw Death cap last. All right, well, that's bad on my part. I flamed for no reason. IG's just won the game. I really feel like IG's won the game now, honestly. I don't know how Ocean Soul, like, that just neutralizes so much what BLG wants to do. Let's look at this thing get dropped. Gawa heals up the stun. Oh my god, that is beautiful from Gawa. The spell shields have been on point. That raw reaction speed out of the AD, so good in that moment. Making the rest of the fight look easy because he reacted to the correct spell. No Mikhails, no cleanse needed, man. Just the reaction speed of Gawa, that's it.
And now the brute force of a fully scaled up comp for IG, and they're just picking apart limb from limb. Billy Gaming. Bin's already down, and the assault on the base has continued. IG looking for that killer blow to find the comeback in this game one as they continue to try to break that glass ceiling, threaten that top three. There's only a couple Nexus turrets standing in the way of doing so in this first bout.
God, even just the Shy, that angle there on the bin, like that ease, just the min-maxing that the Shy is able to get. Just the pixel on the back half to pick up the Rumble. As, yeah, Baron on the table, Ocean Soul is up Slayer, and this game one for IG, kind of like resounding. We had some questions about the BLG comp, said it was going to be really important for them to push the game forward, and we're now seeing why as they've run out of gas. And the execute for BLG just so much more difficult at this point of the game compared to IG.
And what's really so hard to grasp is how well this comp has countered what Knight wants to do. This Aurora was so far ahead, but it feels impossible to get Knight in a position to drop all that damage. And now he's getting hunted down by Mako. Catches him on the edge of the Pop Blossom. Between Worlds has to be used defensively. Knight buying time for BLG as they do sneak out with the Baron on the back side of it. IG make the mistake of chasing down the golden left hand, and they gifted a lifeline. But Wei wants to go after Elk. Trades flash for flash with him. Elk still has the GA. Polished off. Horn going down. Knockup's going to land. Knight, Shy's going to go under the turret. It just deletes Elk's health bar. He goes into the GA. Shadow, though, coming on the back line with a big hero's entrance of his own. Going to get the GA out of the way. Now Elk can try and turn and burn through the Shy, whose health bar is his best friend. Look at Rookie hold on to the rest of BLG at bay with a huge stun. And now it's Gala's turn to turn into a real-life buzzsaw. And the only thing in front of him is BLG and Elk. Down falls BLG's AD. Knight can only scramble back. The comeback completed. Invictus Gaming are going up 1-0.
There was no chance after Ocean Soul was secured. The heavy damage comp from BLG, it ran out of fuel, and Gawa ran them over in the late game.
What a statement for IG. 3-10 against the top three. Now positioned in comeback fashion to bring that record closer.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard in the back half, too, like, Elk ended the game with 0 kills. It just was attacked for the entire game. Again, I really just have to call into question the Zaya Rakan with the Ornn Annie Jarvan showing. I think it's so hard to execute in late game. We really saw why. Like, the ability to split up those really big spells to take away the flash from Zaya or the Featherstorm, and then create a fight where when Zaya doesn't have those tools, she is just not the same marksman. There were not the tools that BLG had as a comp and with that top side to really defend against that. And we saw that as the game went on, because it was a really big deficit for IG after that second Dragon. I mean, BLG, they had the early game they wanted. They were able to push the pace. They got a clean Otacon, but it was really only 1 or 2 mistakes where that 1,000 gold shutdown, I think specifically going over to Gawa from Knight, that one death that he had was really expensive in the back half, because that was really, I think, the starting point for Gawa to slingshot back into that game and be that late game 3-item Sivir where the setup from his team was so good and Gawa delivered.
And yeah, you talked about the setup. You mentioned how often Elk was just taken out of position with his summoners and his ultimate. What does that all track back to? Cubby, what we talked about before we got into this game It's Wei. It's those guys on your team, the floor raisers, the ones that are willing to sacrifice themselves. Constantly, Wei, he finds these clutch flashes, these flanks. He dives in, no care in mind, knowing if I can get Elk out of this fight, if I can separate BLG, the rest of my team's got me. That game really showed the value that I think Wei specifically brings to Invictus Gaming in Split 3.
Dude, I honestly, like, now that I think about it, so it's funny, because, like, back when he was on BLG, right, Wei was always pictured as, oh, I'm a little bit more of a team-oriented jungle, whereas Shun can play these sick carries like Nidalee Kindred, Invade, like, we can play the full court press, kind of like what BLG was trying to play that game. Wei, it'd be so funny if he just plays, like, Jarvan, Sejuani, Maokai, or, like, Poppy, like, all the supportive junglers just, like, smacks BLG around with it in the IG squad, because his Jarvan always been on point, but to see him and the priority that IG have put on it, and then some of the executions that Wei found, like, I really thought his Jarvan was on point that game. I think some of the hovers were missing versus some of the Pantheon ults, but how he played it in the fights was really, really good from IG. And between him and the Shy, like, there wasn't a real frontliner. This is my thing with the Pantheon, right? You need to win the frontline. It's so hard to win a frontline against Ornn, Jarvan, Nico when you can't one-shotter later on into the game and it gets to hold you in place. And I think once that happened, once there was enough damage from the Sivir to back it, the BLG just kind of slowly lost grasp of that game, and IG got back in with really good play.
It's so fun that you use this full court press analogy, because I do want to lean into it a bit more, talking about the difference.
It's very true.
Well, here's the thing with full court presses, right? There are two types, and the way that I used to be taught them back in the day was we called 155 and we called 150. It was a zone versus man press. What is interesting here, for, you know, the identity between these full court presses with a jungler. A carry jungler, you talk about it, everyone's up in their face. Everyone's invading, they're up in their lanes. That's like man press. Everybody, you press forward. But a zone press, like what Wei does, is you overload and press certain parts of the map that you want to take control of, and then relinquish control on the back half. I think that's how Wei fits in for IG, and we saw it with some of the plays he's able to make, overloading on sides of the map with this Jarvan. It's just such a fun way to think about how different junglers can mold different teams. And what better split to look at that, or year to look at that, than the jungle carousel that has been LPL 2025.
Yeah, I think like that's very appropriate. I like how Wei fits in. I also think that, like, as we look back through the replays, one of the big game changers of this one, it's going to be On getting picked off a few times at this point of the game. Because this, for me, is still the point of the game where BLG, they have a lead, they need to push things forward. But as this game moved forward, this is the huge fight for Bin. I thought that Bin had a really nice game still. He got caught once off of a good play by Rookie. Like, he based on the wrong side. That was about it. Besides that, Bin, I thought was fantastic. But On getting caught was really expensive in trying to push, like, the game forward. Like, this fight,
here we go
On's going to get one-tapped. Like, that W, like, that's just a bad look for On as he gets slapped around by Tibbers. And that wasn't the first time we saw On go down like that. Definitely slowed down some of the tempo for BLG in a game where, again, you couldn't afford to relinquish that pressure because you knew that late game things would look the way it did for IG.
And we talk about Wei, and you mentioned it a bit, but the replay doesn't do it justice because we had to skip so many of those earlier fights. But just look at how the Shy's mere presence and his health bar just slows down everything that I feel like Bin and Knight really wanted to do. I think Knight goes really dark in this game because it is so hard for him to weave into these fights because of that front line we've been talking about here for IG.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, Ornn into the Aurora Rumble. The CC is all you need when you have a Sivir behind you. So if you slow him down and you open up that space, it is quite good. I just love some of the creativity. Like, this is good League. Like, we're playing free, good League of Legends here. From Wei, like, using the gap of vision between minion waves to sneak in there, set up that against Elk. You can see how surprised he was seeing the Jarvan come out of the jungle.
Shocked. That
got him the Ocean Soul, and then, like, this fight, I mean, this is so GG, just do off, like, just because of Ocean Soul. Like, the turret doesn't matter. Shadow was a little bit late to join. Yes, they get Gala GA, but as this rolls out, there's just not nearly close to enough gas in the tank on the BLG end. And as that gas ran out for BLG, the Shy, oh, if only he was playing Choo Choo Ornn, man. He just fed it into the train. Just imagine that, and then gave it to the rest of his team.
Well, here, I have a question to feed towards you, Cubby. Talked to a lot of people in this game for IG. Who's your player of the game?
I think it has to be Galba. But I'll honorary mention Mako because I do think that we talked a lot about the top side just because of the setups and the collapses into the Xayah. But in the post game, like now, I'm sitting here and feeling like it was a pretty big support gap as well, looking back. So
I think it was a support gap, but I
Yeah.
think it was self-inflicted by
a little
On,
bit, yeah,
so-
it was. But Mako had a decent game. There were some self-inflicted wounds from On for sure.
Yeah,
but
I kind of hope that this is weird coming from the AD carry guy. I kind of hope that one of those frontliners got player of the game this one. I do
No,
think
the boom boom
I
damage
think-
was worth it for me. Yeah,
I also think, you know what, the clutch spell shields that we got from Gala this game too.
Pretty
were
impressive.
Just like, it's really hard to be skill expressive on Sivir, I think, right? What is it like? Oh, how quickly can you W reset your auto? It's really the spell shield, and even Gala showed his just immaculate timing on a champion like Sivir. Congratulations, Gala, for your player of the game. Wow, what a start to our series. We got more action and excitement in one game of IGPLG than we did the entire Weibo FPX series. But guess what, folks? That is just one single game, and BLG are looking angry. We'll see if they have a response here or if IG are going to find their 4th win in 2025 against top 3 opponents in a 2-0 fashion. All that and more coming your way after an intermission. A single game from BLG and IEG, nearly spanning the entire amount we spent on Summer's Rift between Weibo and FPX. All right, enough talking about that series. Had to get that one out of the system, Cubby. We have ourselves a very intriguing point, not just in our series, but I want to talk more broadly about the grand scope of what an IG 2-0 could mean for the rest of Group Ascend as we roll closer and closer towards those playoffs.
Look, again, coming into today, IG they were 3-10.
3-10
series
yep.
score against the teams above them. They are 11-24 game score against AL, BLG, and Top Esports. BLG, the team that took them out both times, responsible for both lives in playoffs for Split 2, going up against IG. And man, like, for IG to beat Top Esports and then, their last series, yeah, they beat Top, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we're good. That was last night, or 2 nights ago. We're good. To beat Top and then to beat BLG, the team that really, beat them both times in playoffs last split, I think that would be a real statement for them and the rest of the LPL, as they're slowly emerging as one of the true contenders and favorites to make it to Worlds. Like, I think at this point, with how IG has played, I'm in the camp where I'd be disappointed if I don't see them on the international stage at the moment. I think that IG really has been that good this split, where as an LPL fan, like, I want them to go international. I'm actually putting some hope in this team. I don't know, like, if that's a trick or not, but hey, like, I think the way they're playing has been really, really positive, and I like how they're fighting. I like some of the decisions they're making. Not all, but hey, that's part of the fun of IG and a team with a shine rookie, and they're good enough players. They can win like games like that. So I've really liked what I've seen out of them.
I think you are tricking some, but I think it is. I think
that's
it is
fine. It's our
warranted.
job as casters, We gotta spread fake narratives to make sure that everyone's a fan.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the truth above all. I don't know how much my journalistic integrity would agree with the statements you've said, but I like how they sound.
If I remove fake, a little bit more, But
yeah, there you go. There you go. Well, the thing I want to say too about this convo around IG being at the world stage is all year long with Invictus Gaming, we've talked a lot about the shortcomings of a super team. Not being in either the finals or Split 2, not going to MSI. What can wash away a lot of those past demons, those past narrative points, would be them going to Worlds. Because no matter what happens in January through August, this team was crafted to go to Worlds. And that had to have been one of the biggest goals in mind. So getting there could be a huge relief for a team that, like you're talking about, seems to be really scaling up.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that a lot of people looked at the IG roster and was like, oh man, like, what year is it? The Shy and Rookie, is this going to work? Especially, think of the history of all of Rookie's tragic LPL splits where he didn't even get to go international while he was playing well. But man, like, whatever's in the water when these two get together, it's worked out. He threw Mako in the mix, one of the most successful LPL supports of all time. And it really feels like this team where I think a lot of people looked at it and doubted some of the expectations. Like, man, I know these guys are perennial international contenders, but can they do it as a core? It really feels like Wei is the magic sauce that this team needs to pull things together and find it. We've seen some great late game fights from them, and yeah, everything's up for IG. Meanwhile, for BLG, again, I think they're at the point where I saw some of these holes in their play when they were sitting at 7-0, and it just feels like more and more of those holes are being exposed as some of our LPL teams scale. So I don't think the things are super abysmal for BLG. Like, for me, I'm almost more concerned with the draft than the play, because I think the direction they took going into that game was pretty flawed, and that's why IG ended up winning like way later.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you, because where are those holes? You said the draft. Where are those holes, and then more importantly now, scoping back into this series, where do BLG against IG need to correct them? Or patch them up, maybe even if it is just a Band-Aid for now?
We can meme about these BLG games going too late and the BLG late games, but we've never once drafted for late game as BLG, and I think it speaks to what's going on. I thought that the last iteration of BLG with Beishuan, there came a time where that jungle support duo just wasn't good enough to compete on the highest stage. And I think now we're starting to see, I think, some more holes in On's gameplay. I thought that this duo with Shadow, it's been better because for me, like BLG said, Shadow's talking a lot. On's become more of a follower, and it felt like his play was just better and more in sync as those guys were, working that as the game plan. But I do think that On has been a pretty big part of the last couple of losses for BLG, and I thought that was the major flaw in the Beishuan on duos. So I think that's the most concerning thing for me. That, and I would say I'm concerned about disrespectful drafts, but like, this is BLG. They're some of the best players in the world. I don't think they've ever really drafted like super respectfully, because they can just get away with it because they're that good. I would like for that to change, but we'll see. You know, that's definitely is a wait and see.
Might not have to wait long, because here we are. Game 2 draft. Same sides going down from Game 1. BLG want to stay on that blue side, and we will continue to make sure Talia and Azir, that common mid lane trade, will not be occurring in this one. We saw Varus and Yunara bans, AD carry bans come through last for both these teams last draft along, and this time a bit of a switch up, a Jhin ban. That is a very intriguing one for me. What does that signal?
We're asking for a Varus ban, and then I think we're gonna first pick Trundle, or like Xin, like probably Xin. I think they're asking for a Varus ban, and then they first pick jungle, and like I think Xin would be really good here actually, or like it'd be like a Vi Xin trade.
Okay.
Or
so Varus doesn't get
Yunara's
banned,
too.
And Yunara also stays up here. Gala got to be licking his chops thinking about that. But you get Elk onto this Varus, which, I mean, if you are willing to pick Yunara, immediately a huge bot lane advantage for BLG early.
Yeah, you'd be signing up for kind of a similar game pace, game flow to the last game.
Which is right in IG's wheelhouse, right? As much as we talked about BLG as like a disrespectful draft, play to smash early, there's no team I'm more confident in later game stages right now than IG.
Okay, the Shy again.
Double tank duty.
Just tank duty for the Shy. And God, he does play tank so well. Okay, for people at home, if you're an old man like me and truly enjoy League of Legends, guys, there is a lot of mechanics, or there are a lot of mechanics required to play tanks. Because you have to use your ability at, like, interactions a lot, because you're going to be living for a long time. It's very important to actually have good mechanics on tanks. Watching the Shy kind of embrace that has been honestly a real treat for me, because it really feels like he takes that in stride. And when I watch the best tank players in the world, like, that's what they do. They make sure they get those interactions right all the time. It almost gives you more chances to interact. I know that's something that Doinby always talks about, like with building his champions tanky. It just gives you more opportunities to interact and play the game. It's fun watching the Shy really embrace that. But with the sign locked in for him, he's going to face Bin Zambessa, which has been,
oh boy,
yeah, I'd say pretty damn good. So we'll see if he's up to the task there.
Well, for all the talk we have had about the BLG early game, IG late game, we're doing it again. We've already established that the way these 4 picks have gone so far.
Yeah, it was always a Vi Wukong. I think Xin against Yunara definitely goes down in value. But the Vi with the Ambessa goes up in value a lot, can layer those Rs, so a ton of single target damage onto that Yunara as threat, showing very early on for BLG.
So how do you try and remedy that? Okay, is it cooking too much to try and pick Renata now? Am I overcooking? I feel like Renata into Vi Ambessa is.
You'd have to throw out Enchantress bans, I think, if you do. But it's not unreasonable. Okay. Galio now for rookie. Wow. I guess it's a bit of a deny from Knight. They might have been worried about... I guess they can eat jungle bans, but you're probably expecting... if they want to attack jungle, you can take away Xin and Wukong. That would knock way down a few pegs for sure.
Why not just lean into that facilitator mentality? There's a Maokai angle. If you're just gonna go all in on Gala Yunara carrying you, why not just play for the Maokai?
I just am concerned about damage profile if it is Maokai. Yes. He'd be super heavy magic damage. So I think it's kind of worth. Oh, I guess Nocturne's in the pool too, so they can take away Nocturne, Wukong, Xin. Like they can kind of elect who they want to face if they want to spend another ban, or throw a ban at support if they are worried about a Mako Renata. I will say that it's hard to play Renata into Enchantresses. I'd be concerned about Karma potentially this game.
Yeah.
If I'm BLG, if I'm thinking about Renata.
Is it a worthwhile pick though to try? Because here's the flip side of the coin, right? Lane's gonna suck, but you're picking this to shut down the Vi and Ambessa later on. That's what I was thinking with it. But the Silas ban here from IG screams that we're just going to lock in Alistair. If it gets through.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
that's a good call.
There we go. Okay.
Okay,
Good
so
ban,
they elect to
BLG.
take down Alistar. I mean, real option here. I don't think that Renata's a must pick up for IG here. Like, they could wait on support. I see some value on waiting on support. I think the one that you would snag here if you want to is probably Rel, but you just take Xin Wukong, and I think you hide more cards by hiding your support pick here. And okay, let's see what Wei goes for. I think Wukong definitely helps with damage profile. I think that Xin, you're a little bit low damage overall, but does have good defense against Poke Varus. Wukong should be able to interact with his front line, but also very vulnerable to Vi and Bessa Varus combos coming out.
It's another draft where BLG are putting so many eggs into getting control early and never looking back. And the Orianna-Vi combination, putting the Orianna on the Ambessa as well, it feels like a given pick for Knight ever since it got through the ban phase.
Yeah, usually this is where I see Knight going for the Victor, but maybe just looking for a little bit more proactivity here with the Orianna and really trying to pressure this Yunara. So, like, just think of all the initial upfront damage they can send at Yunara here. And I think that your ask for a potential Renata has just only gone up in value here, Slayer.
You know what's also gone up in value? Another on-hit Varus discussion. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's kind of hard against Wukong.
Yes. I'm more so
That's
talking
my
about
only
the Sion
concern.
Galio.
But yeah, like Ambessa does a lot of damage. So it's like 50-50 for me. This would be interesting. Could really play to reset fights. I don't think it's going to be this, though.
Relax, guys. We have the best bards at home in NA, all right? Relax.
Okay, Mako. What do we... Oh, okay.
All right. R5
All
bard.
right.
You
Let's
want
see what Mako can
playmaking.
do.
There you go.
I mean, a lot of creativity. I think that the BLG fight, it's pretty straightforward what they want to do, right? It's we're going to fire our R's at Yunara. Can you guys play defense, and are we able to execute beforehand? Bard can throw a wrench on that, unlike any other champion in League of Legends, if we're being honest. So let's see what Mako is able to do. As I do think, I'm really curious to see how they play this out. There's always, what I like to talk about with Stasis, or like Lamb's Respite, is control afterwards. What I like about Bard a lot for IG is I think the ability to control a fight afterwards is very real. Like, the ability to have Shockwave be frame perfect coming out of that is kind of difficult. The ability to have a Galioton or a Wukong knockup or Sion or Bard stuff come out after that and be frame perfect is, I think, way easier to play. So I can see some of the logic that are like magical journeying away from that initial engage to try and get a reset and hope that without the R keys, you can actually win a fight with your big front lines. So I think that's kind of the couple things that I have in mind. If I'm IG, that and especially, I just think Bard's in a really good spot right now. He's so annoying. He scales so well.
All right. I was told before we get into this game, too, that there was a trivia question from our lovely producer, Rare Adam. So I have jumped the proverbial gun. So we'll hold on that one and marvel in the fact that we marvel in the fact that we get the Mako a Bard. I would wager that Bard is one of the most, I would say almost top 5 most fun champions to watch in competitive play. I think Bard is just one of the most unique champions ever. And we're going to see if Mako can support gap again, as we called it out. But here we are on the Rift, and we'll get to trivia after our proverbial Jayos. All right.
We saw the mounts moving.
Ready. No, they were. I could feel they were loud. All right, Elk's last LPL game was 0 kills, June 9th. Who was it against? All right, Cubby.
What are we cooking up in Canada with moose meat pie? That is disgusting.
That's the part you take away.
June 9th? I'm just going to guess IG in playoffs.
I feel like that's the two obvious.
It would be
9th.
around playoffs.
It would be around playoffs.
Or was it MSI?
So wait, you said he was.
LPL
you said
game.
it was an LPL game. You said it was against IG.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pick something different because I'm fun. Who did I know IG played in playoffs? It's gonna be really awkward if I just pick a team that I know they didn't play in playoffs.
They went to 5 against FPX.
I'll say FPX. That makes sense. They went to 5.
What was it, Rare Adam? Oh, AL. All right.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, you know, let's hope to not do that again, Elk. And well, the way bottom lane's going early, they're definitely brawling. And oh my God, that was nearly a stun for Mako. Elk does pop the ghost. A lot of fighting for Wave Prio upon level 2 entering the conversation.
Some good lethal tempo abuse going on by Mako and Gala, as they're playing around the E cooldown of Elk. After that, they can step up. So, actually really nice. Yeah, so step up again.
All right, On goes forward with the Xenoblade Strike against Gala, who merely cleanses it. Does Mako have enough damage to get this kill onto On? No, he does not. But yeah, it feels like health bar-wise, another win for IG's bottom lane.
Very heavy. Shadow is ahead of the clear. In a way, has actually done something rare here on Wukong. He's looking for a play on the Knight. 3s for each.
Ooh, flash for flash. Taunt's going to land. Does Wei want to go under turret range? Yes, he does. With one more bap of the staff, he should have it. And that's a nice flash out from Wei, who's got revenge on the mind.
Calculated from IG. Mako!
That was disgusting. He does die, but yeah, that's worth. We're typing worth it all, chat.
The kill didn't go to Gala. At least the wave's good. The attempt, I mean, it was a good attempt from Mako. IG, they've come out today with the mission. Again, BLG responsible for both of their lives in Split 2 playoffs. The first meeting since then. The first meeting with Wei on the roster going up against his old team. And man, it's been a message sent so far from IG. First game, it was a comeback. Second game, they're off to the races.
We get another look at this creative gank. Great flash timing there from Rookie.
This is so calculated.
Yeah.
I cannot emphasize, like, the confidence to go for this. That is just beautiful from Wei. Not even, you know, flashing into the Raptor pit where you'd be under threat against a Vibe potentially, given Shadow's clear. No, he knows that he has enough to flash over the wall and get out. Beautiful Q flash from Mako. I know he went down. At least they removed Varus. I like the idea.
The wave suit, right?
It's not a max win, but XP advantage for sure.
And the wave, right? You're just dropping minions under turret.
Yeah, only 4 mage minions lost is not. It's kind of mad, but I was down. I saw the vision.
Wei can still win out here early on. Gets that crab as Ben was trying to steal that one away and is now losing himself a much fatter wave than... Oh, I did not see Elk. All right, Elk's going to come up here and cover. We've gone for another bot lane swap, but once again, I am always going to favor the team that has the Scion on the side of these swaps.
Oh, dude. Actually, how bold. No, but yeah, for real, if you can find Scion in the 1v2s, as you said, Slayer, that's pretty much always Scion favored. So I like that IG is playing around with this. Again, poke Ferris versus Yunara. The fact that you have a Scion, it does open up for these 1v2s, these swaps to be really good. And even Gawa just slamming base there with the Shy able to get this wave in. Like, you have a question right now as IG. Where is this Yunara going? Like, after this wave, like, what do we do? Do we have to insta-slam recalls to match? Do we have to go bot? DOG doesn't have answers to that right now, and Gawa's not going to miss much on the top side. We will see what ends up happening with these early Drakes is the early kill that Wei got. I mean, with the Shy bot, we might be in a world where early Drake could be an option here for IG. I would imagine it would be usually the Vi team, but Wei is a bit ahead of the curve right now, and the Shy off the swap is much stronger than this Ambessa, so this could be an option here for IG.
And again, IG's strength right now is their ability to kind of buy time and nullify early game advantages for BLG as On takes a very aggressive team that's played forward and allows Gala to get a ton of autos down early, and that, again, with the lethal tempo difference, sways the trade towards Invictus Gaming.
I mean, good counter from Mako, but that's too easy. Keep in mind that health bar is being traded evenly. It's advantage for IG because of a hot cocoa, which we're in the wrong time of year for that, but is important to keep in mind. So, Mako definitely showing some of the Bard fingers so far. See if you can show it later on. Yeah, I know. We asked for a high impact, able to creatively disrupt this game, and so far Mako is doing that early pretty well.
Here we go, though. Shadow is starting to hover. You see on an Elk. Get a really good push in again, ongoing pretty far forward. This time he does tag Gala, and that actually forces the Kleds out, so much better target with that Zenith Blade, and, well, it swings way on over.
Again, this is part of why IG wants to find the 1v2s and the 2v1s, because Yunara, like, you just can't hold a candle to Varus, the Thoughty Varus at this point in the game. Really like what On and Elk did there. The caddy was picked up by Gala, but he was punished very heavily for that cannon minion, so well done by BLG. Opens up potential angle for Grubs if they were up, but it's not. So it's just the red buff respawn, which I think BLG is going to snag for themselves. The price of the bot lane going the way it is.
But again, the same question we were posing all of Game 1 was how much of a lead will make BLG feel comfortable with the comp they've drafted. Right now, don't feel like they've done enough, but there's still a lot of time.
Yeah, I will say that I think that this game, like, Yunara carries so much power later on, and it really is Yunara Wukong, like, damage-centric. So it's kind of a low magic damage game for BLG. I think they can go armor pretty aggressively, which is nice. And with their comp, I mean, if they're able to find... Good buffer by Rookie.
Good buffer.
If they're able to find Yunara in these fights, which they can definitely do with Leona, Vi, and Bessa, like, scaling... It could not matter for IG. Because if Yunara gets removed immediately in these fights, then yeah, like, throw scaling out the window, right? That's going to be a BLG 1 fight. So...
At the same
I don't
time,
think it's the same curve as last game. Anyway, continue. Grub's being started.
It's not. Yeah, Grub's being taken here for Shadow, but he's going to have to be a bit wary. He's going to smite one, back on off. Both junglers have their ultimates online. Now their supports do. Shadow going to go back into the bottom lane. There's no shockwave for Knight, and Gala's starting to hunt him down. Mako wants to go after him, gets a flash-for-flash trade. Mako's Bard, and not disappointing in these early bouts.
I like IG throwing their weight around there. I really like what Mako's doing. He's doing his best so far to just be a pest. And that is what Bard can be if you play Bard at the highest level.
Well, yeah, back to the point I want to make before the Grub started, right? Speaking on that Bard, yes, you are indexing a lot of that scaling basket into Gala. But I will say, Bard can provide a lot of really big protection.
Exactly,
You know, his Tempered Fate. You've got to deal with a Galio taunt. You've got to deal with a Cyclone knockup, a Scion knockup. Yeah. There are ways for IG to really buffer that kill threat onto this Yunara, and that's what makes this game so fun, because it really feels like it's so execute-driven.
Yeah, I 100% agree. So, we're going to have to see how this one evolves. Last game, like, I kind of like when different strats clash. Like, last game is fun, because we get to talk a lot about the bend, not break, but yeah, I really feel like this one's just going to come down to execution, who has the econ and who can deliver. So far, even game. I think IG have a lot of the things they want right now. One thing's for sure, Wukong will be more useful later on than the Vi. Yep. And the fact that Wukong is, you know, has that kill, has that early phage, and is close to the footing that Shadow's at, I do think that's a positive.
Sidestep one for the Shy. No ultimate needed on this Mbessa. He's still in the 1 versus 2. Gotta choose to run or try and kill off Bin. Good flash. Shadow's gonna follow, get the Vault Breaker, and knock down the Shy, who tries to chase down Bin, but nearly had that classic Shy outplay. Still a kill picked up for Shadow.
I will say, like, even with that, I think that's just the Drake, because he gets the TP back. Shadow just burned his R. He has to base. It could even be the Mbessa too. Bin has flash, might have to use it.
Oh, they're turning off the turret. Cyclone up, Bin. Are you going to hold that flash any longer? He's going to get stunned against the wall. He doesn't even use it, and Wei makes him pay.
All right, Mako knew. I thought that R might have been just a wee bit early, but he knew. Really, really good game sense yet again from Mako on the Bard. Has been so on point. I love how he held the Q2 against Bin, who had the flash up, didn't really find a window to use it in the back half, and that's going to lock in a first brick race, which, keep in mind, IG, if they win this, they get feats, and they do have 2 Grubs to 1.
They're able to knock down a lot more of those plates so far. I don't know how the Shy got here. He TP'd in.
No, he's playing for first brick.
Out.
He's fine.
This guy's played 40 chess. Now he's just taking ultimates for no reason. I mean,
fine.
Chains of Corruption, Solar Flare, and he just walks it out.
That's a great play. I think that's a great play. Like, that's all
It
of
is.
BLG's tempo in the top side used. And now what happens with the first brick race? They have to reset. As IG resets, it's another window for them to just retake the map. Mako's going to help the Shy out, as, of course, he's burned a lot of tools to... Well, we talked about Mako causing chaos. It's been the Shy causing a lot of chaos so far on the Scion. So he'll be able to reset after, and the map's fine for IG, and they can resume that first brick race spot whenever they want. That's where the most progress has been made across the entire map. And again, IG very close to securing those feats if they do get the first brick.
Just another little edge that they get as they look to try and carry this game into another later phase. But for now, I do want to talk about items a little bit. Jungle, Wei does get the 24 stun compared to that Sundered Sky, but the Eclipse first item, Power Spike, is huge. The Youmu's right now for Elk. Those are the items that BLG need to kind of index into to try and take over this mid-game.
Yeah, and Elk, I think that, like, one of the things, obviously the Poke Ferris, it falls off as the game goes on, but not if you always hit the right targets, you know? It's just going to be really important those Qs are going onto Yunara or looking for Gala just to try and pressure as this game does move forward. And of course, we are in that pocket of the game where the Poke Ferris is really strong. Those mid waves are being deleted. BLG can play with Cryo. Definitely using some of that to secure that first dragon, which was taken very late in the game from our teams, but I've definitely seen more of a race for grubs in first brick, just given how potent it is in securing feats for a lot of games, as oftentimes the LPL, we have 3 kills that go down before 3 objectives.
Rookie's the next target in the side lane here. Good Solar Flare stun to layer first. Nice coming out of that Shockwave. If Rookie does decide to flash, and he does, but the clip on the end of that Shockwave seals the fate of Rookie.
Yeah, he was trying to play around with that flash, waiting to see the Shockwave. That's the biggest cooldown he could have flashed from there on out. Not able to buy the space. That play on the bot side.
First knockup lands, while execution used by Bin to just create some space. Away does land the next knockup. It's a Cyclone down, has to flash, but the knockups are starting to layer. Bin is out. Back-to-back pick plays on opposite sides of the maps between our two teams.
And I think for IG, Wei is big. 2-0-1 on the Monkey. We've seen what this champ can do.
In a bit of trouble here. Chains of Corruption not available, and that's to make sure no Summers get
Oh,
forced out.
TP.
TP coming across from Knight. They're trying to wrap onto Wei and the Shy, who do not have their ultimates. There's no Shockwave. There's only the cease and desist. Big double slam on the unstoppable onslaught. Wei gets stunned up, but the Shy still finds the first kill. And now he's out of mana, and his double buffs on Knight should be able to clean this thing up and give the edge towards BLG. I know! All right, but holy moly, back mid, Gala kills off Elk. Just like that, we're fighting all over the map.
You know what? It was almost worth it for the Shy. That flash is sadly, you know, it is part of the fun of the Shy that Brilliant's going to get a replay. Great setup from Mako. The Tempered Fate misses, but it looked like that was enough to enable them being able to run down Elk, who was alone mid. And Mako was able to find a setup. So, like, honestly, I know there was some chaos there, but let's look at where the economy went for both of our teams. We removed Varus from the map, got economy into Yunara. Oh, first brick secured. That's at the cost of Bard, but that means feats for IG. Honestly, I think that's okay. It's probably Rift Herald for BLG afterwards, but I still think after all the chaos, IG is the team kind of sitting pretty here. As okay, so this was a 2-part play.
Show me the Bard.
Keep in mind, yeah, Elk.
Oh.
Yeah, okay. Well, On wasn't able to help out much there. He had no ult from the top blade. We'll give On a little bit of a pass. Elk and On too far up, though, not respecting. They were down tools, and they get punished.
First arrow going down. Knight trying to knock down this first tier 1 turret. On looking for a turn after it falls. The Shy tanky, but how tanky is he this early on? Well, we're about to find out. Chains of Corruption. Roots of Men. The Sun's landing. Damage coming. The Shy down.
Bin TP'd mid to get out of this dive that was coming in, so we're going to have a trade a little bit cross map. Outer for outer. Play continues on the inner. We'll see if Shadow decides to drop the Herald.
All has to be careful. Yeah, he can't cover this turret on his own. He needs help. He needs Mako to roam over here. Tempered Fate is available if he wants to turn this turret off. They're TPing in. They're trying to get rid of the minion wave. Good stun lands onto Shadow, but there's the Shockwave onto Gala. The piercing arrow nearly finds the kill onto Gala, but he's able to survive.
We heard 20 HP from our producer significant.
Way's
Way walking in. That's
Way walk
unwarranted.
through all vision.
Wei?
Ooh, the public execution, though,
played it
was
really
just
well.
a bit too short, and the Cyclone gets him out. Where is my support going? Oh, he missed! Okay,
No,
well, he's
that's
out.
okay.
He's out.
I think if he hits, he dies. It's
Yeah, probably.
I think that's. I think Shadow just probably should have saved the top side because now this Herald gets nothing. So I think it's more of a mistake on Shadow, just the fact that he dropped it in the first place rather than how On took that, because the play was done top side. But man,
Wait, I'm
really,
curious. Why didn't they just take the tier? Oh, bar diff. Nice, Mako.
beautiful from Mako. Beautiful from Mako. I mean, I guess with that context, you can see why Shadow could drop it up there. But again, Bards in the game have to respect it. Tempered Fate up, Herald down with no impact on the game. So something else that it feels like is going IG's way just a little bit. On the flip side, though, BLG, a lot of gold and power in the pockets of Knight. So we'll have to see what this Orianna can do, because, again, ball pressure on Yunara going to be very real as this game moves forward if IG is not able to execute on the Orianna.
It's another same spot from game one. Right, Cuppy? Remember, the Aurora for Knight was 5-0.
It's almost like Knight's good at the game, and he usually gets fed, you know?
Yeah, but here's the thing that changed from a lot of those BLG games.
Uh-huh.
Early lead didn't translate to a win.
True. Not wrong there. BLG looking for another early lead away. Okay.
He's really trying to lean into the Trickster to provide him some space.
He
Actually able
has
to bully BLG
unreal
out of that.
aura. Yeah, BLG returning the mid-wave. They're going to at least even out on this. Elk not here early to delete it. And Wei, yeah, keep on trading, man. That's good chunk. Good chip damage on the Wukong. Knight's top side does have a TP up. We'll see if he elects to use it bot. No, uses it on the mid-inner. I think IG can burst this.
Yep.
We're going to fight after.
Too late. I don't think BLG are in a good spot to take it unless his mid flank becomes big. Piercing Arrow sets up the spy. Good patience there from Wei to make sure he doesn't get it stolen. Shy eats the Chains of Corruption. There goes Wei in with the Cyclone, but the Tempered Fate! It buffered the first bout of it. The Shy goes down. Heroes are just coming into the backline as well. Rookie trying to split up this fight as Gala is down and taken out by Bin. And now Rookie and Wei, they're up Creek with no paddle left. There's nowhere for Rookie to run. Flashes, does make a big dash out, but he's the only one to survive this entire play. And survive is in quotation marks, because he's got nowhere to go. This is going to be BLG acing IG, all for that Infernal Drake.
Well, speaking of throwbacks to last game, second Drake threw us a couple problems if you're an IG fan. That was an extremely split fight that was fully taken advantage of on each side of the fight by BLG. I was focused on the bot side fight with the Galio dive. I didn't see how Bin got to Gala in the back half, so I'm looking for that here. As Bin just has a huge fight, a lot of resources get thrown. Yeah, this gets layered. I mean, again, I like the call. I think that BLG are committed. You just got to find a way to split that up as a team, because Rookie can't follow on the first one. What a beautiful entrance to the fight from Shadow and Bin. Talked about the synergy between the cease and assist and public execution as Galo gets put in the stockades and gets taken down. Oh, Q miss there from Mako. That hurts too, but IG max loss, and they're going to have to dig deep yet again this game to get that Yunara scaling online.
It's virtually that same gold lead at that same pocket of time. 5,000 gold. Main difference here, it's a lot harder to tunnel on a comp without a Sivir deleting waves and an Annie being able to delete waves. That's important to note going forward. So, and hey, yeah, and they're starting up Otacon now.
Aggressive. I don't love this.
Rookie has teleport on the top side. Here he comes.
I think you just play for the TP. I don't know what conditions we're fighting on. Because, like, Gala has flash. Yep. It's a risky fight. I mean, if you don't take Otacon cleanly, I think this objective is so OP and so... Oh, God.
They didn't drop aggro.
I mean, I'm kind of...
Are they giving this IG? Shadow's late. Oh,
yeah, they saw Shadow on a control ward top, but yeah, they feel too weak to actually hit this now, too. Which I think is okay.
This flank would be so good if that tier 1 turret went down.
They're really ignoring mid-inner turret.
Bin recognizes that. Look at him stepping up on the mid-wave. IG have to make up a decision if they want to fight or they need to back off now, because they're kind of doing a bit of both. Awkward dancing. And now they're getting control of the bot wave.
I would not be queuing. Gala needs health. Let him hit the wave, get as much health back as possible.
They're
already
losing
an
a mid-tier
expensive
2 for
stay.
this.
Yeah, already an expensive stay because Bin's gotten that mid-tier 2 to half.
Shy's here.
But
He has teleport and ult, but this turret, ooh, not going to be gone. Shy saves it. But now they know IG are sectioned off a little bit misconstrued by the plays that BLG are making, and they will now repounce back over the Otacon pit.
I mean, I'd be kind of down if they started this again. The Otacon, the resistance shred is very real. You've seen a lot of teams throw games around Otacon globally. Because I think the reward it gives you, if you get a lot of the roses too, I mean, it can be worth like half a level to a level, not to mention adaptive force. So, in the end, IG stabilized a bit. And we might just have a rinse and repeat of the Dragon, but curious what happens this time around, because, you know, does IG maybe look at this and say, hey, we have Gala at 2 items, but what happens if we get him to 3?
Yep.
Because that Orianna, like, sitting at the Leandries and a 10-stack Magi's is very, very, very scary to me, if I'm IG.
We don't have a lot of ways to try and get tonight in this game, having indexed so heavily into this kind of buffer comp in a lot of these fights. So Knight's damage being off the charts is big. Mako having to use that cleanse. Does get the Swiffer
really
and
good
the Chains Collection out. So those 2 ults off the board here for BLG, but they're going to use it to knock down this bot tier 1 turret they've been eyeing for the last couple of minutes.
That was a very high-value cleanse, taking away those 2 ults. We'll see if that's enough for IG to maybe look, as Bin's the target for now.
Redemption going to come down and provide him some safety. Way not going to pull the trigger there just yet. Nothing connecting so far here for IG to be able to take control of their jungle as they lose another blue buff. They got to start taking stock on what they're willing to let go of to buy more time.
BLG's put another 1k gold in their pocket just based on the last few sequences, just because they're picking up more waves, which has been nice. I do think that IG with the Sion Galio kind of forced to do this a little bit. As Drake spawns, but Otacon's at half. This isn't spotted yet for IG. Mako doing his best to sneak in. He's in with the Shy. They didn't see it yet, though. They haven't seen it. Okay, they see it now.
Chunks out rookie. Elk gets back out away from that aggro. On is in front of 3 members IG. He's trying to stop Wave from going in for the smite steal. Good buffer there from On. They are going to trade Shadow out as Gala transcends into the new form of this Yunara. On's going to dodge out on the Tempered Fate, but should fall as another stun lands. Got to give all this gold over to Gala to get him as accelerated as possible, and they will. Gala gets a double kill at the price of Otacon for Billy. Okay.
That's, this might be interesting as the game spawns. I will say not a lot of petals picked up there for BLG. 27's, like, not even really worth half a level yet.
You got it in you, Elk? You got it in you? Nope.
Good attempt. Another Ocean Dragon, which will very much help against the Poke Varus.
What health
I'd
is
say
that
a
turret?
good draw for IG, who again have the 2 tanks and can really rely on healing from that missing health, which they're going to have to use to face check the brushes. And this took a little bit too long. They did a nice job of keeping Wei out of the pit and bursting this one down. I thought there was maybe a world where Wei could have gotten in there to actually flip it, but he never really got in range. So again, just Otacon secured for 2. And because that fight just was never close, that gold really being able to be placed onto both Gala and Wei as 2 shutdowns are secured on the 2 big damage dealers that IG have, which another aspect of Game 2 that sounds very familiar to Game 1, Slayer.
Stars are aligning, but again, the difference here.
A shutdown traded for Otacon. It was 1k on Sivir. Now it's like 1k between our 2 damage dealers.
Yeah,
it's another Ocean Soul. I'm not losing my mind, right?
No, you are not. But here's the difference, Gabby, is that Knight, I feel like, is in a composition where his lead can be much more beneficial in those later game stages. Orianna, not going to slow down anytime soon, even if the book does come off the board. You called it out. That shockwave is the scariest thing IG are staring down right now.
Yep.
Once they go into every single fight. For now, they have Cleanse and Flash on Gala, but that is not going to be a reality as this game proceeds.
Yeah, the ability to lock down Yunara. I mean, it's going to be Vi and Bessa with a shockwave behind it for Gala. And frankly, like, Gala's building a lot of damage. He's going to have to use his hands to try his best to escape that. And if that happens, then we have seen what Yunara can do in fights, especially Gala's Yunara.
Mm-hmm. Sporting the first ever Yunara pentakill in competitive play, if you missed that one.
Yeah. That said, it's a tough task. Like, it's no easy ask this game. Even with all the help he's going to get, all the peel that is around him. We'll see if Gala's got it in him.
Just want to shut that one out. Standing on its last legs. Here's the interesting thing as well about this kind of scale conversations, right? You see this happen in a lot of games. BLG is so burst-oriented, where if they don't kill off Gala very quickly, I have real concerns later on as this game goes about how they can really ever kill the Shy or Rookie. Mako, he's eating a lot of ults here. They finally caught the Bard, and it took Cease and Desist, Temper Fate, or Solar Flare, and Shades of Corruption, but they knocked down Mako.
Sadly, BLG is spotted, and they are split and recalling. This could get feisty for IG. The fact they're on Vision, Wei has a hell of an angle if he wants it. Even if they're down numbers, I think they're just waiting to see if a scenario comes to them. Props to BLG. They exit as a team, and they don't give IG the window. I do think that BLG deserves some props there. It's a small thing, but exiting as a team there did take away a scary window for Wei. I like the call to play for this top inner turret.
We've got so much gold. Knocked down two turrets within the last minute. Bring the gold lead back up to 5K.
Okay,
6K.
Good stuff from BLG. As wondering, I think the only aspect of Mako trying to save himself there is if he gets tempered fade off like before that cease and assist hits. But keep in mind that Edge of Night, it would eat it for Elk. So definitely some of the value of that item. I do think it's pretty difficult for them to get Edge of Night off the Varus, which is a real conversation because they're going to need that to threaten tempered fates later on.
Yeah, like, what is it going to be? A dash trickster fake out from Wei?
No, it's got to be Yunara W. I think that's the most likely one. It's got to be Yunara W. I think that's the only thing that takes shield off.
Be a very interesting thing to track going on forward as the Baron Dance has officially commenced here for BLG. Got a dragon spawning in about a minute as well if they want to go towards that. That is another Ocean Soul, which again is much more highly valuable for the IG comp as we continue to draw parallels between our Game 1 and Game 2 situations.
Infinity Edge is completed for Gawa, but again, I don't think IG need to fight this. So I think the ball's in their court. Like, they don't have map control right now. They can easily just eat these waves, continue the scale if they want to. And try to get this Yunara to just like the privileged place, the stupid luxury items where you might be able to even think about surviving this level 16 Orianna that has a Void Staff and a 12-page Magi. So I'm kind of in the camp for IG of bend not break here. I'd actually love if they gave this. I just don't think that this is like the fight that you want. Just sign up, take waves, get econ, and go from there. And I think IG's aligned. So this is a good decision. I was disappointed about the second dragon a lot in the last game. And I know they lost the second dragon fight here, but I thought it was playable for IG. This is the one where I'm looking at my screen. I'm like, okay, you need to give. So I think IG definitely making the right call here.
I want them to give to fix their long lanes, most importantly.
That's a good call. Red buff pickup too. You get this for free by giving. And I think BLG is making the right call by having Shadow solo it too.
Yeah, because you can provide safety for Knight who has to treacherously walk up towards this top wave, and on in Elk or close by as Mako dodges another Dance with Death there. That's Chains of Corruption down for Elk.
On? You cannot walk here.
On again is just not allowed to be in this position. But IG see a teleport coming from behind, and Shadow on the flank. Gala is going to pop the Transcendence and try to chase Shadow down. Good Cyclone knock him. Shadow Slash does not get over the red buff wall. Gala has the first kill. The Shy has found himself in treacherous territory as well. He's not tanky enough to survive the 4-man brigade of BLG. Jungler for top laner.
Bin is level 17. My lord, he just made that Scion look like paper. As, to be fair, Yunara did the same to Shadow. No smite means no Baron start, so IG survive with a trade of kills, and I guess more gold on their ADs, so that's okay.
Oh, Shockwave. Knight wants more pages in his book, and he's going to find him. 20 stacks, Medjai's Orianna at 30 minutes.
Now the losing team's jungler is dead, and I think that's Baron.
Oh. On a ward. IG knows it's happening, but I just look at the waves. It's so hard for them to ever walk up near here. Mako, do you have Smite in your Unsealed Spellbook? I mean, yeah, no. This is Baron to BLG. Value of picking off a jungler.
I really liked how IG was playing from behind until Wei walked in there. He just wasn't... That was like the one moment where he wasn't connected with Mako in the last couple of minutes in that sequence, and it's an expensive one. You only get armor from Wukong's passive, not MR. Tread's not enough to survive this Orianna that's just fed out of her goddamn mind. And it feels like those extra side waves that BLG was picking up while the game stalled, very high value. We've seen Bin and Knight really cash in on their leads this game.
Oh no, is Knight about to delete someone else? Mako will definitely shred like tissue paper. Pops the Ghost to get back towards his team. Shadow not going to jump towards that tankier Scion, but IG, I don't know what we need to position so aggressively for here. They're putting Gala into tough positions. He's assist and the public execution land, but this time the Temper Fate holds them. Hero's entrance there to try and get the Tom. They need to get Gala out very quickly, but they've knocked up Bin. Popped his GAs. Bin does eliminate the Bard off to the side. Resurrecting is Shadow, and Gala has a 1v1 ding with Bin as he runs away scared, and that means that Rookie is caught with the rest of BLG. Great play from Mako, but it can't save Invictus Gaming.
You know, I gotta say that Tempered Fate, I think it bought time for the rest of BLG to get in position to actually play that fight out. So I get, you know, wanting to stop the Vi Ambessa right there, but that might be one where you just throw a Bard Q and go from there. Because, man, the rest of that fight was so split for IG. Well played by BLG. But I think the way that IG tried to play to get the Yunara out that time around actually bought time for BLG to get in position. Overall, have a good fight for them. So that's going to be a lot of gold going over to BLG, who do have Baron on their shoulders and can knock down these standing objectives like that bot inner turret.
And most importantly, Gala without Cleanse and Flash. For whatever fight comes next here. You still have Flash on. You have it on Knight as well. I don't see a world where Gala can really survive if BLG have their way.
The Shy might be in trouble, actually.
He's just
quite squishy.
Yeah.
Okay. He eats some ults.
All right,
I will say,
turret down as well.
If I'm IG right now, I guess the Shy can't really chase that much. Yeah, if you consider you're chasing for
whoa, Rookie. Here comes Rookie. He's going after Elk, who has no idea the goal is coming out from a Yunara. Does get picked off. Bin finds the magical connection on the public execution and just extinguished the flames of comeback for IG once more. Wei doesn't even get on top of Elk. BLG are going to even up our series one apiece through methodical team fighting.
Yeah, this comp, I guess it just didn't have the damage. Yunara, we talked about the threat that she was going to be under. I don't think this Bard was enough. And we saw Mako really play the Bard out nicely in the earlier stages, but come the fight, he couldn't stop the combo from going down, couldn't stop the Beyblades, couldn't stop the shockwaves too. As BLG gonna clean this up, take us 3.
Invictus Gaming stacked all their chips in the Gala basket. And the roulette spin came up. Billy Gaming Blue this time around. We are going to game 3 between two of our top squads in Group Ascent.
Yeah, I love the draft, honestly, from BLG. Like, we looked at it, we're like, oh my god, Vi, Ambessa, Orianna, and the Yunara. Like, you always have ways to play the game. Play into that scaling Yunara. That's exactly what we saw throughout that game. As BLG played that one out, I think, very nicely.
Much better bounce back from the kind of similar woes we saw in game 1. It was right, we kept drawing parallels. Cubby, what things did BLG do outside of a better draft? What things did BLG do in this game 2 that were better to make up for the shortcomings we saw in the opening match?
I think On had a solid game. Like, we saw On get picked off. He killed a lot of the tempo between him and Shadow being a split. I thought this time around, On was really on point with where he was walking and helping out his team. And then Mako just, again, that Bard, I could see the idea, just didn't make the difference that it needed to. I really want to see that last fight where Yunara burned both summoner spells, like the one before the final fight. Yeah. I'm curious if Mako could have played that one out better as the Bard. Because for me, that was the big game changer. Because once Yunara loses both summons and can't really play out a real fight, we saw how the game went. And man, I mean, what a big performance from Knight and Bin, who just really made that look like a very one-sided game, amassing economy on themselves and delivering the pain to IG.
Yeah, and Shadow doing a good job kind of filing in as that fire starter, the catalyst for a lot of these fights. A lot of really good cease and desist angles to put that Orianna Shockwave in a premier position. That was the BLG that went out to a 7-0 torrential pace and didn't allow much opponents to have a shout in a lot of their series. So good to see them get back to that spot, knowing that all this series rides on game 3. Game 1 doesn't mean squat if BLG could come away with the last 2 of our series.
Yeah, and again, like that was the big story coming out of the day is that IG have not been able to really compete with the teams above them. BLG was the team that took away both their lives in Split 2 playoffs. I felt like coming out of the day, this is the best chance that IG had to really flip the script. I think IG is playing one off to really challenge BLG. And yeah, we saw that comeback win in game 1. I like the draft. I like how they played it. Game 2 just felt like that Yunara comp that we have seen really work for IG. I thought it was a little bit disrespectful to like maybe not have a Tom Kench, maybe not have a Thresh, and be able to pull that off into the Vi Ambessa. And also, like, with all that up, all that showing, I think taking that Yunara so early was pretty risky and definitely punished by the side of BLGs. So I really like how they played it in that pick. I thought the Orianna was the right selection for Knight. Just, again, the Shockwave follow-up, and then just the zoning pressure you have with the ball. We never really saw it, but that's really always a threat into marksman that you have to look out for when you're playing a champ like Yunara. And yeah, BLG executed just much better. IG far too split in the fights. Yeah,
and the disrespect kind of compounds when you factor in the additional kind of toll of picking the Shy tank, Ornn, into Bin Ambessa, which is like a free lane, and then picking this like Orianna into the Galio, which Knight was able to kind of cruise through in the early game as well. And you can see the damage charts reflecting, like, this IG comp does no damage if Gala is not able to step up and play the fights out like he wants to.
Yeah. Also, I mean, Vi Ambessa picked early. Like, the Galio on 3, I think is kind of fair to question too. I saw the theory with the Yunara, but this Galio, I think, just kind of walked into the meat grinder. As rookie, I think only participated in 1 kill that game. So
yeah,
it ended up being kind of tough. And yeah, I'm going to wait for one of the latter fights. I still thought that, like, early on, I mean, IG were only down at, like, 1k gold, but they had gold on Wukong Yunara, so I thought life was okay for them still. But I'm curious what happens with the later on fights, and especially that one I was talking about where I feel like Mako Bard could have played it just a wee bit better.
But you're going to see in this Dragon fight just how much.
So this was an oopsie for sure.
Well,
like, you want to send Galio in immediately with the first Wukong ult, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point here is, if you get that lineup, if you get cease assist public execution on the Gala, like, how does IG ever do enough damage to win the rest of the fight?
I mean, also you could argue that Rookie probably should have just ulted Gala, like when they sent the combo in there, because a lot of these fights got really split from IG, and that's this is the one front to back they were able to get. BLG have really poor conditions, but they did take the Otacon, so this was I think 2 for Otacon is pretty whatever. Slash, I'll take the Otacon.
Yeah.
This is the fight I'm interested in.
Here it is, yep.
Oh, I don't know if the Tempered Fate there is good. Like, I think Galio might land on time. I guess you're preventing the Shockwave, but again, I didn't see Knight in range. I didn't see where the ball was. So I guess I need to watch it a 3rd time. If the ball's not there, I don't think the Tempered Fate's worth it at all.
And the only reason Gala I see has having to burn those summoners is, I mean, he just, this Vi, I think Shadow has just done a really wonderful job. Always
his job was easy this game.
Threat. It was.
Yeah.
But he was always there to
well.
pop the cease and desist to, like, cut down the distance, right?
He did it well. He was disciplined about making sure that Yunara was the pick. He didn't get distracted by the other members that were far less important. So definitely deserves some credit there. Good direction from BLG in this game. I mean, that was not an LPL gold graph we looked at. That was a clean, well-snowballed game from BLG.
Yes.
Definitely deserves some credit there.
And who deserves your credit for player of the game, Cubby?
Knight. Knight. Easy.
Okay.
Yep. Go from there. Yep.
Okay. No words for any other
Fully stacked Magi's. Very clean. You know, rookie participated in 1 kill.
Bin Ambessa was pretty cool. You talked about how high up in levels he was. All right. Yeah, I'm just playing devil's advocate, folks.
Let's get a game 3 Slayer.
Yeah. Yep. All right. There we go. His 6th MVP of the split. Congratulations, Knight, for a nearly flawless Orianna game. Taking an early lead. He's gotten in both games this time, capitalizing on it and closing up the book, the Magi's book, and the book on this game 2. we have gotten a series here between IG and BLG that has not disappointed. BLG looking to bounce back and try and threaten the very top of Group Ascent table, and IG trying to shatter a glass ceiling the Cubby has placed above them after only 3 series wins against the top 3 of the LPL. One of those 2 outcomes is becoming a new truth going forward. We'll find all that out and more on the other side of another intermission. It all comes down to this, folks. Game number 3, Invictus Gaming taking on BLG. And it has been, you know, two sides of the successful coins here when it comes to IG and BLG. IG game 1. Game goes into the 40-minute mark. They're one of the best team fighting teams. They're one of the best late scaling teams, especially with their 80 carry Gala. Game 2. BLG find an answer for Gala and make sure the game ends before any sort of post 40-minute woes can become a conversation. And now we arrive here, Cubby. Game 3.
Yeah, and it's been, honestly, I think everything up for grabs. I do feel like BLG's had a small edge in this series, as I do credit a lot of Game 1 to kind of draft if still. But I have liked how IG have played in some like elements of this. I just think that Game 2, maybe looking back, a little bit too high a prio on Yunara when stuff like Vi, Mbessa, Orianna, Poke, Varus. I mean, that is just a recipe to make your late game carry marksman's life miserable. And BLG did just that.
It's very fun looking back towards that Game 2 draft and the small decisions that changed so much, because remember we felt like when the Jhin ban came across that they were goading out a Varus ban. I wonder how much different this entire game looks, right? If they kind of just handshake that Varus ban. But
not wrong.
It's fun to think about how one draft decision can kind of warp an entire game, as we get set here for a lot more draft decisions and a Game 3 draft where we will be seeing IG likely on the blue side for the first time this series, Gubby.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I will say that IG as a team have actually played more red side games. I know they've been winning, which means you usually play more red side, but I'm curious. I think they use counter picks decently well. Like they're playing this a pretty late game identity, this split between tanks top, like a lot of mages mid. And I think it's gone decently well for them with, of course, Gala being on a lot of the hyper carries. But a couple of those big hyper carries off the table. What my eyes go towards in this game, like Ezreal, Kai'Sa, I think are the big picks at AD. Outside of that, do we see a Senna emerge in this one, or Jhin? Because Jhin,
I think Jhin.
When you have solo laners, the likes of Bin, Knight, the Shy, Rookie, Mr. Useful with the W can open up a lot of things. So curious to see where teams fall with AD. Oftentimes drafts start there, and I think that's going to warp a lot of the identity moving forward.
It's a fun pain point, right, though, for IG specifically with the Jhin conversations, because I think, yes, you have those solo lanes and Rookie and the Shy, but you also, they've never been a team to really, like, I don't want to say the Jhin is limiting, but it does, you know, fall outside the scope of what they want to get out of Gala, right? Where I think Elk has found a lot more success, even recently in Split 3, piloting that Jhin to be like what you've called a catalyst with one deadly flourish for Knight or Bin to kind of run wild. I will say, though, for Bin, his usual carry champions of Split 3 are both off the table, right? His usual carry picks he likes have mostly been the Mbessa and the Rumble.
You see, Slayer, it's actually Game 3, so it's just time that Bin plays Renekton. It has felt like that's just kind of the default pick for Bin, and I think the funny thing, again, the Shy's yet to play Renekton this split. Look, guys, for me, longtime fan of League of Legends. I'm a longtime fan of Renekton as a champion. I think the Shy is one of, if not the best Renekton players in the world. The fact that he hasn't played it yet this split kind of surprises me, and I find it really interesting that is actually Bin's most played on the other side. I think it speaks a lot to the team identities and how these teams have actually played and viewed that champion. Just the fact that IG, like, the Shy's like, hey, I will pick tanks, we will go late, and Gala can carry us out of these games. Versus where things are a little bit different. But hey, curious what happens. Game 3. IG have yet to topple BLG this year. Gonna look to do so in this game. Oh, Ziggs, they want a Azir. Rookie wants, they're gonna draw an Azir ban for the life of them with the Ziggs ban, because Knight's been playing that into Azir, and it's actually been really good for him. Yone too. Jesus Christ, ban Azir, man. They're begging for it.
Azir off the table. Oh boy, oh boy. They will just first pick slam this.
I'm down with Trundle ban. You don't need a third ban, Rookie. Come on, man up. Any Aurora's off the table. You're fine.
All right. What do we even take away now? Just a Xin ban? If you really want
maybe a Poppy or a Xin. Poppy? Yeah, I think that's where I'd look.
There's just no world to get this Azir, though, right? There's just gotta be no world.
I don't think so. I mean, what else? Like, I will say Rookie hasn't played it all split.
Oh, yeah, Gwen.
Okay, they're going to ban Gwen themselves. So if Azir gets banned here, Which, again, IG is just begging for BLG to let Azir through with the Zigzione bans. Yeah,
Nope.
okay, that's not going to happen. Yeah, there's no way that was going to happen. We were just...
So you get your
All right.
first draw. You first draw out those junglers that are still left over, right? So
Xin, yeah.
no Wukong Vi, no Jarvan. There's
I
a
like
lot off
the
the
Poppy.
table here. So they're going to take the Poppy. How flexible is this Poppy with IG, though, for you?
Mako has yet to play at this split. It will depend on support matchup, but I expect to see it in the hands of Wei. And I'm okay with it. You're definitely signing up to be a little bit more supportive, but okay, I will say that Poppy is flexible for the Shy. He used to play it into the Renekton. And I'm not surprised to see this front line coming out for BLG.
Okay.
So, Jack's an option maybe for the Shy. Cassante as well. Those are the two options to really get out of Renekton Sejuani, and you gotta imagine that they want to lock in one now.
Hey, remember that Drain Tank Kaisa conversation, Scubby? I would like to revisit that convo.
I'd like to see a
if this
Nash's
gets
Tooth.
locked in.
This is also Gala's Kaisa, which I think is always worth noting.
Yeah, it's Gala's Kaisa, right? Yeah. So he gets this one locked in. Gonna make up for a pretty interesting dive composition. Unless he tries to play this one out front to
Is
back.
it Jax Cassante?
Kaisa.
We haven't seen a Cassante yet from the Shy this split. I think you got to be nuts to put the Poppy top up there, but hey, maybe that's where IG's heads are at. I mean, look, like, let's picture a world where Xin doesn't get banned. Like, what does Xin jungle Poppy top look like here? You might be able to play through the Rise. I think that's I wouldn't rule that one out. Oh, Cassio's disgusting in the sense. I would love a Cassio pick here. I think Knight should slam this. Is it worth dropping an Ezreal?
That's the decision. But on a BLG team, you think they're going to lean away from Knight's decision? No, they're not. They're going to get the Cassiopeia locked in and try and lock a lot of these IG dashes in place. I do like for Invictus Gaming, though, you talked about it, like, by picking Rookie Rise here, you hold technically a 3-tool flex if you do want to throw the Poppy topside, or you want Mako to play his first Poppy game. So you do hold a lot of flexibility with your comp by not picking top or support by this point.
They have Renekton Sejuani and they ban Jace. That might be the most respect I've ever seen paid towards the Shy ever. I don't know why that you don't ban Jax Cassante. Sorry to ignore your point. I don't know why that you don't ban Jax Cassante and take away like the two best options. Because I think it would just be really tough for IG to play topside if that's the case. Also, if I'm in the IG camp, I would just take away Ezreal. That is a massive, beefy front line that you have to get through. I know Kaisa and Ezreal like can be playable with the late game executes, but I think that Kaisa is going to be on... I have to get through Renekton Sejuani duty. She's going to have to navigate the Cassio and team fights, which is very scary. I love the Cassio angle that I'm seeing right now. It's a very low-range comp showing for IG, and Cassio just gets so much mileage if she's able to interact with everything in the game. Also, the tankiness. They don't have a ton of damage or a lot of top-lane options where there's enough damage to get through a Cassio, because like you're looking at Jax Cassante to be picked into the Renekton Sejuani, and Cassio's fine with that. Like, she loves that game because she gets to interact with someone else decently well. So
Kalista.
Okay, it's a Kalista ban. I mean, Elk gets Ezreal if he wants now.
I mean, Elk's got to go with this, right?
You could go Senna, too, and like have kind of this backdoor scaling advantage. I don't like Jhin as much this game for whatever reason.
To try and just outrange. I mean, if you want to just overload damage, I think, yeah, Corki wouldn't be in a
Corki's fine, too.
All right, they're going to get the Nautilus locked down. That is one hell of a front line, IG. Are you trying to go through the front line or go around it? Because you're kind of trying to do both. Or boot
Rel's
the
up
front
if
line
they want it. I'm kind of down for a Poppy support this game. I mean, it plays good defense in the Sejuani Renektons. They're probably going to keep it top or jungle, I guess. Maybe there's a world top lane where you get so tanky that Cassio can't kill you. I know that sounds wild, but Poppy top does some stupid things when you get like the accelerator resources that you do. I know that the Shy used to play it.
Well, it's not going to Mako.
I don't even love Jax. Okay, that's where we're at, the Shy. That's where, I mean, I got to be honest. I don't love Jax Cassante this game. I really don't. I think that's usually the two best traditional answers in a Renekton Sejuani. So I'm down for something weird or different. Because again, Jax Cassante just gets feasted upon by a Cassiopeia. Gnar, you have a way to play out of it. Okay, it's a really short-range game. I do like BLG's draft a lot. I think BLG got themselves a lot of things they want.
Still would have liked Elgezriel a bit more, but...
Yeah, I don't think IG has enough damage. Like, it's got to come from the Kai'Sa just shredding this front line. But for me, Cassio throws such a wrench into that plan if it goes late. So I want to see if IG can accelerate this game into the Cassio. I think it's really important that you put Knight behind. Because Cassio, for me, is just the real game breaker. Like, she's like too tanky for Kai'Sa to one-shot, and then she can actually fight Kai'Sa if you land your abilities. You get to interact really well with everything in this game. So I think the Shy's going to be under a lot of pressure, has to survive early. I'm curious to see what kind of setups we see mid, because I expect the Ryze Poppy to try and attack this Cassio and set it behind. And then bot, I do think the Corki actually does have some value in this game, and you get to interact with everything in the game as Corki. And he does stupid damage if you're in that scenario. So I think it was an okay game to drop the Ezreal and play that. So I like the drafts, I will say, a lot for BLG. I think I really like their setup for this game.
I agree. But what I do think can kind of nullify a lot of these conversations are these clutch ultimates for IG's side, right? If the Shy can get in with a big Gnar ultimate onto a low-range Corki Cassio comp, you can get the Kai'Sa back there, you have enough stun for the burst. And then there's always the Poppy ultimate, right? If Wei can get this and get rid of the front line, you can get rid of multiple members in these fights, it can make the difference in pure numbers. But again, it's very tough to execute. BLG are now going to be in a spot comp-wise where I think they can kind of relax and look to play front to back. Something they have yet to do in this series, Cubby. A lot of the agency pressure has been on them. And now they're going to try and knock down IG once again, just like they did in the playoffs twice, with a final Game 5. And it started off with a very unfortunate level 1 for Mako. Oh, wow.
What do you mean? He just walks out.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's cap. Yeah, that normally happens. I guess the level 1 is trash for BLGs. Well, except for Nautilus, but whatever.
I'm kind of with you. Wasn't there. That said, it does get priority for Bin. Does matter for that matchup. As looking at the setups, nothing too weird here. Gonna be a spellbook actually for Shadow. We'll say oftentimes this is like tech you see when it's Sejuani and the Trundle. And Poppy can definitely deny some of those aftershocks with a steadfast presence. How this matchup works, so Shadow's gonna go for the alternative option. And yeah, we'll see what happens this game. Again, I think that the Cassio, I really think it's important you set Cassio behind. Also really like this opening from Wei. You destroy Sejuani in the early levels. Poppy, you have a lot of power. So I think Wei playing to split the map, play like this, and play for topside is actually pretty good. See if Mako and Gala can survive it, though.
That does become a pretty big question. I like to see the fact that the AI bot kind of supports how I was thinking about this game for the first time, where BLG do kind of have the scale edge later on, but they're such a proactive team, especially with Shadow. And I'd like to see Shadow look to really punish this Kai'Sa.
Oh, they're going to fight the Sej?
Oh, they're just going to go after the Cassio. Knight in position. He is aware. Knew Wei was lurking on that topside jungle.
Ah. I do like the opener, though, for Wei and IG. So I know it's even in camps, but it's no red buff for Sejuani, which definitely takes away some of that early power. Poppy, early, again, is a terrifying champion. So I like how Wei pathed this. I think that you're already taking some power away from Shadow. Like, technically, you're hovering your bot side here in case Shadow were to look, which matchup-wise, like Corki, Nautilus couldn't. It's hard to set up a dive. Like, they definitely have advantage first 3 levels. So I really like the setup that Wei had for this game. I think that him and IG definitely deserve credit.
I also do like him kind of getting away from hovering towards this top side, because I think the Shy is the Shy. It's really hard for him to ever give away leads early, but this Gnar Renekton matchup, at least until ultimates come around, is very Gnar favored, especially with that range for him. You can just stack these draft stacks like you're seeing. So leaning towards that Kai'Sa bottom lane, that's such a big crux of your comp, is going to be big. But mid lane is where we see Shadow create his first little opportunity. He is going to layer the stun, and that forces Rookie's flash out early. So good spot there to provide some safety for Knight going forward, as long as he doesn't have to trade a flash of his own, which right on cue, he will not.
That's going to be priority crab, though, going over to Shadow. As Wei doesn't answer. We'll see if Wei actually fights for the respawn Raptors here. there is a world where if he forces Shadow up, he could try and fight for respawn Raptors. Also, the Shy's been spacing that matchup really well in the top side, so he has a pretty good HP advantage. As 2v2 top is kind of emerging.
Ooh, Rookie getting a pretty good chunk there in the Knight. Again, though, Knight does have that flash advantage.
And look at what Wei's doing. Really interesting. Again, I think that he can play... Yeah, I mean, he's pinging the respawn Raptors. This is the most valuable thing on the map right now, is fighting for this. And Shadow's realizing it too. But I like what Wei's done. Like, this is max control for Wei, and it's going to be a smite flip. We'll see if he can get the little ones. Again, advantage Poppy of this scenario.
He gets one.
Okay, good defense from Shadow. That's a good read from him, too. I think it's a good back and forth there from our junglers. I know it's delaying the game overall a lot for each of them, but that's okay for Poppy. Shadow ends up finding a pretty big win when all is said and done, though. He's going to get bot crab, too, so I think Wei missing out on that play was a pretty big deal. And Knight is unplayable here, so yeah, Shadow gets a lot. I think that Wei might have mismanaged that after he forced Shadow way up top. He didn't really play to retake the map in the best way. This is good defense from Mako.
Yeah, he's trying to really guard these chickens.
But they can. Like, it's still gone.
Shadows.
So Shadow, like on the back half of all this, Shadow's actually destroying the jungle matchup.
Yep.
Which, like, getting both respawn Raptors and both crabs is very, very, very big.
I wonder if they can just kind of transition into a dragon take. There's some pings going down. Like, why not just help Shadow start this one up? Wei's picking going towards the top side as well. But no, they'll just clear out vision. There's never really been a priority for these dragons right off spawn, like you talked about in Game 2, with how heavy our LPL teams are really looking at grubs and first brick in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to look at Shadow. He's going to take 2 more camps and just come back out on the map and be huge. So I like the early direction from Wei. Again, I think that he played it well until the top crab. I thought he responded poorly. I like pushing Shadow up, but I think he probably should have been there on, like, his own Raptor respawn for sure. And then if he's there for Shadow's Raptor respawn, he can contest that. But both the Raptor respawns going over to Shadow again. His base will be very nice when he gets back there. And I think it's important in a game where IG gets outscaled, as we talked about earlier, because killing Cassio will be a big problem for this composition later on.
And you pick the Poppy to really try and create as early as you can, but again, it is pretty hard. This is where IG's comp gets a little bit wonky, where you get this Rise that really needs his time on his own. Gala's Kaisa for everything it does, especially with Gala piloting it. It's a rough early lane with how short range you are, especially into this Corki that can really just burst you down. So I think it's a really tough task to ask Wei to kind of try and shut down some of these scaling factors for BLG, and all he's really resulted in leaning on doing is all this jungle camp chasing like we talked about, but even that has kind of floundered earlier on.
He's going to deny the blue buff. Rookie needs another reset for mana before they can start looking at this dragon. Oh, yeah, he gets the mana and the Merc Treads. I think that is the correct pickup going into the Cassio and the Sejuani. Definitely going to have to play within the range of a lot of dangerous things this game for rookies, so curious if after this and Rookie returning to the lane, if we have this dragon started, because the okay, not going to be the case. That kind of has been a theme though today.
It really has. Ooh, good angle there found by On.
I think a bit of a mistake. Yeah, a bit of a mistake from Mako. Honestly, it's your job to catch those Nautilus hooks in this matchup. So good punish by On, and an expensive flash loss for Gala. And keep in mind, you can see TP up for each of our supports. We're in the stage, what the theme of the day has been so far throughout all 3 games has been no first Drake taken, and early grubs fought. I was setting it up, but Shadow's broken it, because that's enough to actually get the Drake early on, just giving Gala lost flash. So I like the adaptation from him. I think it's a very good call from BLG, and for me, Wei had the timer to think or do this when he took the blue buff, but didn't. And that's going to be interesting one to look at looking back, because I don't know if that's worth it or not. I really am not sold.
We'll have to see how quickly IG can pounce behind Wei. And maybe that's why you see the aggressive trading coming from the Shy. He commits that ultimate, try and trade with it Bin so you get the wave up. And yeah, that's going to be all 3 grubs secured and onto the right team. But here's the trade-off. Shadow's going to go for the dive on the flashless Kaisa. And Gala, I mean, this is just 80 carry life. There's no way to outplay this. He nearly, I actually will shut me up very quickly. And he gets the kill on. And that's all you can really ask for in that scenario if you're Gala.
Still, waves denied. So we'll give it a win for BLG. Mako goes for Shadow. He sneaks on out. See if he sticks around, though. That ward being dropped, the TP coming in. Wei is yet to spot the TP. That is On's TP. That is extremely forward.
Back.
He's looking to get involved.
Look at all these wards. I mean, Wei's jungle is lit up right now by BLG.
Rookie's about to get lit up,
over the
too.
inside track onto Rookie. There's another flash. These dredge lines from On right now are 2 for 2 in flashes collected.
Man, you called it. That bot side river is just all BLG's right now. Rookie not able to secure his own cannon minion. So, good deny. As On for sure adding some soft pressure to the map. Mako is spotted going over this, but he's going to just help hover Rookie, make sure he can get this wave in. Rookie's probably basing after this one. So, I think it's all okay. But, yeah, there's led some trading around the map, and that trading in favor of BLG early on. In a game where we really like their comp later on. Again, killing Cassio is, we feel like, a pretty impossible mission.
Really tough. And it doesn't help that Ben into this Gnar that can be really pesky early is actually have a significant amount of CS by this point. So again, IG, where can we find a way to get proactive? Because as much as we talked about BLG, late game woes, right? The flip side has always been that IG, while when they play comps that can sack resources and look to bounce back later, yeah, it looks really good when you get Gala in the position, really flashy with how they can play team fights, but I've been routinely disappointed with how slow they seem to play out these more snowball-y-esque comps that we're seeing right now. If you can even call this comp a snowball comp from IG.
Yeah, I will say, like, I think that's some of the difficulty, though, because Cassio beats Ryze in lane. Early on, the Renekton Gnar matchup, you can see off this TP, the Shy has steel caps, but he delayed those for the Cole. So I think that the amount he's down is actually very appropriate, given that, and how the matchup usually goes, where I expect Renekton to be up a wee bit at this point. But that's like we feel like they get outscaled, and they picked into lanes where it's not great. I think the big timer is going to be Ryze double stacking items being evolved. Because Knight is only going Roa, which I do like. I think if you go Roa and like Seraphs, you're just building way too slow as Cassio. I'm curious what Knight goes next. Probably the Andres. That or Rylai's. But
yeah, Rylai's, there's a lot of ways. You do kind of limit. It's hard to get a lot of AP.
Rylai's is cool, so I hope he doesn't do it. But Rylai's is OP on Cassio.
It's just so annoying to deal with. It's so fun though to see this Cassio come out here from the Knight. That Miasma is so much valuable. Petrifying Gaze, locking up IG whenever they're going to decide to go forward is, yeah, I do like this patience out of BLG. They recognize that, hey, we're going to feel a lot stronger once we go to these, Herald fights, Ossicon, later Dragons, if we've survived early game giving up minimal losses. And that is the case of the game state right now.
I really like that trade coming in from the Shy. He squeezed one boomerang through the wave and was able to get the TP out of bin. So he's at an okay item breakpoint here. Again, as long as he has steel caps, he should be relatively okay. Unless Shadow makes an appearance, but Shadow's been mostly playing for bot lane and the bot side. And with 30 seconds till the second Drake spawns, we'll see if that one continues. I will say,
snail's pace.
Yeah, it is. Something we haven't brought up yet, Slayer. Like, we were talking a lot about 5v5 setup, how we like the scaling of the OG's draft. The Poppy can change that at any point, but just finding a numbers advantage fight with Keeper's Verdict. And I think this is something where, like, specifically LCK, watching how they use and abuse this champion, it really feels and looks different than what we've seen in the LPL overall. But Wei has been one of the Poppies. Like, we have some players that for sure are better Poppy players. Wei's one of them. So we'll see if Wei is able to step up and do it. That would be good to see, but at the moment, Dragon started is spotted.
That is the one linchpin, though, for this IG comp, is Poppy, Keeper's Verdict, and then a Shy Gnarl can really change everything. His Blade is going to flash on top of him. The Dominus popped as the Shy goes mini. Waiting for his hop to come back up so he can get over the wall. He has to flash instead. Both top laners burning flashes there, but nobody dropping as the dragon does not command the attention of everybody so far. So I'm looking for a dredge line. Rookie's able to sidestep that one, and yeah, now we have the junglers dancing around the dragon here.
Shy's walking back top. Bin's there. Neither have TPs.
flank.
4v4. Mako.
Oh, he flashes over the dredge line to grab Shadow. Miasma's going to come down here. Knight got hit against the wall. Mako's going to survive here. Knight is starting to churn out these poison fangs, and the Realm Orb is the only thing that's going to save Rookie.
I mean, Knight already too tanky. I will say the depth charge from On was really good there because it disrupted the Kaisa, so Gava couldn't Killer Instinct to follow through on the Knight because everything went onto the Cassiopeia. But in the end, a disjointed fight. Mako going for that flank. I think he had to flash the dredge line to try and make that play, but they weren't able to find a clean combo onto Knight. So, I mean, Mako has the info here. I think he knows that's the play he's going to make. Just look at On and find Gala. I think if Gala walks further down, then they can make this because maybe he can Killer Instinct and help Knight with the Miasma. Like, even if Gala follows through, he would probably be on that Miasma that was positioned to the left in the brush because he doesn't want to play into the rest of the 4. So already in this game... Okay, actually, I'm looking at Rise inventory. We probably should have never taken this fight. Like, I just don't think there's ever a world where we killed Cassiopeia.
It's also the fact that, you know, Wei doesn't ever get Keeper's Verdict out in that fight. And especially at this point, like where the items are, IG, you're only winning fights where you have a serious numbers advantage. So that ult needs to come down quicker. Maybe he was afraid that Petrifying Gaze would catch him mid-turn, or On would drop him with a dredge line. There's a decent amount of cancels, but you just need that ult to connect if IG ever are going to find a fight right now.
Yeah, again, looking back, like that last base that Rookie just took, he went from having 2 Ruby Crystals, a D-Shield, and Merc Treads to like buying the Catalyst and a Blasting Wand. That's almost 2k worth of gold. So if he's sitting on that gold for the last fight and trying to kill Knight like that, I just don't think that plays in the tank. So maybe a bit of a disjointed play there from IG. I think we have seen them struggle with every single second dragon that spawned in this game, or this series. I think they played all 3 poorly. The Shy's dead here. This angle's too good. He's got no flash.
Yep. He's going to try and hop a little bit away to try and draw BLG away from that Rift Herald and buy time. Just soaking up as much attention, but he does go down. It does get Wei, that Herald, though. IG are going to try and run back out. Is On looks to find a dredge line. Elk is very strong with the Trinity Force already completed. Pretty far ahead. Valkyrie's over as the exhaust, and the Glacial Prison will lock up Wei. Elk picks up a second kill. BLG make that Rift Herald come at a cost.
Shadow flashed to secure that, and the race is on for first brick. This needs to be secured for IG to prevent feats. Meanwhile, Gala under siege mid. This is a 4v2. This is very dangerous against Cassio. She's so tanky that they can play this. Oh, Bin won it. That's feats.
Yeah.
That's huge for BLG.
Look how much of the map they're going to open up here as well. He should be able to pick up his mid-tier 1 turret. I don't think Gala can really step up and deny this. He gets way too close to another dredge line.
That's not worth
Deja vu.
That's just losing, like, it's losing a 5-minute cooldown for something that would have already happened in that game. Good walk from Rookie, as Miasma does stop the Realm Warp, so he made sure to step out and then step back in to increase his chances of dodging on that.
It's such a funny thing, right? That it interrupts Realm Warp. I feel like it should take the piece of Miasma that's over the Realm Warp with it.
You know, it works that way with Nunu.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Drop a torrential blizzard on your enemies with the Realm Warp. That was always fun. I remember those videos.
It's like the closest thing from the sound of, like... honestly, I need a montage of Rise porting in Nunu ults, and then we'll just throw on, like, the Boba Fett mind explosion sound from Attack of the Clones, you know? Yeah, I just see, like, full AP Nunu just, you know, nuking them.
Did you say Boba Fett? You mean, are we switching over
Jango
Fett here?
Yeah, Jango Fett. Yeah. Okay.
All right, hold on.
I tried to be a real one.
You're looking about as dizzy with your Fets as Spin is trying to figure out what this dive is from IG. But hey, with Kaisa coming in, they've got enough sauce, and down goes Bin.
It's
pick up a turret as well.
Yeah. That's the question. 3 grubs secured for IG, so BLG can't punish this quite as hard.
I do like this a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it ends up being a great play for IG in the end. Wow. Okay. Inners, gold funneled onto Gala. I think that's worth whatever BLG gets back, quite frankly. Maybe they can fight this next dragon. That's a nice gold injection. They're only down 1k gold after that. or 1.5K. That's fine. Good play.
2 upgrades on Gala with the Rage Blade completed by this point. Curious what the rookie's got in the bag here. But
oh, he did go Rylai's. He did go Rylai's second. Dude, I just don't know how IG plays into this Cassio. I think Cassio is just going to lawnmower them down because that's what Ryze is usually supposed to do, but Cassio is just that, but like more oppressive with the damage that oh my god, she's a haunting guys too. I don't think IG can fight this. I legitimately think that Cassio is 1v9s this fight. Because I don't like. I think you just have to take her out with Poppy R too. I don't think you actually have the damage to kill her.
That's
again so much tankiness to get through.
There's so much against IG that Keeper's Verdict can really just silence. But Gala is completely out of position.
What? Gala.
Why? Oh my. Okay. Well, that's disappointing.
Hey, do you think they can still fight Dragon or what?
Nope.
Nope. Oh man, we've really seen the.
That hurt me the most on the inside today. That, because I actually think that like IG just took a couple of really good steps to give themselves maybe a chance to contest this. I'm like, brother in Christ, what are we doing?
This is just like the every side to Gala, right? And he has these like awesome spell shields. He's such a great team fighting AD carry. Wows ya.
Let's move on. Game's going to be decided here.
Right, yeah.
If BLG picks this up, I don't know how IG plays their way back in. We're flipping Otacon. Let's do it.
All right, get Kaisa in position.
They've got great vision. I mean, this is secured.
All right.
Now, can they exit? They can roam warp out and get cute with this, by the way.
I don't even think they're going to have to. I think
okay, that's a good call.
On Otacon. Mako pay the price is the only one that walks around. Yes, he absolutely does, as he gets nabbed out of midair by a big boy anchor coming from on, and he's going to take the kill for himself as he earned it. Mid tier 2 also going to go down, so BLG get a lot more map control after they give away that sneaky Otacon.
In the grand scheme of things, I think you'll trade that if you're IG, but Mako didn't need to die there. So, ooh, they actually looked on that. Oh, I think they could have. I would have liked for Wei to pull the trigger there. They had Killer Instinct on Gala. Worst comes to worst, you're trading Poppy Flash for Corki Flash, which is trading up. No, it was a scary one, being down a man. We had more info on the top side, but that's some of the soft power of the lead that BLG has. IG, don't try to trade out sums onto the AD, and kind of the roadmap we painted for this game, being worried about their ability to get through that very beefy top side that BLG has, it's definitely showing.
Now they're just indexing into some cheeky plays of bush camping and hoping the bin walks too far up to catch a wave here, but he spots out both solo lanes of IG, and that signals to BLG that, hey, Knight, keep going, brother. You've got all the time in the world there, pushing that top wave in for the last tier 2 turret we've got up.
Bin went Shojin second Renekton, man. He's playing with my heart. I think that Shojin item is just so OP on Renekton. Not a ton of armor yet. He'll need maybe the Black Cleaver later on. But even this game, like, I think Corki Armor Shred helps you out. You can go tanky items later, so I don't mind it from Bin. And
like to see the recurve bow for Gala, by the way. It's going to be a Nashor's Tooth that you were looking for, without a doubt.
We hope so. We saw Terminus last time in the last series. We saw Kaisa.
He's got a book, though.
Yeah, we need Nashor's Tooth. So, man, it's still so hard for IG to play their way back in. And that bot control that BLG has over the bot side jungle IG is going to be so dire come Ocean Soul spawn. We got 3 Ocean Souls in this one, by the way.
True.
And this Ocean Soul, if you give the Cassio, Renekton, Sejuani, an Ocean Soul, I personally, I think you should be able to throw up the FF screen. That's not how it works here in the LPL, but that's how I'm going to feel when I see the game. It's Elder or bust after that.
Yeah, I just worry for these setups because of the lanes. The lanes are so rough. How are you ever going to get the Shy in position to really find a massive Gnar ultimate? How are you ever going to get Mako in position for these big flank crash downs? Again, the only redeeming quality in these fights is that BLG need to have some semblance of respect that Wei can just boot the Cassiopeia out, or even like this Renekton with Dominus popped out of a fight. But outside of that, IG are just walking in dark, praying that when this Drake comes, that they can get close up for the fight that they want, that they've never been able to get in position to do so.
Well, both monster objectives spawn in the buck 10, and the real monster might be been in the brush.
He's hiding and waiting like his own swamp. You walk too close towards the marsh. Way's going to get stunned up. Shadow getting heralded as he gets flashed on and thrown into the wall. Good play there by Way. The Shy goes over top to stun up Knight as well. Mako's going to get traded. That's all IG's really got. And again, Way just holding on to that keeper's verdict.
It's a trade up. I know that they lost Flash on Way, but I'd say it's a trade up. Again, IG behind might be the best they can do for now. And no, neither team, I think, willing to give up significant cooldowns or conditions before Ocean Soul or Baron spawns. Oh, I'd rather actually see the current setup of the replay. Yeah, just good focus on the Shadow. They got him in the wall and a good chain CC. You can see Gala able to pump for the most part. But like after this, if they continue the fight, I think you can see what damage would they have for Cassio if they actually play this fight out. I don't think it exists. Okay, IG went on the setup. The setup's everything. The Ocean Soul's everything.
Yep, this is the game right here. This is the series.
Knight's so
IG
big.
Needs to stay in control and deal with the golden left hand of BLG. Gala going to start up the Dragon, but I don't think they have time to try and burn through it. They're going to have to look for a turn at some point because Min is looking for a pretty big flank on the backside here. Doesn't have dominance yet just yet. There's the keeper's verdict. Going to knock out Shadow, secure the Dragon. There's that clutch popule we needed to see from IG and Way. It's going to stall out the game a bit longer for him.
Bin's not going to reveal his position. BLG can try and rush to the Baron to at least draw IG in. Keeper's verdict is the only big cooldown that was burned as IG won out on the setup during the replay. Redemption was used to scout. I like that from IG. I think that they can just play mid now, but fight.
Oh, but Way walks into a Dredge line, Glacial Prison combination, and they're allowing Knight to stack up these Twin Fangs. Bin held off to the side by the Dowers, but Elk gets the kill with the Rocket. Rookie gonna have to flash out to create space. Gala holding on to that killer instinct, doesn't find any angle to go back in. He's starting to lose out on his front line. Mako gonna get heralded down. Dredge line not gonna land, but it's not gonna matter. The Shy goes in for a huge Narbar, but where's the rest of the damage? There's nobody left. Gala can't get close enough. Rookie can't either. The Shy's heroics fall flat as the Petrified Gaze does not stop the Realm Warp, but BLG keep all 5 members up.
I mean, Gawa just can't go into the fight. In the fight, it gets picked apart because of how big this Cassio is, the YYs, the Leandries, the ability to just, you know, take away the health, and then the conditions being bad for IG. Kai'Sa can't enter. I think BLG holding on to a lot of cooldowns to make it hard for Kai'Sa to enter. God, Gawa walking in there. That's scary.
So low. Shadow's
is
very,
low.
very low. But
They
he's going
fight
to get the
after?
Baron. They got to get out here. Gala's going to start picking them apart. Rookie doing a really good job kind of fronting the rest of the BLG, chasing him down. They're going to Killer Instinct forward onto Bin. Should be able to take away one of these Barons, and they will as they trade Rookie back out. BLG's health bars are too hurt to really look for anything more.
And again, I mean, I think the BLG, they deserve a ton of credit for picking Cassio when they did. Like, having the willingness to play Cassio into Poppy, Ryze, Kai'Sa, 3 champs where you're a happy camper, and I will say that the other 2 champs also end up being good for Cassio. Like, look at the conditions. Just Knight completely removes Way from the fight. Elk flashes in to clean it up. Rookie removed by On. I think that these dredge lines are so dire. And LG, or IG, I should say, they can't even, like, go in and pull the trigger. There's just not enough damage to get through something like a level 16 Cassio. Good exhaust by On, too, as that was the one real, you know, sign of burst damage that came in. Very clutch Realm Warp to get them both out, even with the Petrifying Gaze finding both. Rookie was out of there, got his teammates out, as that was truly the Realm Warp for his buddies, not for him. But the damage is done. BLG, Baroned up, 5k gold lead, and can use this Baron to set up a much more positive upcoming Ocean Soul spawn for them.
What a vicious cycle IG have been trapped in by this very Billy game team as the Glacial Prison fadeaway shot finds its mark on the way. Beautiful use of that ultimate coming out from Shadow, and that's going to continue the siege forward as they look to knock down inhibitor turrets.
Look at how far up Knight can play. Again, Rookie can trade to find those empowered rune prisons, but he's trading down in health. And IG can't find the fight afterwards. I think they're teasing around a little bit. They're maybe trying to see if BLG would look. The Shy can force out Bin, but if he pops Mega, he can't win that 1v1. They will deter the push, but again, BLG can just use this Baron to make sure their map setup is good for their next soul spawn. Keep in mind, the last dragon was secured by IG, who just got their first off of the rip of a little putsy fight where we kind of threw stuff at each other. The team willing to commit it off because of how big the dragon spawn was. But this time with Baron up and still activated, we just play the next wave, sit in that bot side jungle, and how difficult is it going to be for IG to walk in now?
It's just an impossible game for Kai'Sa to play, no matter what you build. It's a bit more of an AP look here from Gala, but how do you get anywhere near as the shortest range marks, ranged character in this entire game right now? Close to Elk with a collector, 3 items deep on this Corki at 7-0. You already talked enough about the Cassiopeia. There's never an angle for Gala to do anything but try and burn through a front line that he doesn't chew through in nearly enough time to make a difference. This Kai'Sa feels too far behind. Rookie deals with the same sort of issues. This draft just felt so hopeless, and now we're kind of seeing it play out his way. Looks for an engage. Dredgeline's going to land as the stun does layer, so at least he does eat up a little bit of BLG's pressure, taking some ults off the board.
I think that's worth. No depth charge. That's like a really concerning tool that Gala IG are worrying about. Oh, that's a great chunk from Elk.
Yeah. Okay. Rookie push camping, gets pinned down to about half HP, but he's got the dominance. Glacial Prison gonna find Rookie, but Wade's gonna protect him.
Mega's
BLG
pop,
lose
though.
another engage ultimate. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have just waited it out from BLG, like hold the fast track. The Shy can't use this Mega. He's going to have to wait a pretty long time to charge it up again, but we'll say BLG kind of losing out of the war of attrition. So the no depth charge definitely hurting them. And yeah, that's another Ocean they're just going to give over. That's I'd say a big positive for IG.
Oh, they can look for the file in the back end. Being does teleport with the dominance. Here's Keeper's verdict from Wade. Can he get close enough to knock anybody out? No, it falls flat. And you don't like this fight if you're IG. 5 versus 5 here. Been holding 3 members of IG at bay, but he gets slammed to the wall. Gala has enough damage at this point. 3 items deep. Rookie's going to flash forward. They're looking to find the miracle fight. Killer Instinct forward. Down goes the 80 carry. And there's the Shy with the big Gnar. The Petrified Gaze hits 4, but Knight cannot save this fight. A last breath issue coming from IG, and they're going to clean house until Knight stands tall to turn. No, it's not enough. IG are back in it. They might just push for the win here.
What was that, BLG? The dragon was down. The conditions were bad. IG won out before, and BLG just threw the game.
Oh my God. BLG just threw all of it away in one fight. 30 minutes of domination, Guppy, but all that matters is the last minute where IG finally conquer their demons in BLG.
I cannot believe the throw. From just give the we spent the entire game talking about the scaling. The Cassio looked immovable. The conditions were bad. The objective was down. They go in 1 by 1. They give IG an insane fight. I want to go back and see a replay. Adam, if we can look at that early before the highlights come through, Mako played the bait so well with Wei, but I don't know why BLG pushed the pace that hard. They had no Glacial Prison. The TP flank didn't exactly work. And just give the Dragon a reset. Like, your Cassio's not getting outscaled. The Kai'Sa couldn't really function. You gave the one angle, the one winning fight that IG, I feel like, could really find moving forward and pitch the game.
I'm out of words. I mean, so many things had to go right for IG to ever find a fight like that. I mean, Knight gets like a 4-man petrifying gaze on the back of this thing. It doesn't matter. His entire team crumbles around them. The one thing we thought that this Kai'Sa could do, he burns through a frontline member. You give Rookie enough space. This Rise is scaled up enough. Man. And this was supposed to be the